Chapter 773. Gu Hai took Kong Xian and quickly left the holy mountain. Along the way, Kong Xian still had a lot of injuries and seals on his body. He didn't need Gu Hai's help as Kong Xian could shatter the seals and heal his injuries himself. The two of them stopped in a forest. "Thank you for your help, Your Majesty. Kong Xian has caused trouble for the Dahan imperial dynasty," Kong Xian said bitterly. At this point, Kong Xian was no longer convinced by Gu Hai. This was the second time that Gu Hai had saved him. He didn't even hesitate to fall out with the holy mountain. In this way, the Dahan imperial dynasty was in danger. "Don't worry. I dared to save you today because I'm prepared for the holy mountain's revenge," Gu Hai said with a smile. "But the holy mountain is in the west, while the Dahan imperial dynasty is in the northeast. They are separated by an endless distance. Only the Buddha of 3 lives would dare to cause trouble for the Dahan imperial dynasty," Gu Hai said with a smile. After the chaos caused by Kong Xian, ordinary Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats wouldn't dare to act alone. Even if the Buddha of 3 lives comes, it won't matter. I have the power of the Dahan imperial dynasty. Nothing will happen," Gu Hai said with a smile. Kong Xian frowned slightly. The Buddhas were too powerful now. Even if Gu Hai mobilized the power of the country, perhaps. However, since Gu Hai had said so, Kong Xian had no reason to discredit himself. "Your Majesty, don't worry. If the Buddha of 3 lives comes to the Dahan imperial dynasty, I will definitely go to the holy mountain. Unless the Buddha of 3 lives guards every day, I will destroy the holy mountain as soon as I leave," Kong Xian said in a deep voice. Gu Hai nodded with a smile. Whoosh! A bat flew over from afar. It instantly turned into Changming's appearance. "Your Majesty, I've succeeded," Changming said with a smile. Changming flipped his hand and took out a pile of mountain-shaped books. "Is this a Buddhist scripture?" Kong Xian frowned. "That's right. When His Majesty was confronting the present Buddha, I sneaked into the holy land of Spirited Mountain and collected it," Changming said with a smile. "But what's the use of these Buddhist scriptures?" Kong Xian was puzzled. "Stones from other mountains can be used to improve jade." Gu Hai shook his head and put away the books. Although he had been taught some secret methods by the Earth's Tathagata Buddha, it was impossible for the present Buddha and the Earth's Tathagata Buddha to be similar in every aspect. There must be many differences. These Buddhist scriptures might not have recorded any profound cultivation methods, but they would have recorded the history of some of the magical means of the 3 Buddhas. He would have to fight with them sooner or later, so he had to be prepared in advance. "How's the arrangement of the Qin figurines going?" Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. "This is of the utmost importance, so I will not let my guard down. I have buried them deep in some of the important halls. I hope they won't be discovered by the people of Spirited Mountain," solemnly Changming said. Gu Hai nodded. "What Qin figurines?" Kong Xian asked curiously. "It's something that can eavesdrop on information. It's convenient to monitor Spirited Mountain," Changming explained. "Oh." Kong Xian was slightly stunned. "Your Majesty, I'm worried that those Qin figurines will be discovered sooner or later," Changming said worriedly. "If we can monitor them for a while, then let's do it for a while. Let's go and see how Shangguan Hen is doing." Gu Hai smiled. Whoosh! The 3 of them suddenly turned into 3 streams of light and shot into the distance. Half a day later, the place where Sun Wukong was teleported. At this moment, the battle had ended and it was a mess. "Your Majesty." Shangguan Hen and Ao Shun flew over. "Where's Dishir Tian?" Gu Hai asked. "I fought with Dishir Tian for half a day, but it was a draw." Dishir Tian left by himself. Shangguan Hen said with a wry smile. "I couldn't stop him. Ao Shun said with a wry smile. Forget it, that Di Shi Tian is also a formidable person. He naturally knows how to make a choice. Let's return to limitless celestial capital immediately. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Whoosh. The five of them turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. 3 days later, Spirited Mountain's Holy Land, Great Strength Hall. Buzz. Under the present Buddha's spell, the future Buddha's body suddenly emitted a black aura. The future Buddha's body shook. His whole body suddenly relaxed. Thank you, Buddha, I'm much better now. The future Buddha said with a wry smile. Beside him stood the past Buddha, Di Shi Tian, Nan Longnu, and a group of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Future Buddha, can you explain to us what happened to you in hell? The present Buddha said solemnly. The future Buddha nodded and recounted everything that happened before. Gu Hai stayed in the 18th layer of hell for 2 rounds of time. That's 250 million years. The past Buddha's face suddenly changed. It can't be, 2 rounds. Everyone said in surprise. Gu Hai, what a strong willpower. A trace of surprise flashed across the present Buddha's face. Buddha. Di Shi Tian suddenly said. Buddha, I want to enter the 18th layer of hell for a period of time. Di Shi Tian suddenly said. Oh. The present Buddha's expression changed slightly as he looked at Di Shi Tian. Let's not talk about Gu Hai for now. That Shengguan Hen, from a cripple, in a short period of time, his cultivation soared to the sky. It can be seen that there was a lot of tempering in there. Kong Xian also tempered his cultivation to such a strong level in the 16th layer of hell. I also want to give it a try. Di Shi Tian said solemnly. Kong Xian is special, he. Sai, have you forgotten? How serious is the baleful aura in the 18th layer of hell? The past Buddha smiled bitterly. If he can do it, I can do it too. Not long later, it will be the revival convention. I want to give it a try. Di Shi Tian said solemnly. Di Shi Tian, it's great that you have such thoughts. As for the specific time, you have to grasp it yourself. The present Buddha said solemnly. Buddha, I also want to enter the 18th layer of hell. Nan Longnu said. Buddha, I also want to enter. Buddha, this disciple also wants to enter. The present Buddha looked at the disciples of Mystical Mountain who were brimming with fighting spirit and nodded, all right, since all of you have such determination, then Mystical Mountain's Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats shall enter the 18th layer of hell to temper themselves. Yes. All the disciples answered. Everyone knew that hell was hard to endure. But now, Kong Xian's success, Shengguan Hen's success, and even Gu Hai's strength that had yet to be displayed had inspired everyone. Such a good place, why not go? After arranging for the disciples to make their preparations, the 3 lifetimes Buddha began to talk alone. Buddha, how did they leave the 18th layer of hell? This disciple can't figure it out. The future Buddha said bitterly. It's Lian Sheng. Ha! He presided over Nalanda Temple. It seems that he didn't tell me anything about Nalanda Temple. The present Buddha's face darkened. Buddha, what about Gu Hai and his group? Are we just going to let them leave? The past Buddha frowned. This person is too cunning. With Kong Xian by his side, it's hard to do anything to him unless the past Buddha or I personally take action. Moreover, he became extremely mysterious during his 5 years of disappearance. It's strange that he even knows my secret technique. The present Buddha said solemnly. Yeah, and that Sun Wukong. Why did he have to capture him? Di Shi Tian said that he sent Sun Wukong into a hole. Where did he send Sun Wukong? The past Buddha said solemnly. I have a guess. The present Buddha said solemnly. Oh. The two looked at the present Buddha. Gu Hai came from the future. The present Buddha said solemnly. Future. Buddha, you're saying. Perhaps. Besides your secret technique, there's also my secret technique. How would Gu Hai know about it? We've never passed it on to anyone. That's only possible in the future world. Moreover, that Sun Wukong seems to know us, but not us. The Gautama Buddha he speaks of might be you in the future. Or perhaps. The future Buddha said. Halfway through, the future Buddha's face froze. He suddenly thought of the good Rulai. The three fell silent. Gu Hai predicted the enemy's moves. Perhaps it's because he knows everything in the future world, so. The past Buddha guessed. Time law. A law that even the immortal of the six paths didn't grasp. The present Buddha suddenly fell into deep thought. Time law. I think I've heard of it before. That battle 800,000 years ago. The past Buddha suddenly fell silent. Time law was destroyed by the previous heaven. Could it be? The present Buddha also fell into deep thought. Then, do we still need to investigate Gu Hai? The future Buddha frowned. Wait. The present Buddha shook his head. Why? Jiang Lianshan sent news that old man Guanqi has been resurrected and will make a big move. Gu Hai is good at chess, so we need to use Gu Hai's chess skills to confront him. The present Buddha said solemnly. Jiang Lianshan. The past Buddha and the present Buddha's expressions turned solemn. Others might not know, but the two did. The present Buddha's real name was Jiang Rulai, but he was Jiang Lianshan's son. Jiang Lianshan said that old man Guanqi has been resurrected and will come with a vengeance. He might scheme against the entire world. It's best to be careful. The present Buddha said solemnly. Old man Guanqi. What a monster. The past Buddha said solemnly. The present Buddha nodded. The calamity at Mystical Mountain was over, but this day's darkness had spread to all parts of the world. Gu Hai. This name also entered the ears of all the major powers in the world. He had caused a great commotion at Mystical Mountain and rendered the three Buddhas helpless. What kind of person was he? All the sects and countries listed Gu Hai as a key target for investigation. As for Mystical Mountain, they did not announce anything to the outside world. Only some Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats disappeared one after another and suddenly reappeared after a period of time. The strength of the returning Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats seemed to have suddenly increased greatly. Seeing this, countless powers were stunned, not knowing what had happened at Mystical Mountain. Before Gu Hai and the rest arrived at the Dahan Empire, the Qin Terracotta warriors had already sent news. Your Majesty, the Qin Terracotta warriors have sent news that Mystical Mountain has collectively entered the 18 levels of hell to undergo the tempering of time. Their cultivation has increased tremendously. Chang Ming looked at Gu Hai worriedly. Increased tremendously? Not necessarily. Only a few people will experience an increase in their cultivation. For most people, the gains are not worth the losses. The infernal energy can even change their nature. Kong Xian said coldly. This Jiang Rulai is not an ordinary person. In the future, we must be careful. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Everyone nodded. Also, the boundless heavenly capital's Qin Terracotta warriors have sent news that Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu has brought a group of Xuanwu to capture Supreme Martial Artist Shengguan. Chang Ming said worriedly. Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu? When he broke the Black Tortoise formation last time and saw that it was empty, he must have been mad. Shengguan Hen suddenly laughed. With the mosquito Daoran guarding, nothing will happen. Gu Hai shook his head. Chapter 774. Gu Hai flew all the way and soon arrived at the border of the Dahan imperial dynasty. Your Majesty, my Qin figurines have moved again. Something has happened in the boundless celestial capital again. Chang Ming smiled bitterly. The third batch? Gu Hai looked at Chang Ming. The first batch is Supreme Feng Yu. She seems to have improved her cultivation in the Thousand Islands Sea and came to the boundless celestial capital in high spirits to capture Supreme Shengguan. Fortunately, Your Majesty left Mosquito Daoren to protect her. Even though Supreme Feng Yu's cultivation has improved tremendously, she can't do anything to Mosquito Daoren. She's temporarily stationed outside the boundless celestial capital, waiting for us to return and walk right into the trap. The second batch is Ao Sheng. In the West Sea Dragon Palace, they opened the West Sea Dragon Tomb. I don't know how they split it with Ao Shun. Anyway, Ao Sheng's strength has improved tremendously. Since they couldn't find us, they came to the boundless celestial capital to wait for Supreme Ao Shun's return. Unfortunately, they also encountered Mosquito Daoren. They're also stationed outside the boundless celestial capital. I wonder if Mosquito Daoren can stop the third batch. Chang Ming smiled bitterly. Who is it this time? Shengguan Hen frowned. Supreme Phoenix, Fire Emperor. Chang Ming smiled bitterly. Fire Emperor? The supreme beast of the Dian dynasty? I've never met him before and there's no conflict of interest. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. This Fire Emperor's arrival is strange. Mosquito Daoren seems to have started fighting with him. I don't know the details. Chang Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Gu Hai frowned deeply. Fire Emperor? He seems to have been hiding in the East Sea for thousands of years. He never showed up. He didn't come when the Long Zhanghua fought in the heavenly battle realm. This time, why? Kong Xian was also puzzled. The Fire Emperor came here because of Jiang Lianshan? Shengguan Hen asked curiously. Go. Hurry up and return to the limitless celestial capital immediately. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Boom. The five of them immediately transformed into streaks of light that shot straight for the infinite celestial capital. The infinite celestial capital. In the outside world, on a mountain peak. A large number of dragons and Xuanwu clansmen were wandering around. At the peak of the mountain, two figures were standing. The black-robed Supremacy Feng Yu was currently looking at the infinite celestial capital with a sinister gaze. Beside her stood the white-robed Ao Sheng. However, at this moment, the purplish-black aura on Ao Sheng's face was even more pronounced. It was as if there were veins growing on his face. It was quite frightening. Supremacy Feng Yu, I haven't seen you for a long time. How did your cultivation increase so much? Ao Sheng sneered. The same goes for you. I've regained my former power. Unlike you, your cultivation isn't your own, is it? Paragon Feng Yue sneered. It's fine as long as it's mine now. Ao Sheng said coldly. I only want Shengguan Hen. Supremacy Feng Yu looked at Ao Sheng. That's great. I only want Ao Shun. Let's rely on our own abilities. Ao Sheng said indifferently. That's right. I just don't know when they'll return. Supremacy Feng Yu frowned. His Majesty said that Gu Hai definitely can't bear to leave the Dahan Imperial Empire and will definitely return. If Gu Hai returns, Ao Shun and Shengguan Hen will definitely return. Also, look at that Fire Emperor. Didn't he receive more accurate news? He said that Gu Hai will return soon. Ao Sheng looked coldly at the infinite celestial capital in the distance. That's right. This Gu Hai really has enemies all over the world. Fire Emperor. He hasn't left the East Sea for close to 1,000 years. Supremacy Feng Yu looked at the battle in the infinite celestial capital. Boom. A loud sound rang out, and the void trembled slightly. The periphery of the infinite celestial capital was currently surrounded by rolling flames. It was like a world of fire that wanted to burn the entire infinite celestial capital. Inside. Weng 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 weng. Countless mosquitoes formed a black mosquito sea that protected the infinite celestial capital. The loud sound just now came from the center, where a black shadow and a flaming shadow collided. Under the violent collision, the void trembled slightly, and the two shadows also stopped. One was Mosquito Dauren, who stood in the sea of mosquitoes with a gloomy expression. The other was an extremely tall and sturdy man. He wore a fiery red robe, and his hair and beard were all fiery red in color. His face was gloomy, and he looked like a fiend. Mosquito Dauren? You dare to go against me? The fiery red man said with a sinister expression. I've been entrusted with the task. Sorry, Fire Emperor, you better wait a little longer. Mosquito Dauren said with a bitter smile. Mosquito Dauren agreed to help Gu Hai look after the infinite celestial capital while Gu Hai was away. He originally thought that it was a simple matter. After all, after Gu Hai displayed his invincible might previously, who would dare to find trouble for no reason? However, how long had it been? Wave after wave. The first two waves were still manageable, but this third wave was the most terrifying. Why did he agree to it back then? Mosquito Dauren really wanted to slap himself. Entrusted with the task. Loyal to the task. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, Mosquito Dauren, if someone else said this, it would be fine. But you? Are you even worthy? The Fire Emperor was also angered by Mosquito Dauren. The Fire Emperor had a certain understanding of Mosquito Dauren. This Mosquito Dauren was definitely someone who was afraid of trouble. He never liked to face his enemies head-on, and only liked to launch sneak attacks. Even though he was extremely strong, he never dared to make a move casually. Furthermore, he had no moral principles. For the sake of their own interests, they would do anything. Now that he was acting so righteous, who was he trying to scare? Mosquito Dauren didn't take the Fire Emperor's taunt seriously. Today, Mosquito Dauren's skin was already so thick that it was unparalleled. Why would he be afraid of such a taunts? I'm just a coward. So what? If it weren't for the Chaos Pearl, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Fire Emperor, where did you get this news? Gu Hai is coming back. Since you said he's coming back, then just wait. Whatever grudges you have, wait for him to come back. You can find trouble with him. Why make things difficult for me? Mosquito Dauren laughed bitterly. I'm going to take over the limitless celestial capital now. I have a bad temper. Gu Hai took my things, so what if I took his capital? What's wrong with that? Mosquito Dauren, if you don't move aside, I'm going to be serious. The Fire Emperor glared at him. Don't. What did Gu Hai take from you? Just tell me. Don't make a move. Mosquito Dauren laughed bitterly. Pooey, who do you think you are to know? The Fire Emperor glared at him. As he spoke, he waved his hand and the raging flames surged towards the sea of mosquitoes. You're still as hot-tempered as ever. You haven't changed after so many years. Sigh. Mosquito Dauren was depressed. Boom. The sea of mosquitoes could only surge forward and fight against the flames. Mosquito Dauren could only block the Fire Emperor's attack. In the distance, apart from Ao Sheng and Autarch Fengyue, there was another group of people watching from another part of the mountain forest. A group of people dressed in white robes. Their chests were embroidered with a taiji symbol of yin and yang. The one leading them was the eldest senior brother of the Taishang sect, Xian Du. Xian Du watched the battle coldly and frowned. This Gu Hai really has countless enemies. He hasn't been out for long and there are already 3 groups of powerful cultivators blocking his path. How many years has he been cultivating? Could it be that every time he goes out, he causes trouble everywhere and draws hatred everywhere? Eldest senior brother, at least our information is correct. A disciple of the Taishang sect behind him laughed. Xuandu nodded. That's right. Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian disappeared for 5 years. I spent so much effort, but I couldn't find their whereabouts. Now, they suddenly appeared again. It's just that Zhang Yulian hasn't shown up yet. A person behind him said worriedly. It doesn't matter. If we find Gu Hai, we can find Zhang Yulian. Ha, it's been 6 years. I don't know if this Gu Hai is lucky or unlucky. Xian Du said coldly. Eldest senior brother, that girl Lin Wan Air. A person behind him frowned. Call her Tai Shang. Xian Du said coldly. Won't Tai Shang be the eldest senior brother sooner or later? The person behind him said fawningly. As long as she is Tai Shang, she must be called Tai Shang. This is the rule. Xian Du said coldly. Yes, Tai Shang. Eldest senior brother, will Tai Shang know that we are here? It seems that the relationship between Tai Shang and Gu Hai is unclear. The person behind him said worriedly. The Sky Chess Pavilion has sent out invitations to the revival meeting. The 3 branches of Wanshou Taoism have sent out invitations. The Yuanzhi branch doesn't care about worldly affairs and has been in seclusion. Naturally, they won't be coming. The Tongtian sect master has already left. Now, he must be near the Thousand Island Sea, right? As for the Taishang branch? Taishang knows that he is not strong enough and has stayed in Wanshou Taoism for seclusion. Since he is unwilling to go, I will do it for him. Xian Du smiled and took out an invitation. Oh. In that case, Taishang definitely won't be coming. It doesn't matter whether he comes or not. When we find Zhang Yulian, we will head to the Thousand Island Sea. The revival meeting is near. Even the Tongtian sect master is so cautious. This revival meeting won't be that simple. Xian Du said solemnly. Yes. Everyone waited patiently. In the distance, the Mosquito Daoren and the Fire Emperor were still fighting. Within the boundless celestial capital, Chen Tianshan suppressed everyone and prevented them from attacking. After all, the Fire Emperor was too strong. Dongfang Bubi, Shimen Chue Xue, Dugu Qiubai, and Zhang Sanfeng frowned slightly. It's a pity that we are restricted by this formation. Our cultivation can only hover around the middle sky palaces. If we have a real body, we can also reach the upper sky palaces. Zhang Sanfeng sighed helplessly. The ancient emperor will definitely have a way. Dongfang Bubi said solemnly. Everyone nodded. While waiting. Boom! 5 figures rushed over from the horizon. Gu Hai and the rest had finally returned. Your Majesty, it's in front. The battle between the Fire Emperor and the Mosquito Daoren? Sheng Guanhen's face fell. What a Fire Emperor! The entire boundless celestial capital is engulfed in flames like a sun. Ao Shun's face fell. Kong Xian frowned slightly. His face was gloomy, but he did not say a word. Chang Ming, retreat. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Chang Ming turned into a ray of light and flew down to the ground. Chang Ming had followed Gu Hai to the west this time. It was a special situation. The blood-robed guards had to stay in the dark and did not need to reveal themselves. Seeing Chang Ming leave, Gu Hai said solemnly, let's go. Into the sea of flames, to the boundless celestial capital. Yes. Boom. The 4 of them turned into 4 rays of light and rushed over from the horizon, creating a sonic boom. It's them. Ao Sheng's face turned cold as he looked into the distance. Ao Sheng, didn't you say that Sheng Guanhen's cultivation was crippled? Feng Yu glanced coldly at Ao Sheng. In the forest, Xian Du narrowed his eyes and stared at Gu Hai. The Fire Emperor, who was in the middle of battle, suddenly turned his head. Gu Hai, why did you guys only come back now? I'm so tired. Mosquito Daoren was overjoyed. In his joy, he immediately withdrew countless mosquitoes, unwilling to be in the front anymore. The sea of mosquitoes disappeared, and the rolling flames rushed towards the boundless celestial capital. Boom, 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 boom. Gu Hai, Kong Xian, Shen Guanhen, and Ao Shun landed on the plaza of the boundless celestial capital. A powerful aura rushed out in all directions, forming a storm and forcing the flames back. Chapter 775. The sea of mosquitoes disappeared, and the raging flames rushed towards the infinite celestial capital. Boom, 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 boom. Gu Hai, Kong Xian, Shen Guanhen, and Ao Shun landed on the square of the infinite celestial capital. A powerful aura spread in all directions, forming a storm that forced the flames back. Who? The Fire Emperor waved his hand, and the endless flames stopped surging towards the infinite celestial capital. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Gu Hai. When Gu Hai and the other three returned, the citizens of the infinite celestial capital were overjoyed. "Welcome back, Your Majesty." Countless officials bowed excitedly. At the same time, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Perhaps because Gu Hai had brought about too many miracles over the years, everyone was relieved to see Gu Hai. "Ancient Emperor, you're finally back." Zhang Sanfeng and the other three cloud beasts also heaved a sigh of relief. "It's a pity that we're restricted by the formation and can't escape. Otherwise." Dongfang Bubi sighed. Gu Hai looked at the four cloud beasts and smiled. "I already have a way to get you out of your predicament. Let's talk about it after we're done with this place." "Oh." Shimen Chueshua's eyes, which had been motionless all this while, suddenly lit up. Dongfang Bubi, Zhang Sanfeng, and Dugu Qiubai were also overjoyed. They immediately retreated to one side, not wanting to disturb Gu Hai's battle. In the distance, Ao Sheng and Feng Yu both narrowed their eyes. Because both of them had found the person they were looking for. "You're Gu Hai." The Fire Emperor glared and shouted coldly. As he shouted, the flames around him surged into the 9 heavens, as though the entire sky was burning red. "Dian Dynasty, the supreme beast of the nation, Fire Emperor." "Ha, I heard that you've been in the East Sea for 1,000 years. Why are you here today? Did Jiang Lianshan ask you to come?" Gu Hai said coldly. Since you're Gu Hai, give it to me." The Fire Emperor said solemnly. "Oh. Things? I don't remember taking anything from you." Gu Hai said coldly. "You're still trying to deny it. I already know about the spiritual mountain. Is Long Zhanggua's Warring States Immortal Dome in your hands? Am I right?" The Fire Emperor glared at him. Warring States Immortal." As soon as the Fire Emperor finished speaking, the expressions on the faces of the surrounding cultivators changed. Warring States Dome. Didn't the Dragon War Kingdom self-destruct in the heavenly realm? Supremacy. Feng Yue narrowed her eyes. Gu Hai has another immortal dome. What's going on? Ao Sheng also stared in shock. In the forest. Xian Du's pupils shrank as a look of astonishment flashed across his face. "Ha, I thought that finding Zhang Yulian was good news. Who would have thought that Gu Hai would have such a treasure? Immortal Dome? Immortal Dome? What a coincidence." Xian Du's eyes flashed with greed. Gu Hai furrowed his brows. He had come back from the holy land of the spirited mountain without stopping. Although news of him had gradually spread in the west, it would take a long time to spread from the west to the east, unless he used the Guqin figurine. It seemed like Jiang Rulai was indeed Jiang Lianshan's son. The Qin figurines were connected to 2 places. That was why the Fire Emperor knew about the spiritual mountain. Immortal Dome. Now that Buddha could see through the Immortal Dome, he even confirmed it. However, why was the Fire Emperor here and not Jiang Lianshan? Is it? The Fire Emperor shouted. Gu Hai was neither anxious nor slow as he smiled. "Fire Emperor. Firstly, I want to tell you that Long Zhanggua's immortal dome has been destroyed in the heavenly realm. This is something that not only I know about, the entire world knows about." Secondly, how can you be so sure that I have the immortal dome? Just based on the words of others and you believe them? Besides, when did the immortal dome of the warring states become yours? What a joke! That year, Long Zhanghua stole my immortal dome. It should have been mine. The Fire Emperor said coldly. Long Zhanghua stole yours? That's ridiculous. When Long Zhanghua was still alive, why didn't you ask for it? Now that you're using a groundless excuse to ask for it from me? Gu Hai laughed coldly. I can't win against Long Zhanghua. Ha, so what? As long as I can win against you, it's fine. Are you going to hand it over or not? The Fire Emperor laughed coldly as he looked at Gu Hai. Just because you say that the immortal dome of the warring states is yours, it's yours? Even he, Jiang Lianshan, didn't have the cheek to say that it was his. You're really thick-skinned. You even made up an excuse that Long Zhanghua stole it from you. That's right, Long Zhanghua has already fallen. Hence, you can make up whatever nonsense you want. Gu Hai laughed coldly. I'm making up nonsense. That year, Old Man Guanqi gave the immortal dome to me as compensation. After that, it was stolen by that despicable Long Zhanghua. Even if Long Zhanghua was still alive, I would still dare to confront him. The Fire Emperor said coldly. Wait, the immortal dome of the warring states was given to Long Zhanghua by Old Man Guanqi? Gu Hai squinted his eyes and revealed a look of shock. Humph, you speak so much nonsense. Let me ask you this. Today, are you going to give it to me or not? The Fire Emperor said coldly. Kong Xian. Gu Hai suddenly opened his mouth. Here. Kong Xian answered from the side. Kong Xian responded, and only then did the surrounding people notice the fourth inconspicuous person. Kong Xian. It's really him. Why is he so obedient to Gu Hai? Mosquito Daoren asked curiously. In the distance, Feng Yu squinted her eyes as well. Didn't Kong Xian want to kill Gu Hai? Why is he? Kong Xian has submitted to Gu Hai. That doesn't make sense. Wasn't Kong Xian imprisoned by the Buddha? Ao Sheng asked in astonishment. The Fire Emperor also noticed Kong Xian. Oh. Is it this little peacock? Humph, little thing, I've already told you clearly that peacocks are a branch of the phoenix race. You can only be loyal to me. Yet you chose to be loyal to Tai. Humph, now that Tai has fallen, you're even more foolish to follow Gu Hai. How foolish. The Fire Emperor said coldly. Kong Xian was still bowing to Gu Hai. He didn't care about the Fire Emperor at all. Gu Hai stared at the Fire Emperor and revealed a cold smile. Kong Xian, beat him up. Eh. The Fire Emperor froze. Around him, Mosquito Daoren, Feng Yu, Ao Sheng and Xian Du were all stunned. What did Gu Hai just say? Beat him up. That's the Fire Emperor. Gu Hai didn't care about him at all. Beat him up. Do you think he's a small fry? Do you think you can beat him up just because you want to? Once the Fire Emperor is enraged, the limitless celestial capital will be destroyed. Furthermore, how high is Kong Xian's cultivation level? This Fire Emperor is the national beast of the Dian dynasty. Yes. Kong Xian acknowledged. Turning his head, Kong Xian stared at the Fire Emperor coldly. That cold stare caused the Fire Emperor's face to darken. He felt a sense of danger. Kong Xian waved his sleeves. Boom! Billows of black wind surged into the sky. Screech! Kong Xian opened his mouth and shouted. The black wind billowed and swept all the flames around the limitless celestial capital into Kong Xian's mouth. Of course, the main target of the black wind was the Fire Emperor. As the wind billowed, the Fire Emperor's body moved as if he was about to be swallowed by Kong Xian. A terrifying aura was emitted. In an instant, the entire sky was dyed black by the demonic aura around Kong Xian. What? Feng Yu, Ao Sheng, Mosquito Daoren and Xian Du's expressions changed. No one expected Kong Xian's strength to increase so much. The Fire Emperor's body trembled as he was almost swallowed. Naturally, he was infuriated. "Little peacock, how dare you be impudent in front of me?" The Fire Emperor waved his hand. Boom! Boundless flames appeared once again. At the same time, he sent a palm strike towards Kong Xian. Not only did Kong Xian not retreat, his eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness as he sent a palm strike towards the sky. Boom! Outside the limitless celestial capital, the void trembled. The huge impact formed a storm that swept in all directions. Even the limitless celestial capital was slightly shaken by the impact. The Fire Emperor's expression changed. The palm strike just now was actually on par with Kong Xian's. When did Kong Xian's strength become so ferocious? 5-colored divine light. Behind Kong Xian, millions of peacock feathers appeared. With a flick of his feathers, the 5-colored divine light shot towards the Fire Emperor. Whoosh! Impudent! The Fire Emperor stared and waved his hand. A beam of golden light shot out. Boom! 2 beams of light collided in mid-air, causing another huge tremor. Kong Xian, fight further away. Don't destroy the limitless celestial capital. Gu Hai shouted. Screech! Kong Xian replied with a long whistle. With a long whistle, Kong Xian transformed into a 3,000-foot-tall peacock. He revealed a ferocious expression as he flew towards the Fire Emperor. After transforming into his original form, Kong Xian's aura doubled. As he flapped his wings, demonic qi filled the skies. The 5-colored divine light formed a huge whip. As Kong Xian flapped his wings, he lashed out at the Fire Emperor again and again. How dare you! The Fire Emperor was infuriated. Screech! The Fire Emperor transformed into a 3,000-foot-tall flaming phoenix. As soon as the phoenix appeared, heaven and earth burned. The endless flames rushed towards Kong Xian, and the sky of Kong Xian's demonic qi was locked in a stalemate. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 huge birds tore each other apart. As the 5-colored divine lights collided, they started to devour the heavens and earth. The battle was fierce. Under Kong Xian's deliberate control, the 2 of them fought higher and higher, further and further away. The Fire Emperor was a veteran martial artist and was one of the few experts in the world. Against such an expert, Kong Xian didn't seem like he was going to lose. In fact, he seemed to be gaining the upper hand. Screech! Screech! They watched as the 2 huge birds fought further and further away. Mosquito Daoren was confused. Gu Hai, before you left, you said that you were going to recruit soldiers. This Kong Xian, how much did you pay to invite him back? Why is he so fierce? De Han Empire, 5th Army Commander, Kong Xian. Gu Hai laughed. Mosquito Daoren was slightly taken aback. Then, he said with a strange expression, 5th Army Commander. You made him the 5th Army Commander. And he followed you? Don't lie to me. Mosquito Daoren didn't believe him. Gu Hai smiled but didn't explain further. At the same time, he looked coldly at a mountain peak in the distance. Your Majesty, Ao Sheng's aura is there. I can't be wrong. Ao Shun suddenly said coldly. Your Majesty, Supreme Feng Yu is there too. Ah, she has been stationed outside the limitless celestial capital. Sheng Guanhen laughed coldly. Chapter 776. Gu Hai immediately saw Supreme Feng Yu and Ao Sheng. After all, the dragons and black tortoises at the foot of the Two-People Mountain were too eye-catching. Gu Hai looked over coldly. Supreme Feng Yu and Ao Sheng's faces also darkened. Both of their strengths had increased greatly and they thought that they could defeat Gu Hai. However, they didn't expect that a freak like Kang Xian would appear under Gu Hai's command. Kang Xian wasn't at a disadvantage in the battle against the Fire Emperor. In fact, he seemed to be slightly stronger. This Gu Hai is really lucky. He managed to recruit another powerful expert. Supreme Feng Yu said with a gloomy face. Fortunately, Kang Xian is fighting against the Fire Emperor. We should do what we need to do. Ao Xing said coldly. At this moment, Gu Hai and the rest returned. The dragons under Ao Xing's command all darkened. That was Ao Shun, the crown prince whom they respected the most. Now that they were facing off against him, Supreme Feng Yu, judging from your arrogance, you've already recovered your strength from 800 years ago? Gu Hai suddenly said with a cold smile. If I had taken Shangguan Hen away, I would have recovered my strength from 800 years ago. Unfortunately, you ruined it. Ha, good move. You actually walked through the 32 formations as if they were flat ground? Supreme Feng Yu said with a cold look in her eyes. So, you haven't recovered? If that's the case, you still dare to come to the limitless celestial capital? Gu Hai said coldly with a glare. Although I have not recovered my strength from 800 years ago, I have recovered 30%. Humph. Only by capturing Shangguan Hen and bringing him to the Thousand Islands Sea could I fully recover. Gu Hai, even if I only have 30% of my strength, I am not something you can block. If you know what's good for you, move aside. I'm not like the Fire Emperor. Once I leave the limitless celestial capital, I'll destroy it immediately. Supremacy Feng Yu said coldly. As she spoke, Autarch Feng Yue's figure flickered. Suddenly, boundless black gas surged out from her body. Within the black gas, a monstrous black serpent appeared. With a wave of its tail, several mountains behind it exploded. The serpent's body was huge, at least 2,000 feet long. It spat out its forked tongue, exuding a baleful aura. The black serpent's eyes emitted traces of cold light, causing the hearts of countless people in the limitless celestial capital to tremble. Gu Hai ignored Black Snake and looked at Shangguan Hen. Your Majesty, it's better for me to deal with the trouble I brought. Solemnly Shangguan Hen said Shangguan Hen. Be careful, Supremacy. He now has 30% of his former strength. You. Not far away, a group of Xuanwu followers of Shangguan Hen said anxiously. Don't worry. Shangguan Hen took a step forward and rushed out. Shangguan Hen flew towards Supremacy Feng Yu. Supremacy Feng Yu was also slightly startled. Oh. Ha ha ha, Shangguan Hen, are you crazy? I received the inheritance from 800 years ago, which is why my strength increased. You disappeared for 2 months. Who do you think you are? The black serpent's face turned cold as it opened its mouth to swallow him. You may care about the power from 800 years ago, but that doesn't mean I care about it too. Shangguan Hen suddenly revealed a sinister expression as his body emitted a dazzling golden light. The golden light shone, scattering much of Supremacy Feng Yu's black energy. Sun Wukong's aura. Ao Xing's expression changed. The black serpent's face also sank. However, the black serpent was even more confident in itself. It did not hesitate at all as it opened its mouth to swallow Shangguan Hen. The Xuanwu followers of Shangguan Hen showed worried expressions. However, the Xuanwu followers of Supremacy Feng Yu showed disdain. Hong! A loud sound rang out, and a strong wind swept out in all directions. The shock waves immediately scattered the group of Xuanwu followers. What? Miao Qin immediately showed a stunned expression as he rubbed his eyes. Then, he revealed an expression of wild joy. Shangguan Hen's punch was too strong. Shangguan Hen actually sent that black serpent flying 50 kilometers with one punch. Buzz! The black serpent's figure paused in midair as it looked at Shangguan Hen in shock. However, the black serpent did not expect Shangguan Hen's strength to soar so much. Whoosh! Shangguanhen immediately charged over, bringing the battle away from the boundless celestial capital. What cultivation technique is that? Is it the Xuanwu divine technique that I taught you in the past? The black serpent said in shock. Xuanwu divine technique? Ha! I stopped practicing it long ago. 30% of the previous supremacy Xuanwu's strength is not much. Shangguanhen suddenly sneered. As Shangguanhen spoke, he charged forward again. Humph! I was careless earlier. Shangguanhen, you want to fight me with just you? Roar! The black serpent became serious, immediately charging at Shangguanhen. Rumble! Immediately, the distant battle shook the ground and mountains. Many huge mountains instantly exploded, soaring into the sky. The battle was incomparably ferocious. When Shangguanhen attacked with his full power, not only did he not fall into a disadvantage, but he even gained a slight advantage. Supremacy's divine might. Miao Chen and the other Xuanwu clan elders roared excitedly. However, the Xuanwu clan elders that followed Feng Yu showed unsightly expressions. The distant battle continued. However, Ao Shun said to Gu Hai, Your Majesty, I would like to speak with my younger brother. I hope that Your Majesty will not interfere. All right. Gu Hai nodded. Whoosh! Ao Shun immediately flew towards Ao Sheng in the distance. Ao Sheng also looked at Shangguanhen in the distance with a sullen expression. Shangguanhen. In the past, Xiao Chen looked down on Xiao Chen the most. At first, Xiao Chen was beaten into a coward by Sun Wukong. In the Dragon's Gates region, Xiao Chen was reduced to a pile of mud. Now, Xiao Chen became so strong. Even Xiao Chen might not be able to do anything to Xiao Chen. What happened in the past 1 month? Why is Gu Hai so lucky? Whoosh! Ao Shun immediately arrived before Xiao Chen. Ao Sheng's face sank. The expressions of the surrounding dragon race cultivators suddenly changed. Crown Prince. Crown Prince Ao Shun. Some dragon race cultivators said with stiff expressions. Ao Shun. It looks like your strength increased significantly after obtaining the Western Sea Dragon God, Ao Sheng said coldly. Second brother, if Royal Father were here, he would not let you off. You can't keep making mistakes. Ao Shun said bitterly. Put away your hypocrisy. Humph. Keep making mistakes. Isn't it all your fault? Now that I obtained the Dragon God, there is no need for me to dig up the dragon tomb. Royal Father. Royal Father is really biased. I am the Crown Prince, but he passed the Dragon God to you. Ao Shun said hatefully. This is not an excuse for you to dig up the dragon tomb. I also heard that you injected the ancient souls of the dragon tomb into the bodies of the dragons. You won't even let them off. Ao Shun said coldly. The surrounding dragons were in an uproar. Ao Shun had dug up the dragon tomb and injected some ancient dragon souls into his body. It had indeed increased his cultivation, but he still felt that he was being restrained by something, but he could not explain it. Humph, I am the Dragon King. What right do you have to control us? How can I let them become stronger? It has nothing to do with you. Ao Shun said coldly. When the ancient souls enter the body, their strength will increase, but it will harm their souls and shorten their lifespan. How is it none of my business? They used to be my brothers, Ao Shun said coldly. When Ao Shun called them brothers, many dragons in the group were in an uproar. Crown Prince Ao Shun, I would like to follow you, may I? One of the giant dragons suddenly said. Little Linzi. Ao Shun looked at the giant dragon. How dare you? You want to betray the North Sea Dragon Palace? Ao Shun glared. In the past, when I followed Crown Prince Ao Shun to conquer the world, those were my happiest days. Not long ago, my father offended Crown Prince Ao Shun, please forgive him. In my heart, I have always wanted to follow Crown Prince Ao Shun. I hope Crown Prince Ao Shun won't mind. Little Lindsay said anxiously. Alright, follow me. I will find a way to help you expel the ancient dragon souls in your body. Ao Shun nodded. Crown Prince Ao Shun, I want to follow you too. Crown Prince Ao Shun, I don't want to stay in the North Sea Dragon Palace anymore. In my heart, you are the Crown Prince, you are the North Sea Dragon King, I want to follow you too. In an instant, almost 80% of the dragons shouted excitedly. In the blink of an eye, they had betrayed Ao Shun. All right. Ao Shun nodded immediately. From their attitude, it was not difficult to see that Ao Shun had lost too many people's hearts. His Majesty was right, instead of letting these good brothers die for Ao Shun without knowing why, he would rather take care of them himself. When Ao Shun agreed, the dragons immediately cheered and flew toward Ao Shun. At this moment, Ao Shun's face was ashen. Betraying the North Sea Dragon Palace is a death sentence. Ao Shun said coldly, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Death sentence? When was there such a punishment? Ao Shun said coldly. There is one now. You don't know what's good for you, so don't blame me. Ancient souls, possess and seize. Ao Shun shouted coldly. At the same time, a purplish-black gas appeared on his face. It seemed to have condensed into a huge amnesty seal. Roar! 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 The betrayed dragons immediately emitted a purplish-black gas, as if their bodies were burning. At the same time, they screamed in pain. Crown Prince Ao Shun, save me, save me. Ah, it's so painful, no, ah. The screams continued. Ao Shun's expression changed, and he was about to pounce over. However, in the next moment, an extremely grand aura suddenly appeared around the dragons. Xiao Linzi's body suddenly doubled in size, and green veins appeared on the surface of his body. He rolled his eyes, and his pupils disappeared, leaving only a pile of white, and a monstrous resentment appeared around him. Rumble. The dragons triggered the heavens, and rolling dark clouds pressed down. The moment Ao Shun's amnesty seal appeared, the dragons were seized by the ancient dragon souls in the blink of an eye. These ancient dragon souls carried a monstrous resentment and emitted a soul-stirring evil aura. Kill Ao Shun. Ao Shun ordered. Roar. The dragons immediately pounced on Ao Shun crazily. Xiao Linzi, what's wrong with you? Ao Shun asked anxiously. However, Xiao Linzi was the first to reach out with his claws. Boom! Ao Shun punched Xiao Linzi back, but there were still a large number of ferocious dragons behind him. Roar! Ao Shun suddenly let out a loud roar, and a black dragon shadow suddenly appeared around him. The aura of the dragon god spread, and the dragons that were about to charge over suddenly paused. Kill, continue. Ao Shun said coldly. Roar! The dragons pounced on Ao Shun again, and they even ignored the suppression of the dragon god. Ao Sheng, how dare you refine ghosts? Ao Shun glared and suddenly pounced on Ao Sheng. These people who were attacking him were all his good brothers in the past. Ao Shun was naturally unwilling to attack, so he could only attack Ao Sheng and force him to withdraw the spell on the dragons. With just you. I even opened the dragon tomb in the West Sea. All the Dragon King's souls are with me. Ao Sheng threw a punch with a ferocious expression. Boom! He punched out, creating an explosion in the air. Ao Sheng was stronger, and Ao Shun was beaten back a little. My good brother, how many dragon souls did you swallow? Ao Shun said with a cold expression. Roar! Suddenly, a white dragon phantom appeared on the surface of Ao Shun's body again. The two huge dragon phantoms, one black and one white, represented the two dragon gods. Ao Shun punched at Ao Sheng again. Boom! This time, Ao Sheng was finally beaten back. However, Ao Shun's strength was limited. Dragon God, it should have all been mine. Ao Shun, you thief, roar. Ao Shun also attacked crazily. At the same time, the surrounding dragons pounced on Ao Shun. The battle between the dragons also became chaotic. Fortunately, Ao Shun led the battle and moved the battlefield to the distance. In the forest not far away. Xian Du laughed coldly. All right, all the experts by Gu Hai's side have been mobilized. Next, it's our turn. Ah. Eldest senior brother, there's still a Mosquito Daoran. Mosquito Daoran? Don't worry, I can make him not dare to interfere. Xian Du sneered. Chapter 777. Kong Xian fought against Fire Emperor, Shengguan Hen fought against Supreme Feng Yu, and Ao Shun fought against Ao Sheng. Gu Hai looked at the three battlefields and suddenly turned his head to look at a mountain forest in the distance. His gaze was cold, causing Xian Du's expression to change. We've been discovered. Xian Du said in surprise. Gu Hai, I've completed the second task. Consider that group of rats over there as a gift from me. Mosquito Daoran said with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Mosquito Daoran. Gu Hai nodded. Mosquito Daoran pointed out Xian Du's secret, so Xian Du didn't hide it anymore. Boom! 20 figures soared into the sky and arrived near the limitless heavenly capital in the blink of an eye. Taishang sect. Xian Du. Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai had already seen Xian Du's portrait, so he naturally knew about the enmity between Xian Du and Zhang Yulian. This person wanted to harm his wife, so there was no need to be polite. You recognize me? Ha, looks like Zhang Yulian told you. Where is Zhang Yulian, Gu Hai? Xian Du said coldly. Looking at Xian Du, Gu Hai sneered, idiot. What did you say? Xian Du said coldly. I said you're an idiot. Now there's one more despicable, cursing words, I want to hear it again. Gu Hai said coldly. Xian Du's eyes were filled with anger. A Taishang sect disciple behind him said angrily, you think you can insult senior brother? Gu Hai, you overestimate yourself. As he spoke, the Grand High Path's disciple immediately slashed his sword at Gu Hai. As he slashed, a 10,000-meter-long sword light rushed towards the limitless celestial capital, seemingly wanting to cut Gu Hai and the limitless celestial capital in half. Whoosh! Gu Hai stretched out his hand and waved a blood blade. As soon as the blood saber appeared, rolling blood light instantly soared into the sky. Outsiders only thought that it was a beam of bloody light, but the Taishang sect disciples who were charging at the front saw a sea of blood illusion. The ground below immediately turned into a sea of blood that surged endlessly. Within the sea of blood, there seemed to be billions of demons surging towards him. It wasn't the bottom, but the entire world was surrounded by this sea of blood. He was completely surrounded. Ah! The disciple of the Taishang sect cried out in alarm. The sword light in his hand also stopped, and his face was filled with shock. Boom! The flash of the blade instantly closed in and sliced the disciple of the Taishang sect in half. The two halves fell from the sky. There was not a single drop of blood on the two halves of the corpse. All of the blood had been absorbed by the life-slaying blade. What? Junior brother. The disciples of the Taishang sect immediately cried out in alarm and caught the two halves of the dried corpse. Eldest senior brother, that Gu Hai killed our junior brother. There's no blood or soul left. I'm going to cut him into pieces. A disciple of the Taishang sect said with a ferocious expression. Middle Heaven Palace? You only have the strength of the Middle Heaven Palace. What blade technique was that? Xuandu's eyelids twitched. Middle Heaven Palace? That's not right. Eldest senior brother, our junior brother had already entered the Heavenly Palace 3 years ago. How could he not be a match for Gu Hai? The disciples of the Taishang sect said in disbelief. Xuandu stared at Gu Hai. Have you heard of the Nether River Patriarch's Blood Sea Blade? Gu Hai sneered. When he was comprehending the 18 levels of hell, he found that the blade technique that he learned on Earth was especially suitable for the life-slaying blade. Today's test was indeed effective. Taishang Sect's heartless sword formation. Xuandu said coldly. Yes. Xing. Suddenly, the 18 disciples of the Taishang sect behind him emitted rays of white light. Then, their entire bodies turned into long swords that were 100 feet long. On the long swords, murderous intent filled the sky. Endless sword chi erupted in all directions. The 18 long swords surrounded Xuandu and formed a sword chi field. In an instant, billions of sword chi spread out. They went straight for the infinite celestial capital. Gu Hai's face darkened. He waved his hand. The life-trapping blade formed a formation to protect the city. Rumble. Countless sword chi hit the barrier. The barrier suddenly shook as if it was about to break. All of them are heavenly palaces. As expected of the Wanshou Taoism. They have such a foundation. Mosquito Daoran said solemnly. Taishang Sect's heartless sword formation. Gu Hai's face darkened. He heard from Zhang Yulian that this sword formation was extremely powerful. The more people there were, the more powerful it was. Moreover, it was stacked. 18 heavenly palaces. The one who was killed just now was not in Gu Hai's eyes when he first entered heavenly palaces. But now, there were 18 of them. Gu Hai had to be cautious. That was because just the aftermath of the sword principle aura was enough to shake the barrier. Gu Hai, I didn't want to make things difficult for you. Hand over Zhang Yulian and I can spare your life. But you are so insensible. It seems that the Taishang sect has walked too little in this world. A bunch of cats and dogs dare to take advantage of us. Xuandu said with a ferocious expression. Severing emotions. Xuandu waved his hand. Xing. Among the 18 long swords, one was suddenly lifted by Xuandu. With one sword, it slashed toward the barrier formation. All around, countless sword chi and sword force seemed to gather. Like the collapse of the heavenly river, it poured down on the infinite celestial capital. The white light illuminated heaven and earth. Its power was so great that the hearts of countless subjects trembled. Boom! The barrier broke and rushed toward Gu Hai. Please, baby! Gu Hai shouted. Two gourds suddenly appeared beside Gu Hai. Xing! The immortal slaying flying saber flew out first and rushed toward the huge sword chi. The vine world gourd instantly produced countless vines and rose to the sky. Boom! The immortal slaying flying saber collided with it. The white sword light suddenly stopped, but in the next moment, it continued to slash downward. The immortal slaying flying saber responded and flew back to the gourd after blocking for a while. The vines wrapped up and immediately held the white sword light. However, the sword light was fierce. With a tear, it cut the vines into countless pieces. The white light rushed toward Gu Hai like a hot knife through butter. Although it was still the same sword, its power had weakened greatly. Xuandu's face was cold, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Gu Hai, on the other hand, changed to the life-extinguishing saber. Zhou Tianlu. Gu Hai shouted with a ferocious expression. The world was instantly dyed purple. Hong! The saber and sword collided in the void with a loud bang. The ground under Gu Hai's feet also shook. The purple light and white light dissipated. Everyone was shocked. However, they saw that the ground under Gu Hai's feet suddenly cracked like a spider web because of Gu Hai's forceful stomp. Gu Hai's body expanded, but he managed to block it in the end. The collision of the saber light formed a storm that immediately blew down countless buildings. Your Majesty! Montez, Gao Xianji, and the others shouted worriedly. Gu Hai ignored them. He took a deep breath and looked coldly at Xuandu in the sky. That sword strike just now killed the 4th-level heavenly palace like killing a chicken. Gu Hai, you blocked it with the power of the middle heavenly palace? You're really good. Mosquito Daoran said with a strange expression. Mosquito Daoran had always thought that Gu Hai was very powerful, but there was no need for him to pretend like that. This is the weakest sword strike. Gu Hai, how is it? Xuandu sneered. Oh, that's all. Gu Hai sneered. That's all. Ha ha ha, Immortal Slaying Gourd, Vine Realm Gourd. And your life-extinguishing saber? It's not easy for a middle heavenly palace to block my sword strike. However, do you think that's all I am? Humph, idiot, who's the idiot? Xuandu sneered. As he spoke, Xuandu waved his hand. This time, it was not one sword, but 18. Xuandu used all 18 of them, as if he was going to slash the infinite celestial capital together. Gu Hai, I know where the weak point of the sword formation is. Why don't I help you break the sword formation? Mosquito Daoran suddenly said with a smile. Oh. There's a weak point. Gu Hai's expression changed. That's right. I can help you break it in an instant. That's the third thing. Mosquito Daoran said with a smile. Mosquito Daoran had encountered this formation before. Since he could come out, he naturally knew about it. Mosquito Daoran was about to intervene when Xuandu suddenly stopped in the distance. He said with a gloomy expression, Mosquito Daoran, if you dare to intervene, don't blame me for being impolite. Oh. Xuandu. You can be impolite to me? Ha 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 ha, 1,000 years ago, even your old master didn't dare to say that. You? Mosquito Daoran sneered. I can't do anything to you, but someone can. Look at what this is. Xuandu sneered. Xuandu took out an emerald jade token. Wanshou Taoism's arrow of command? Mosquito Daoran's expression suddenly froze. Wanshou Taoism's arrow of command was released. All the disciples of Wanshou Taoism nearby came to help. I remember that you ate one of the favorite disciples of the Tongtian sect master, right? And the Tongtian sect master seems to be nearby. Xuandu sneered. Mosquito Daoran's face twitched, but he didn't have any intention of stepping forward. The Tongtian sect master was nearby. If he was attracted, wouldn't he be dead meat? Forget it. Gu Hai, you do it yourself. I won't get into trouble. Mosquito Daoran said with a bitter smile. No need. You've already helped me. Gu Hai said with a smile. As he spoke, Gu Hai's pupils suddenly shrank. When he opened his eyes, a breathtaking aura was emitted from Gu Hai's eyes. Huh? Mosquito Daoran suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He looked at Gu Hai in horror. Around them, countless officials suddenly knelt down. Fear appeared on their faces. Even Xuandu, who was far away, felt a chill in his heart. He saw Gu Hai's eyes. His left eye was emitting white light, and his right eye was emitting black light. It was as if he was facing the eyes of heaven. At this moment, Xuandu actually had the urge to kneel. Die. His remaining reason was accompanied by madness. He waved his hand, and 18 sword lights slashed toward the infinite celestial capital. The previous sword seemed to have the power to destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, there were 18 swords. The entire void was distorted. Gu Hai raised his head. His eyes were filled with a strange light as he looked at the 18 sword lights. This time, he didn't forcibly resist like before. This was because this time, Taishang's heartless sword formation seemed to have changed shape in Gu Hai's eyes. Thin black and white lines were extremely strange. The life and death eye. In just an instant, Gu Hai saw the full appearance of the sword formation. He also found the key point in an instant. The formation moved like a huge fishing net toward the infinite celestial capital. On the fishing net, a black line seemed to be the main hub, pulling the balance of the four directions. Gu Hai only took the immortal slaying flying knife this time. Treasure, please turn around. Whoosh! Under the control of Gu Hai's mind, the immortal slaying flying knife rushed toward the black line. Chapter 778. Immortal slaying flying dagger. Ha, you couldn't even block one of my swords just now, and you want to embarrass yourself with it? The crazy Xuandu roared with a trembling voice. Boom! The 18 giant swords slashed down instantly with irresistible force, as if they could destroy the world. The limitless heavenly capital was about to be destroyed. Although Mosquito Daoran was terrified by Gu Hai's eye of life and death, he was more shocked. That's not a weak point. The flying dagger can't go in that direction. Because in the next moment, the entire limitless heavenly capital was about to be destroyed. However, Gu Hai was extremely determined. The immortal slaying flying dagger turned into a stream of light and shot into the sky. Under Xuandu's control, a long sword went straight for the immortal slaying flying dagger as if he wanted to destroy it completely. However, in Gu Hai's eyes, countless white lines covered the sky and covered the earth. However, there was a gap between the lines. The flying dagger was extremely thin. It twisted and passed through instantly without touching anything. However, in the eyes of outsiders, the immortal slaying flying dagger disappeared in a flash. What? Xuandu was slightly stunned. Xing! The golden light of the immortal slaying flying dagger suddenly appeared, illuminating the world. Then, it instantly shot back and returned to the immortal slaying gourd. The countless sword chi in the surroundings instantly collapsed, turning into a mass of sword energy and dissipating into thin air. The 18 giant swords also suddenly retracted and disappeared. The formation is broken. Mosquito Daoran looked confused. What just happened? The immortal slaying flying dagger went out and came back. The Taishang sect's heartless sword formation was broken. That didn't make sense. All the momentum disappeared. Xuandu also suddenly became clear, and he looked shocked. Why did you guys stop? Halfway through his sentence, Xuandu's words suddenly stopped, and his face twitched. That was because the 18 Taishang sect's disciples all had their heads sent flying, and blood splattered everywhere. They fell from the sky. A trace of confusion flashed across Mosquito Daoran's eyes. Xiandu's eyelids twitched. No, it's impossible. Taishang's heartless sword formation has no flaws. The 18 of them have turned into swords and are invulnerable. You can't break his sword body. Xuandu looked at Gu Hai with a trace of horror. 19 of them had gone to the heavenly palace, and they had all died in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, Gu Hai did not pay attention to Xuandu. Instead, he suddenly looked towards the sky. Previously, he couldn't see it with the naked eye, but now, with the eye of life and death, he could see it clearly. In the sky above the boundless celestial capital, there were currently some white and black lines forming the 64 hexagrams. 64 hexagrams? Jiang Lianshan surveillance? Treasure, please turn around. Gu Hai shouted coldly again. Swish! The immortal slaying flying saber flew out again. Xiandu's expression immediately changed. He seemed to want to block it. However, at this moment, the immortal slaying flying blade did not charge towards him. Instead, it suddenly shot towards the empty sky. Boom! With a loud sound in the sky, the immortal slaying flying blade flew back. At the same time, a large amount of golden light of the 8 trigrams suddenly appeared in the sky. However, at this moment, it was shattered by the immortal slaying flying blade. 64 hexagrams? Mosquito Daoran's expression darkened. At the same time, in Shinong City, the Flame God Hall. Jiang Lianshan and a young lady in red were staring at a mirror arranged by 64 hexagrams. The scene inside was precisely the scene of the boundless celestial capital. In the scene, Gu Hai opened his eye of life and death and beheaded 18 people from Heavenly Palace with one strike. The second strike seemed to have shot out from the mirror. Boom! With a loud sound, the mirror in the main hall suddenly exploded. The scene of the boundless celestial capital could no longer be seen. That I just now. Gu Hai's eyes are so evil, the young lady in red said with a gloomy expression. Gu Hai. Ha, he's really growing up fast. This method is really strange. Jiang Lianshan frowned. Old man, Long Zhangguo raised him. Do you want to raise him too? Don't raise him too much. It's time to kill him, right? The young lady in red said coldly. No, he needs to play chess with old man Guanqi. Girl, don't touch him without my permission. Jiang Lianshan shook his head. Call me Jingwei, the young lady said somewhat stubbornly. Boundless celestial capital. Gu Hai broke the 64 hexagrams in the sky and looked coldly at Xuandu again. Xuandu suddenly quivered, as if everything about him was seen through by Gu Hai's eyes. The hair on his back suddenly stood on end. Just now, when he had the sword formation, he felt like kneeling. Now that the sword formation was gone, a great threat of death instantly shrouded his heart. Kacha! Without hesitation, Xuandu instantly crushed the arrow in his hand. Stop! Mosquito Doran's expression suddenly changed and he cried out in alarm. Boom! Wanshou Taoism's arrow exploded in Xuandu's hand. In an instant, above the starry sky, a beam of starlight shot down like a searchlight. It went straight up and down, allowing everyone to see it instantly. Those with good eyesight would be able to see it immediately no matter where they were in the divine continent. Gu Hai, I'll take shelter first. Mosquito Doran's expression changed, and he turned around and shot into the distance. Swish! Mosquito Doran disappeared in the blink of an eye. Gu Hai also instantly knew what was going on. Xuandu's request for help seemed to have gotten out of hand. More importantly, the Eye of Life and Death couldn't be used without limit. Just now, it had consumed too much of the spiritual Mother Divine King's divine power. He instantly retracted it. The Eye of Life and Death couldn't be used. Wang! Gu Hai's eyes returned to normal, and the pressure on everyone suddenly disappeared. Your Majesty, that was really incredible. Miao Qin immediately said excitedly. Your Majesty, this subject felt like he was facing heavenly might. Mo Yike said with a smile. The various subjects stood up excitedly. No one noticed that Xuandu shot out the arrow of command. They only saw that the Taisheng Dao disciples, except for Xuandu, died. Everyone rejoiced. However, in the next moment, Gu Hai's stern gaze turned solemn. In the distance, when Xuandu saw Gu Hai put away the Eye of Life and Death, his expression also changed. It seemed like Xuandu guessed that the Eye of Life and Death could not be used continuously. However, the arrow of command was already shot out, and there was no turning back. Gu Hai, just wait for death. Xuandu said with a ferocious expression. Boom! Suddenly, a gust of black wind swept over from the northeast. As the gust of wind blew past, the surrounding Dragon Clan and Black Tortoise Clan were instantly blown away. Xuandu was the first to get blown away by the wind. Ao Shun and Ao Sheng's battle also came to an abrupt end. They were blown away by the wind. Shangguanhen and Supremacy Fengyue were also blown hundreds of kilometers away by the wind. The battle came to a sudden halt as well. At this moment, even the limitless sky was moved hundreds of miles away by the wind. The only ones who were not blown away were Kong Xian and the Fire Emperor. However, the demonic aura and flames around the two of them were also blown away in an instant. The ground below was torn apart by the strong wind, and huge craters were formed. Rocks flew into the sky, and the world was turned upside down. Rumble. The rolling wind gradually calmed down. Everyone also saw the source of the wind. It was a man wearing a beautiful black robe. He stood in the air, and his body did not emit much of an aura. However, just by fighting in the air, he emitted a domineering aura of the Tongtian Dao. The man swung his sleeves. The surrounding dragon race and Xuanwu race instinctively felt their hearts palpitate. They actually prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. When Ao Sheng saw the black-robed man, his eyelids suddenly twitched violently, and his face was filled with shock. Autark Fengyue immediately became much more obedient. She flew to one side. Shengguanhen and Ao Shun's faces were gloomy. They quickly flew back to the limitless sky capital. However, just as they flew near the black-robed man, their hearts beat wildly. A huge pressure made the two of them suddenly have the urge to kneel down and kowtow. "Greetings, Sect Master." Xuandu immediately bowed respectfully. "Tongtian Sect Master." Gu Hai's face darkened. The person who came was the leader of the Wanshou Taoism, the Tongtian Sect Master. When the Tongtian Sect Master saw the signal arrow, he immediately rushed over. When he arrived, the surroundings were in chaos. The Tongtian Sect Master's face darkened. Turning his head, the Tongtian Sect Master looked at Kong Xian and the Fire Emperor, who were in the air. "Fire Emperor, you're getting worse and worse. You're not even a match for a little peacock." The Tongtian Sect Master revealed a cold smile. "Tongtian Sect Master." The Fire Emperor's eyes flashed with a monstrous hatred. "If you continue to look at me like that, I'll let you reunite with your 6 brothers." The Tongtian Sect Master's eyes flashed with a cold light. "You!" The Fire Emperor glared but didn't dare to retort. At the entrance of the soaring sky palace, Shengguanhen whispered, 6 of the 7 Phoenix brothers were killed by the Tongtian Sect Master. "Oh." Gu Hai's face darkened. In the distance, Kong Xian flew towards Gu Hai. The Tongtian Sect Master stood in the air. The Fire Emperor had a huge temper but he didn't dare to vent it on the Tongtian Sect Master. The Tongtian Sect Master laughed coldly as he looked at the Fire Emperor. He then turned his head to look at Kong Xian, who had flown behind Gu Hai. He revealed a look of suspicion. Although the Tongtian Sect Master had ridiculed the Fire Emperor, he knew how powerful the Fire Emperor was. Was this the great Miujin? When did he become so powerful? And why was he standing behind Gu Hai? The Tongtian squinted his eyes as he looked at Gu Hai. Just a casual glance gave Gu Hai immense pressure. It was as if he had seen Long Zhangguo's ferocious glare when he was at his peak. Was the Tongtian the same as well? When the Tongtian Sect Master arrived, all the fighting stopped. All the grudges stopped. Although he didn't release much of his aura, there was a huge aura around him that enveloped everyone. In this aura, he was the most powerful. He was the heavens, and they were ants. The Tongtian Sect Master looked coldly at everyone around him, then turned his head to look at Xian Du. "You were the one who broke the commander's arrow?" The Tongtian Sect Master asked coldly. "Yes." Xian Du lowered his head and didn't dare to raise it. The commander's arrow is not to be used unless it is a major incident that affects the foundation of Wanshou Taoism. Once it is used, anyone who sees the commander's arrow must give up everything and arrive immediately, including the sect leader himself. "You should understand." The Tongtian Sect Master said coldly. Although the Tongtian Sect Master only described the function of the commander's arrow, his words were filled with threat. "Dispatch me. If you don't affect the foundation of the sect, no one can save you." "Yes, I understand. But now, I have something important to report to the sect leader. Please make the decision." Xian Du said solemnly. The Tongtian Sect Master said in a low voice. Zhang Yulian stole the Tai Chi diagram and eloped with Gu Hai. The one she left behind in Wanshou Taoism is a fake. The Tai Chi diagram is one of the foundations of Wanshou Taoism. I found Gu Hai and couldn't take it. Please make the decision. Xian Du lowered his head and reported. Oh. The Tongtian sect master frowned. Also, I found out that Long Zhangguo's Warring State's Immortal Dome is in Gu Hai's hands. The Fire Emperor is here to take the Immortal Dome. Xian Du lowered his head and reported. Immortal Dome? The Tongtian sect master's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head to look at Gu Hai. Chapter 779. While the Tongtian sect master and Xuandu were talking, Kang Xian whispered to Gu Hai. Your Majesty, this Tongtian sect master is a first-generation Tongtian. Wanshou Taoism and Solar God Shrine have clashed many times in the past 800,000 years. The Tongtian has killed Tai several times, and Tai has killed Tongtian several times. However, those Tongtian that were killed were not first-generation Tongtian, just like how Zhang Yulian of the Taishang sect was not a first-generation Taishang. However, Tai has always been that Tai, Kang Xian whispered. Gu Hai's face suddenly darkened. Kang Xian had made it clear that the Tongtian sect master was more powerful than Tai. However, from the performance just now, it was clear that the Fire Emperor was very afraid of the Tongtian. Immortal Dome? The Tongtian sect master's expression suddenly changed, and he turned to look at Gu Hai. The Tongtian sect master looked over, and suddenly, a strong pressure rushed into the square of the soaring sky hall. The expressions of the Dahan officials changed, as if they were about to kneel down under the pressure. Buzz! Kang Xian released his aura and helped everyone block the Tongtian sect master's gaze. However, the officials were still sweating. Under the strong pressure, Gu Hai blocked it with his strong will. Dahan Imperial Dynasty, Gu Hai, greets the Tongtian sect master. Gu Hai stepped forward and said solemnly. The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. Is the Taishang sect's Taiji diagram in your hands? Is the Long Zhangguo sect's Immortal Dome in your hands? Long Zhangguo's Immortal Dome has been destroyed in the heavenly realm. Everyone knows that. The Taiji diagram of the Taishang Dao. Ha, never seen it before. Your Excellency is a Tongtian. It should not be difficult to see that this is Xuandu's excuse. Gu Hai shook his head. The Taiji diagram is definitely in your and Zhang Yulian's hands. The Fire Emperor was the one who said that. Xian Du glared at him. Xuandu understood the consequences of deceiving the Tongtian sect master, so he naturally roared out immediately. Oh! The Tongtian sect master suddenly looked towards the Fire Emperor. Seeing the Fire Emperor, Tongtian revealed a cold smile. Fire Emperor? It seems that Xian Qiong is right. Gu Hai's expression darkened. What did he mean by the Immortal Dome was unmistakable. The Tongtian sect master didn't explain to Gu Hai. Instead, he looked at the Fire Emperor and said, you didn't have the ability to take it back then. Now, you don't have the right either. On account of Jiang Lianshan, scram. The Fire Emperor glared at him. Tongtian, you want to steal my Immortal Dome too? It's not that I'm looking down on you. With your abilities, you want to steal my Immortal Dome? Leave now. If not, don't blame me for being impolite. As the Tongtian spoke, he waved his hand. Don't even think about it. The Fire Emperor flew into a rage. Hiss. The entire area was dyed purple. Vaguely, one could see a gigantic purple sword light flying towards the Fire Emperor. The Fire Emperor's expression changed as he transformed into a phoenix and swiped its claws towards the sword. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the phoenix was sent flying. Its entire body was crackling with electricity. Hiss! The purple sword retracted and returned to the Tongtian sect master's sleeves. The Fire Emperor was in an extremely sorry state as blood splattered all over his body. One move. Kong Xian's face fell. He had always known that the Tongtian sect master was powerful. However, he didn't expect him to be so ferocious. He defeated the Fire Emperor in one move. He had fought with him for half a day. Cough cough. Pooh. Tongtian sect master, just you wait, just you wait. The Fire Emperor flew towards the south in grief. If it weren't for Jiang Lianshan, you would have been reunited with your 6 brothers. Tongtian spoke coldly. He defeated the Fire Emperor in one move. Everyone in the surroundings was aghast. Feng Yu and Ao Sheng's expressions turned ugly as they stood far away, not daring to interfere. Tongtian sect master. The strength he displayed was actually not weaker than the Long Zhanghua of the past. How could such a strong person be defeated in one move? Xian Du also didn't dare to interrupt. After defeating the Fire Emperor in one move, the Tongtian sect master once again looked towards Gu Hai in the soaring sky palace square. At this moment, everything seemed to be under the control of the Tongtian sect master. Kong Xian, Shengguan Hen, Ao Shun, Mo Yike, Chen Tianshan, Gao Xianji, Montez and the others all had ugly expressions on their faces. They weren't even on the same level. Even a fierce person like Kong Xian wouldn't be a match for the Tongtian sect master. I'm meat on the chopping block. Facing the Tongtian sect master's strength, everyone felt a deep sense of helplessness. He was too strong. He was unshakable. Gu Hai's eye of life and death couldn't be used now. Gu Hai understood that even if he used the Eye of Life and Death, he wouldn't be a match for the Tongtian sect master. The ability to defeat the Fire Emperor so easily wasn't something he could contend against. Gu Hai. Ha, I've heard about you for a long time. Ever since Long Zhanghua took you as his trusted aide, your name has been known throughout the world. However, sometimes, reputation can't feed you. Long Zhanghua has fallen. You should understand your situation. Alright, hand over the Taiji diagram. Also, Long Zhanggua's Immortal Dome. You don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Hand it over to me, the Tongtian sect master said coldly. The Tongtian sect master's tone was unquestionable. It was as if he was ordering Gu Hai to hand over everything. Ha ha, Tongtian sect master. Just based on Xian Du's words, you're so sure that these 2 items are with me? Aren't you being too presumptuous? Xian Du only spoke blindly to protect his life. Could it be that you're so muddle-headed as to be manipulated by him? Gu Hai suddenly said coldly. Muddle-headed? Gu Hai was scolding the Tongtian for being muddle-headed? Xian Du was stunned. In the distance, Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu and Ao Sheng were also stunned. Was Gu Hai tired of living? He dared to insult the Tongtian when he was questioning him. The Tongtian wasn't someone to be trifled with. If he wanted to destroy you, he would destroy you. Kong Xian and the others behind him were also anxious. They didn't know why His Majesty was being so rude. Did His Majesty think that he could fight with him? Mobilizing the power of the Dahan Empire? It couldn't be. With the power of the Dahan Empire and 300 cities, even if all the citizens lent their power to His Majesty, it wouldn't be enough. The Tongtian was too strong. Just like Long Zhanghua back then, how could they fight with him? No one dared to interrupt. In a distant mountain forest, the mosquito Daoran transformed into a small mosquito and hid in a crack in a rock. He was also shocked. Gu Hai isn't going to hide his strength anymore. Is he going to fight with the Tongtian sect master? The mosquito Doran's eyes flashed. Muddle-headed? The Tongtian sect master's eyes also suddenly turned cold. The Tongtian didn't admire Gu Hai like the Long Zhanghua. With the Tongtian's murderous nature, he would kill if he wanted to. He had no fear in his heart. Based on what you said just now, I have no reason to spare you. Xian Du lied. Ha, he wouldn't dare to lie in front of me. That's why I believe him. Hand it over immediately. Otherwise, I'll crush your city and you into pieces, the Tongtian sect master said with a cold expression. Crush it into pieces? Ha ha ha, what a Wanshou Taoism Tongtian sect master. I heard from Zhang Yulian that in the past, the Wanshou Taoism was controlled by the Taisheng Taoism. When the Taisheng was alive, he respected the will of heaven above and was benevolent to all living things below. He never resorted to trickery and never did evil to the world. Who would have thought that the Taisheng is no longer here? The Tongtian sect master really has a murderous nature. Gu Hai said coldly. The Tongtian sect master sneered as he looked at the people behind Gu Hai. Ha, what a troublesome thing. No wonder Long Zhanggua thinks so highly of you. However, this is useless against me. If I want to kill you, I can kill you. If you don't tell me, I'll start with your subordinates and kill them one by one. The expressions of Shangguan Hen, Ao Shun, Kong Xian, Gao Xianji, and the others all changed. Kong Xian's eyes flashed with anger as he was about to step forward. Slap! Gu Hai reached out and stopped Kong Xian. Kong Xian was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Hai looked at the Tongtian sect master and said with a cold smile, Tongtian sect master, do you really think that no one in the infinite celestial capital is your match? Xuandu was stunned. On the other side, Supreme Feng Yu and Ao Sheng's expressions also darkened. What does Gu Hai mean? Is there anyone in the infinite celestial capital who is a match for the Tongtian sect master? That's impossible, right? Why didn't he come out earlier? Even Ao Shun, Kong Xian, and Shangguan Hen were at a loss. Even they weren't a match for the Tongtian sect master. Who else could it be? What other experts were hidden in the infinite celestial capital? Gu Hai's tone was resolute. He didn't cower in the slightest in the face of the Tongtian sect master, as if he really did have something to rely on. However, there weren't many people in the world who could reach the level of the Tongtian sect master, and those few people couldn't possibly defend the country for Gu Hai. Besides, they might not necessarily be a match for the Tongtian sect master. Where did Gu Hai's reliance come from? The Tongtian sect master also narrowed his eyes and coldly swept his gaze over the infinite celestial capital. Strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Ha, it's fine if you used words to trick that brat Shiyu in the past, but now you want to trick me too. I'll also give you a chance. If your infinite celestial capital can take one of my attacks, I'll spare your lives. The Tongtian sect master said coldly. Take one of your attacks? Ha, if I can take one of the Tongtian sect master's attacks, would I still need your forgiveness? Gu Hai sneered. That's right. If you can take one of my attacks, then you don't need my forgiveness. Humph, if you can take one of my attacks, then I'll ignore you and leave immediately. But if you can't, ha. The Tongtian sect master sneered. If you can't, then you'll all die. No one can save you. The officials of the infinite celestial capital finally panicked. They looked at Gu Hai, not knowing what to do. If that's the case, then I'll invite someone. Gu Hai said coldly. At the side, Xuandu looked at Gu Hai as if he was looking at a dead man. He still dared to negotiate with the sect master. This Gu Hai must have lost his mind. The sect master also found it strange. Why did he agree to Gu Hai's requests? The sect master's personality had always been to do whatever he wanted. If it were in the past, he would have killed Gu Hai with one finger. Gu Hai invited someone. There were no more experts in the infinite celestial capital. How could he invite someone? All the officials were at a loss. Then, they saw Gu Hai reach out and grab the life entrapment blade. He twisted his hand. Buzz! The surroundings suddenly changed rapidly. In the middle of the change, fog shot in all directions. At the center of the fog, a huge opening suddenly opened, like a black hole in the void. Once the black hole appeared, Zhang Sanfeng and the others all ran far away. However, Shangguanhen and Ao Shun had a strange look in their eyes. Wasn't this the passage that transported Sun Wukong last time? Was Sun Wukong going to be transported back again? However, Gu Hai suddenly said, Gu Hai of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty invites the Tongtian sect master. Gu Hai invited the Tongtian sect master, and the countless officials around were stunned. What did he mean? Formation, Cloud Beast. Mo Yike said in shock. Formation of Cloud Beast? In the past, he formed Zhang Sanfeng and Dongfang and was undefeated. Was he going to form a Tongtian sect master now? Was he going to use the Cloud Beast to fight the real Tongtian sect master against the real Tongtian sect master? But would that work? Xuandu, who was not far away, also opened his mouth in shock. Was Gu Hai crazy? Chess Cloud Beast? It's not like we don't know about that. But you want to fight the real Tongtian sect master? Have you lost your mind? Boom! Suddenly, a purplish-black gas gushed out of the cave, and a terrifying pressure slowly spread out from the cave. Everyone thought that it was the Tongtian sect master who was forming the Cloud Beast. However, only Gu Hai knew that it was not a Cloud Beast this time, but a summoning to teleport the Tongtian sect master from Earth's celestial world over. The Heavenly Lord of Prime Clarity from Earth's celestial world was going to fight the Wanshou Taoism's Tongtian sect master. Boom! 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 From the black hole, purplish-black gas rushed into the sky. Suddenly, a right foot stepped out from the purplish-black gas. Chapter 780. Boom! A foot stepped out of the black hole. As the foot stepped out, more purplish-black gas soared into the sky. At the same time, billions of sword chi appeared out of thin air and surrounded the figure that stepped out slowly. When Gu Hai started setting up the array, the Tongtian sect master didn't think much of it. After all, his immortal slaying sword array was the most powerful sword array in the world. Especially in the battle 6 years ago, the heaven-splitting axe, the cauldron of Qiankuan, the chaos bell, and the fragments of the apocalypse were all integrated into his 7 immortal slaying swords. The Tongtian was confident that no Dharma treasure in the world could compare to his 7 immortal slaying swords. Even if old man Guanqi set up an array, he was confident that he could destroy it, let alone a mere Gu Hai. When Gu Hai said, "Please welcome the Tongtian sect master," the Tongtian sect master knew what array it was. Wasn't this the array that old man Guanqi set up in the past? Using an array to form a cloud beast. Imitating an expert. When old man Guanqi set up an array, even he wasn't afraid, let alone a chess array. To imitate an expert, one had to know everything about the expert. Do you, Gu Hai, know anything about me? Ridiculous. Even old man Guanqi didn't dare to say that he would form me. You still have the nerve to do that? Originally, the Tongtian sect master didn't think much of the cloud beast. However, when the foot stepped out, the Tongtian sect master's pupils suddenly shrank. Sword Chi. That's right, the sword aura surrounding the cloud beast contained a ferocious aura within it. This was his unique technique. The cloud beast in front of him could form too. The sword chi formed around the guard. Obviously, the cloud beast that hadn't appeared yet had started to cover its surroundings and protect itself. Boom! With a loud sound, the array formed by Gu Hai retreated, and the black hole disappeared. However, the cloud beast had already formed. The purplish-black aura that surrounded him was somewhat similar to that of the Tongtian sect master. However, as he landed, the sword chi and black aura in the surroundings gradually decreased. Slowly, a man in a black brocade robe with an extraordinary bearing appeared. The man stood in the air and did not release much of his aura. However, he gave people a feeling of indomitable spirit. It was as if he was the only one left in the world. In the infinite celestial capital, countless swords suddenly began to vibrate. Buzz. Countless people clutched their swords, their faces filled with shock. My Taiji sword? This is... Zhang Sanfeng pressed down on his sword in shock. Dongfang's invincible thin needles also trembled incessantly. What's going on? Dugu Qiubai asked in surprise. Sword. It seems to be worshipping the emperor. Shimen Chuexiu frowned. Pay respects to the emperor. Dongfang Bubi's expression darkened. Yes, this black-robed man is like the king of all swords in the world. When he appears, the hearts of millions of swords move, as if they are worshipping him. Shimen Chuexiu's eyelids twitched wildly. The black-robed man stood in the air, not looking at anyone. Instead, he looked up at the sky. He took a deep breath. 6 Immortal Dome. Ha! The black-robed man seemed to be excited as he laughed out loud. Greetings, Tongtian sect master. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Buzz! The black-robed man turned his head. Huh! Everyone's expression froze. Is that the Tongtian sect master? He doesn't look like him at all. Yeah, other than their swordsmanship auras, they don't look the same at all. Is that the Tongtian sect master, the cloud beast that His Majesty created with the array formation? Everyone suddenly felt like they were looking at a fake Tongtian. More importantly, this fake did not look like him at all. Although they were full of doubts, no one spoke. When the black-robed man saw Gu Hai, he suddenly smiled and bowed slightly. Tongtian from the Jie sect greets Mr. Good. Dahan is in trouble this time, so I asked for your forgiveness, sect master. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Ha 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 ha. You don't have to do that. I'm happy that you found me. The black-robed man laughed. Because the attacker is also a Tongtian sect master. You should know him. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Oh. The Tongtian from the Jie sect turned his head and looked. When he looked, a look of scrutiny flashed across the Tongtian's eyes. That look did not affect Wanshou Tongtian much, but Xuandu, who was beside him, suddenly trembled as if he was under the pressure of heaven. He almost knelt down. In the distance, Ao Sheng and Feng Yu had already opened their mouths wide. This aura. It's actually not weaker than the Tongtian sect master. Really, what a powerful aura. The two of them were at a loss as they talked. Did they see a ghost? Tongtian sect master. And then a Tongtian sect master appeared. Mosquito Daoran in the distance was also shocked. Mosquito Daoran suddenly felt his scalp go numb. Why did it turn into a Tongtian? Why did it turn into a Tongtian? This aura is completely the same. No, it's different, but it's equally perverted. They're both perverted things. Mosquito Daoran said in shock. Although the Tongtian from the Jie sect did not pose much of a threat to Wanshou Tongtian, that look made Wanshou Tongtian's eyes focus. Tongtian sect master. Which generation are you? Why don't I know you? Wanshou Tongtian suddenly said with a cold look in his eyes. This person did not look like him. Could it be another Tongtian sect master from the Wanshou Taoism during his reincarnation? After all, those Tongtian had only obtained his inheritance, not his first generation. They were just puppets looking for the essence of the sword Dao for him. But the person in front of him was not among those puppets. The Tongtian from the Jie sect looked at Wanshou Tongtian with a hint of curiosity. In the immortal world on earth, the Tongtian from the Jie sect also knew about the 6 paths of immortality. He had heard from Gu Hai that there was a famous person like him. So it was him. I don't care who you are. There can only be one Tongtian sect master in this world. Wanshou Tongtian said coldly. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve. Hiss. A purple long sword suddenly appeared on his right hand. The long sword was simple and unadorned, but it had a breathtaking aura. One look at it made one's heart jump. Previously, it was only the light of the immortal slaying sword that dealt with the Fire Emperor. Now, it was the physical body of the immortal slaying sword. It could be seen how much importance he attached to the Tongtian from the Jie sect. The immortal slaying sword appeared. Countless sword sounds in all directions became more intense. This time, it was as if they were worshipping the immortal slaying sword. Xian Du quickly retreated with a trace of fear. No matter what the cloud beast condensed by Gu Hai was like, the level of the next battle could be seen from how the sect master attached so much importance to it. Xian Du did not dare to be affected by the aftermath and quickly hid. The immortal slaying sword, the best sword in the world. When it was used by the Tongtian from the Wanshou Taoism, no force in the world would have to retreat. The experts in the endless celestial capital were worried. Even Gu Hai clenched his fists and waited. Oh! Immortal slaying sword. Tongtian's eyes lit up. In the next moment, he saw the Tongtian from the Jie sect also waving his sleeve. Hiss! A purple long sword suddenly appeared on the right hand of the Tongtian from the Jie sect. The long sword was simple and unadorned. It was exactly the same as Wanshou Tongtian's immortal slaying sword. The same purple aura soared into the sky, and the same purple lightning covered the surface of the sword. When the sword was drawn, countless sword sounds came from all directions. Exactly the same. If the two Tongtian sect masters did not look the same, one would think that they were looking at a mirror. Another immortal slaying sword? Kong Xian was shocked. Not only Kong Xian, but everyone around was also dumbfounded. Gu Hai condensed a replica of the Tongtian sect master, but he also made a replica of the immortal slaying sword. Is it the real immortal slaying sword? Mosquito Doran's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Others might not be able to tell the difference, but Mosquito Doran had suffered from the immortal slaying sword before. With the help of his clan's supernatural powers, he could confirm it at a glance. Is there a second immortal slaying sword in the world? Wanshou Tongtian's feelings were not much different from the others at the moment. He was a little depressed and confused. Do you think the immortal slaying sword is so easy to refine? He only had this one immortal slaying sword after so many years, but Gu Hai could condense it with a formation. The replica in front of him seemed to be getting more and more evil. Gu Hai, your chess formation is really good. Ah, it's a pity that a fake is a fake. Can you take my sword? Wanshou Tongtian's eyes turned cold. As he spoke, he swung the immortal slaying sword in his hand. Boom! The full strength of the Tongtian sect master's sword was terrifying. When the sword was slashed out, it did not carry the sword momentum, but the momentum of the heavens. When the sword was slashed out, the sky behind the Tongtian sect master seemed to collapse. It collapsed into the immortal slaying sword and was released towards the Tongtian of the Jie sect. That sword was the end of the world, a great destruction. When they saw that sword, many experts trembled. When facing this sword, they didn't think of resisting, but rather of despair. The moment Wanshou Tongtian slashed out, the Tongtian of the Jie sect also moved. Intercepting the power of the heavens and the earth for one's own use? Intercepting the sword. I know how to do that too. The Tongtian of the Jie sect flashed with excitement for battle. Boom! The Tongtian of the Jie sect also slashed out with his sword. When the sword was slashed out, the sky on this side also seemed to collapse as the sword slashed towards the other party. The same immortal slaying sword, the same sword technique, and the same earth-shattering power collided in the void. At this moment, Xuandu, Ao Sheng, and Feng Yu felt their scalps go numb. At the same time, they were extremely scared. What's wrong with me? How dare I come here to destroy the limitless celestial capital? The two swords collided in the void. At the moment of collision, the void suddenly tore open at the tip of the sword. Boom! Countless cracks tore through the void. Everywhere they went, everything was torn into pieces. A huge black hole radiated in all directions in an instant during the big explosion. Oh no! Gu Hai's expression changed. He quickly used the life entrapment saber to set up a formation to protect the limitless celestial capital. Even so, the limitless celestial capital was instantly shrouded by the black hole as if it was going to be crushed. Roar! In the sky above the limitless celestial capital, the golden dragon of destiny roared and surged towards the periphery of the formation. The formation shook, and only then did it manage to protect the limitless celestial capital. However, it couldn't hold on for long. Fortunately, after the two Tongtian sect masters' swords collided, they both withdrew their swords. Rumble! The rolling storm swept up countless mountains and trees to fill up the shattered black hole. After a while, the huge black hole was filled up amidst the smoke and dust. The limitless celestial capital shook and almost collapsed. Gu Hai was still in a state of shock. That was a close call. The fog slowly dispersed, but the others seemed to have forgotten about the danger just now. They couldn't wait to look at the two Tongtian sect master. Chapter 781. The two Tongtian sect master were still standing in their original positions, coldly looking at each other. The surroundings slowly returned to normal, but no one could forget the power of the collision between the two swords. It was too fierce. The mess around them was enough to explain everything. Even the boundless heaven had moved a distance away. In the distance, some dragons and Shuangwu clansmen were even vomiting blood from the aftershock. The two Tongtian sect master stood facing each other coldly. No one dared to approach. Is that a cloud beast? It's so powerful. It blocked the Tongtian sect master's sword. How is that possible? Supreme Feng Yu and Ao Sheng both stared in shock. In the distance, Mosquito Daoran was also completely stunned. What was going on? Gu Hai could fight the Tongtian sect master to a standstill with just a cloud beast. It can't be, right? Mosquito Daoran was suddenly more afraid of Gu Hai. Never believe that he's from the Central Celestial Palace. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Mosquito Daoran suppressed the fear in his heart and whispered. In the distance, Wanshou Tongtian had already hidden his right hand in his sleeve. He had already put away the Immortal extermination sword. No one could see that his right hand was trembling slightly at this moment. It wasn't fear, but the collision just now was so powerful that his right hand was numb. Not far away, the Tongtian from the Jie school also hid his hand in his sleeve. He must have also suffered great damage. The two were not afraid. Instead, there was a fierce fighting spirit in their eyes. Fight again. Gu Hai didn't want them to fight again. Tongtian sect master of the Wanshou Taoism. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Wanshou Tongtian's eyes turned cold. He turned to look at Gu Hai. At this moment, Manshou Tongtian no longer underestimated Gu Hai. With this cloud beast, Gu Hai was worthy of his attention. Another Tongtian sect master. What kind of method was this? Sect leader of Wanshou Taoism, please fulfill your promise. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Promise? 10,000 beasts. Tongtian's face suddenly darkened. Previously, he had looked down on Gu Hai's strength, which was why he had boasted that as long as Gu Hai could withstand his sword, he would immediately turn around and leave. However, there had to be someone who was qualified enough to keep his promise. If it had been a normal person, the Tongtian sect master would not have cared about the promise and would have just continued to kill. However, in front of him, this strange Tongtian from the Jie school made him have no choice but to be careful. Gu Hai's status instantly rose to the highest. Even if he was not as good as him, he was still very weak. Fight? Fight? Stand? Manshou Tongtian looked at the Tongtian from the Jie school, and a monstrous battle intent flashed in his eyes. However, he was extremely careful. It was not his style to retreat now. He was about to ignore it and kill the counterfeit in front of him. Sect leader of Wansho Taoism, the resurrection ceremony is imminent. I request for a truce. After the resurrection ceremony, if you have any doubts, come and find me again. How about it? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Mansho Tongtian narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. Resurrection ceremony? Mansho Tongtian naturally attached great importance to it. There were still a few months before Mansho Tongtian arrived early. It could be seen how important it was. After the resurrection ceremony? Compete again. Mansho Tongtian pondered for a moment, then revealed a cold smile. Alright, I'll experience your methods again at the resurrection ceremony. Humph. Mansho Tongtian snorted coldly and flicked his sleeve. His figure slowly disappeared. As he disappeared, Mansho Tongtian stared at the Tongtian from the Jie school. Seeing that the Tongtian from the Jie school did not seem to be attacking, he suddenly left. Mansho Tongtian stopped fighting, and so did the Tongtian from the Jie school. The battle ended abruptly just like that. However, the sword strike of the two Tongtian sect masters was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. No one dared to say anything. As soon as Mansho Tongtian left, Xian Du's expression changed and he revealed a look of fear. The sect master has left? Even the sect master can't do anything to Gu Hai. Sect master, wait for me. Xian Du shot towards the northeast in fear. He did not dare to stay for a moment longer. What if Gu Hai, no, the cloud beast condensed by the array formation, killed him? That was an existence that could not determine the outcome of the battle with the sect master. Xian Du left in fear. Gu Hai did not stop him. Mansho Tongtian left without any intention of waiting for Xian Du along the way. He also recalled all the details of the Tongtian from the Jie school. Almost exactly the same as the real person. Moreover, although my heart of killing has been passed down for many generations, none of the previous Tongtian sect masters had it. But this cloud beast has it. Even the unique immortal slaying sword is exactly the same. No, there is a slight difference. His immortal slaying sword does not seem to have merged with the fragments of the heaven-splitting axe. Mansho Tongtian pondered. He said that he is from the Jie school. No, what does the Jie school mean? Wansho Taoism, I am from the Tongtian lineage, not the Jie school. Mansho Tongtian frowned deeply. Even though he left, Mansho Tongtian turned his head to look at the infinite celestial capital in confusion. Everything seemed too strange. What is going on? Why is there someone so similar to me? In the distance, outside the infinite celestial capital, the Tongtian from the Jie school also looked at Mansho Tongtian, who left with a cold gaze. Without saying anything, he stepped into the infinite celestial capital. Boom! Gu Hai waved his hand, and the surrounding formation condensed a rolling fog. It covered everything. When the Tongtian from the Jie school arrived, the surrounding guards of the Dahan stepped aside. When Kong Xian saw the arrival of the Tongtian from the Jie school, his eyelids also twitched wildly. A guarded expression appeared on his face. Kong Xian, don't worry. Gu Hai shook his head and smiled. Whoosh! In the distance, a black shadow rushed over. It was the Mosquito Daoren who suddenly approached. When Mosquito Daoren saw the Tongtian from the Jie school, he was also shocked. Gu Hai, this is... Mosquito Daoren swallowed his saliva and asked with a hint of fear. Mosquito Daoren didn't dare to say that he was a cloud beast because the Tongtian sect master in front of him looked like a real person with flesh and blood. In fact, Mosquito Daoren could even smell the scent of his blood. It was incomparably tempting, but also incomparably dangerous. I told you before. That's why I left the infinite celestial capital this time. Gu Hai said with a smile. Why? Recruit troops? Mosquito Daoran suddenly opened his mouth wide. He originally thought that recruiting Kong Xian was abnormal enough, but now, this. No, he's not a cloud beast. He was recruited. But, where did they come from? This is Mosquito Daoran. You should have heard of him before. Gu Hai introduced. Mosquito Daoran? The Mosquito Daoran who swallowed my disciple, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit? The Tongtian sect master's eyes suddenly turned cold. Mosquito Daoran's expression immediately changed. Sect master, please forgive me. No, no. Mosquito Daoran was immediately frightened. His disciple. Wasn't he the disciple of the Tongtian sect master? Could it be the same person? In an instant, hundreds of thoughts flashed through Mosquito Daoran's mind. He was inexplicably shocked. What are you afraid of? I'm not talking about you, the Tongtian sect master said coldly. After saying that, he ignored Mosquito Daoran. Mosquito Daoran immediately felt like he had been pardoned, but in the next moment, he fought in his mind again. What did he mean by not talking about me? Could it be that there was another Mosquito Daoran who swallowed the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit? Mosquito Daoran was puzzled, but he did not dare to ask. Gu Hai, however, extended his hand and guided him. The Tongtian sect master nodded and followed Gu Hai into the soaring palace hall. Quang! The door of the hall slammed shut, and everyone was left outside. However, at this moment, no one dared to follow. Only Gu Hai and the Tongtian sect master were left in the soaring palace hall. The Tongtian sect master took a deep breath and extended his right hand. On his right hand, the Tongtian sect master's perlicue split open, and traces of blood seeped out. You're injured? Gu Hai asked in surprise. It's just a scratch on my hand. I'm fine, the Tongtian sect master said with an ugly expression. The longevity Tongtian's hands were numb. On the other hand, the Tongtian of Jie school was bleeding from his perlicue. He's stronger than you? Gu Hai asked with a frown. There's something wrong with his sword. His immortal slaying sword is stronger, the Tongtian of Jie school said with an ugly expression. Oh. I remember now. His immortal slaying sword is different from yours. It contains the fragments of the heaven-splitting axe, the chaos bell, the cauldron of heaven and earth, and the apocalypse. Gu Hai recalled. Oh. The Tongtian sect master's expression changed. Thank you so much for what you did just now. Gu Hai thanked him again. No need to thank me. My father has already given me an explanation. I just didn't expect to meet someone who overlaps with me the moment I arrived. Ha, good technique. I wonder how his immortal slaying sword formation is. I'll have to experience his immortal slaying sword formation next time, the Tongtian sect master said with strong anticipation in his eyes. Tongtian sect master, do you need to go back? Or do you want to stay here temporarily? Gu Hai asked. It's rare for you to come here. How can you go back so easily? By the way, Zhang Yulian is pregnant with your child, the Tongtian sect master said with a change in expression. Ah. Really? Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, but it's still too early to give birth. Sun Wukong will be transported back in less than 10 days. We knew that you wouldn't be far from summoning others. I didn't expect the first one to be me, the Tongtian sect master said with satisfaction. From what I remember, you were the strongest in the investiture of the gods battle, so. Gu Hai said with a smile. I don't know why Sun Wukong went crazy when he went back. He seemed to have been wronged and wanted to go to the 18th level of hell to train. But that's good. It saves them trouble. The Tongtian sect master nodded. Sun Wukong. I hope he can make a name for himself in the future. Since I left. I've been back for more than a year, but it's only been 10 days on Earth. Gu Hai said with a deep voice. No, It's only 12 days in the immortal realm on Earth. The Tongtian sect master explained. Ah. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback and smiled bitterly. Indeed, it was still too early for Zhang Yulian to give birth. Son. Son. In an instant, Gu Hai's eyes flashed with impatience. In the immortal dome of the six paths, Gu Hai had sons, Guqin, Guhan, Gutang, and Guming. But they were all adopted sons. Even if he raised them as his own, Gu Hai was still excited when he heard that they were related by blood. He couldn't wait to go back. But how difficult was it to go to the immortal dome of the 30 paths? Find someone to explain this place to me. Everything here is unfamiliar. You mentioned the resurrection ceremony earlier. The old man Guanqi you were talking about. He's coming back to life. The Tongtian sect master said with a deep voice. I'll explain everything to you later. Even if I don't have time, I'll get someone to explain it to you. Old man Guanqi. Yes, he's coming back to life. And this time, he seems to be coming with a vengeance. I feel that his bow has been drawn to a full moon. He's just waiting for the day of the resurrection ceremony to shoot the arrow to the heavens. Gu Hai said with a deep voice. Heaven-defying? Ha, ha ha ha, what a coincidence. How can we miss such a grand occasion? The Tongtian sect master's eyes flashed with excitement. Chapter 782. The Sacred Ground of Spirited Mountain. In the Hall of Great Strength. All three Buddhas had entered the 18 levels of hell once. At this moment, they were emitting billowing demonic aura. It was obvious that they had all made extraordinary breakthroughs. A monk in front of them was reporting respectfully. The Tongtian sect master arrived at the infinite celestial capital and was repelled by Gu Hai. The future Buddha said in shock, as if he couldn't believe it. Yes, Buddhas. The information from the Guqin terracotta is accurate. Gu Hai used the Godao ritual array to simulate another Tongtian. When the immortal vanquishing swords clashed, the outcome was a draw. That monk said with a nod. Understood. You may leave. The past Buddha said. The monk respectfully left the Hall of Great Strength. In the Hall of Great Strength, the three Buddhas looked at each other. We still underestimated this Gu Hai. The present Buddha said coldly. Future. Is it the future Tongtian sect master? The future Buddha frowned. The present Buddha shook his head. I'm not sure at the moment. However, this Gu Hai is becoming more and more complicated. Perhaps he has some restrictions that forced him to come to Spirited Mountain to capture Sun Wukong. Or perhaps he can only teleport one person over at a time. Therefore, we must send Sun Wukong back. Oh. The two Buddhas frowned. If Gu Hai was here, he would be surprised by the present Buddha's wisdom. In the past, the present Buddha could see through the immortal firmament at a glance. Now, he could guess why they had to send Sun Wukong away. One Kong Xian is already troublesome enough for Gu Hai. Now, there's the Tongtian sect master. This Gu Hai is very troublesome. The future Buddha said with a frown. The resurrection ceremony is around the corner. We will meet then. How do you feel now? Do you want to follow me into the 18 levels of hell again? The present Buddha asked. Yes, Buddha. I still want to go, the past Buddha answered immediately. Me too. The future Buddha also said. Although he was irritated and his temperament was slightly twisted, his strength had indeed increased. The resurrection ceremony might be a bloody battle. If he could become stronger, then he would. Dian Dynasty, Shenong City, Flame God Temple. Jiang Lianshan and the elite guard listened as the official reported everything that had happened in the infinite celestial capital. Tongtian sect master. Retreated? The Jing Wei glared at him. Yes, princess. The official said respectfully. You may leave. Jiang Lianshan said calmly. Yes. After the official left, the elite guard said in disbelief, Old man, is the formation of the Tao of chess really that powerful? Even the prime of Tongtian can create one that is exactly the same. Jiang Lianshan shook his head. I'm starting to believe that the Book of Changes wasn't made by Long Zhanghua. Book of Changes? That's right. Looks like it's also this Gu Hai. Ha, I've really underestimated him. Every once in a while, there's a surprise. What a variable. Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes. A surprise? To me, it's a surprise, but it's also a surprise to old man Guanqi, right? Humph. Jiang Lianshan snorted coldly. Infinite Celestial Capital. While Gu Hai and the Tongtian sect master were discussing the soaring palace hall, the officials were waiting respectfully. In the distance, Supreme Feng Yu and Ao Sheng naturally didn't dare to be presumptuous. They quickly left with their subordinates. Gu Hai and the Tongtian sect master talked for a while before they left. Mo Yike. Gu Hai called. Here. The Tongtian sect master will be staying in the Three Pristines Hall in the palace for now. You'll be in charge of receiving the Tongtian sect master. If he has any questions, you'll be in charge of cooperating with him. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Mo Yike's eyes lit up. Mo Yike had been curious for a long time. It couldn't be better that His Majesty entrusted this matter to him. Mosquito Daoran had a strange expression on his face. However, he didn't dare to speak. Kong Xian looked in surprise at the Tongtian sect master being led away by Mo Yike. His expression was complicated. He had thought that he was already the most powerful person in the Dahan imperial dynasty. Who would have thought that the Tongtian sect master would suddenly appear? Kong Xian also looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Shangguan Hen. Ao Shun. Gu Hai said. Here, the two answered. Shangguan Hen, the Tongtian sect master participated in the creation of your art of 8 and 9 mysteries. Ao Shun, the Tongtian sect master is indiscriminate in his education and is extremely proficient in the arts of the Yao race. He must know a lot about the cultivation of the dragon race. I have already told the Tongtian sect master. If you have any questions, you can ask him. Gu Hai said. Yes, the two answered excitedly, their eyes lighting up. Gao Xianji. Gu Hai said. Here. In the chaos just now, countless buildings in the city were reduced to rubble. The citizens must have been injured. Immediately bring people to treat the citizens and clean up the hidden dangers. All officials are to cooperate fully. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials answered. All the officials quickly moved under Gu Hai's command. Chen Tianshan, bring Kong Xian to familiarize himself with the infinite celestial capital and bring him to the 5th district residence. That place is prepared for the 5th Army's commander. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Chen Tianshan answered. In the blink of an eye, the officials in the soaring Sky Hall's plaza were all gone. Gu Hai looked up at the 4 cloud beasts. Zhang Sanfeng, Dugu Qiubai, Shimen Chue Xue, and Dongfang Bubi all looked at Gu Hai with anticipation in their eyes. The 4 of you, please bear with it when you set up the formation later. Gu Hai said with a smile. Ancient Emperor, go ahead. What's pain? Zhang Sanfeng smiled brightly. All right. Gu Hai nodded. He extended his hand and turned the life entrapment saber slightly. Above the infinite celestial capital, the formation started moving again. With the life entrapment saber, Gu Hai started setting up the 33 great formations. Rumble. The great formations moved, forcibly drawing in spiritual energy from all directions. Instantly, the infinite celestial capital filled with multicolored light and auspicious aura. As the great formations changed, the four cloud beasts' bodies also started twisting rapidly. Arg! Dongfang Bubi suddenly cried out in pain. It felt like his entire body was about to be crushed. However, after just one cry, Dongfang Bubi grit his teeth with a sinister expression. The other three did not fare any better. After 5 minutes, everything calmed down. However, the four were already sweating profusely and looked like they were about to collapse. Cutting your body out of the Great Formation is indeed painful. However, it is over now. The four of you, follow me. Gu Hai said solemnly. The four looked at Gu Hai and stepped off the Great Formation weakly. We broke free. Zhang Sanfeng's face lit up with joy. However, our bodies are very weak. Furthermore, it feels like our bodies are slowly dissipating after leaving the Great Formation. Dongfang Bubi said worriedly. Despite the excruciating pain, the four still followed Gu Hai to the soaring sky hall. Clang! The doors to the great hall suddenly closed. Gu Hai placed 4 buckets of water in front of him. They were filled with heaven-replenishing power. I will use my flesh to nourish your bodies. Enter the buckets. Gu Hai said solemnly. The four looked at each other and stepped into the buckets. Gu Hai slowly tore off 4 small pieces of flesh from his body and infused them into the four's illusory bodies. Buzz! Heaven-replenishing power immediately surged. With these 4 pieces of flesh as the foundation, meridians, bones, blood, skin, and flesh quickly appeared. With the 4 as the outlines, they quickly filled in. Arg! The 4 immediately cried out in pain. However, they were more excited. Flesh bodies. Flesh bodies were growing. ZZZ. After a series of flesh bodies grew, the 4 slowly gained flesh bodies. However, their appearances were still their original appearances. After 1 whole day, buzz! All of the heaven-replenishing power suddenly disappeared. The 4's bodies were completely replenished. Gu Hai threw 4 sets of clothes to them. The 4 quickly put them on. All of your cultivation is gone. Dugu Qiubai frowned. So what if my cultivation is gone? I am a real person now. Even if my cultivation is gone, I can just cultivate again. Zhang Sanfeng smiled. Our bodies are built with the ancient emperor's flesh as the foundation. They are really tough. Dongfang Bubi's eyes flashed with satisfaction. To me, as long as my sword heart does not change, cultivation is not important. Shimen Chueshue said confidently. Thank you, ancient emperor. The 4 immediately bowed to Gu Hai. I want to establish 4 foreign affairs departments. I wonder if the 4 of you are willing to join my Dahan? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Foreign Affairs Department? Like the Deqian Celestial Empire's Elite Hall or Shinji Battalion? Dongfang Bubi said solemnly. Yes. You will not be controlled by the court system. You will be in charge of some of my personal matters. Gu Hai nodded. The 4 of us were created by the ancient emperor. Because of the ancient emperor, we have bodies. How can we not be willing? Wudang Mountain, Zhang Sanfeng, greets your majesty. Zhang Sanfeng said solemnly. Blackwood Cliff, Dongfang Bubi, greets your majesty. Wanmei Villa, Shimen Chueshue, greets your majesty. Sword Burial Valley, Dugu Qiubai, greets your majesty. The 4 immediately bowed slightly. The 4 of you have no cultivation at the moment. I have a place where you can quickly recover your cultivation. Gu Hai said. Oh. The 4 were slightly taken aback. However, Gu Hai waved his hand and disappeared from the hall with the other 4. They had arrived at the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. The Immortal Dome of the Ancients. As Gu Hai set up a 33 great design, the spiritual qi of the divine continent continued to flow into it. The time inside was not symmetrical with the outside world. Therefore, some civilizations had already been created in this world. Because Gu Hai had left countless cultivation techniques in this world, some sects had already been established. This is the Immortal Dome. Bubi Dongfang's expression suddenly changed. Yes. I have left countless cultivation techniques in this world. You can roam freely and establish your own sections. Here, time is not symmetrical with the divine continent. 1 day in the outside world is 10 years in this world. Gu Hai explained. Oh. The four were slightly taken aback. I hope that while you recover your cultivation here, you can guide the people in this Immortal Dome and create a flourishing world Immortal Dome as soon as possible. Gu Hai said solemnly. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I will establish the Wudang sect. I will establish the Sun Moon Immortal sect here. I will establish the Heavenly Sword Hall here. I will establish the Hall of Sword Demons. The four immediately expressed their intentions. I will leave it to you. These are 4 tokens. If something big happens or you want to leave, just crush them, and I will know. Gu Hai gave each of them a jade token. The 4 carefully kept them and nodded. Gu Hai gave each of them a storage ring. There were large amounts of resources, weapons, and treasures inside. He sent the 4 of them into the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Gu Hai stood in the sky and watched for a while before disappearing and returning to the soaring sky hall. Chapter 783. A year passed in the blink of an eye. The Resurrection Conference was around the corner. All the forces that received the invitation from the Sky Chess Pavilion headed to the Thousand Island Sea. Holy Mountain. Grand Hall. Di Shi Tian's body emitted bursts of black gas, and his eyes were suffused with traces of red light. Indra, how do you feel now? The past Buddha frowned. What Kong Xian did, I did too. Ha, the evil spirit is disturbing, but it's okay, I can suppress it. Indra said coldly. That's good. In that case, follow us to the Thousand Island Sea. The past Buddha said. Okay. Indra nodded. Hans Bodhisattva. The past Buddha looked at another monk. Here. The monk stepped forward. The monk sat upright like a statue. Before entering the main hall, he bowed to the Buddha of 3 worlds. The 3rd Buddha bowed to the Hans Bodhisattva. Hans Bodhisattva, in the past, you obtained the inheritance of Old Man Guanxi and comprehended the Buddhist principles, which benefited us greatly. You are both a Bodhisattva and a Buddhist teacher. The past Buddha said solemnly. Buddha, you flatter me. Hans obtained the inheritance of Old Man Guanxi by coincidence and became one of the 9 sons of Guanxi. Some of the theories were left by Old Man Guanxi, and I only mentioned them. I didn't expect that Old Man Guanxi was also so proficient in Buddhist principles. He is really extraordinary. Hans Bodhisattva exclaimed. Amateus, something big will happen at the Resurrection Conference. The 9 sons of Guanxi must have a great intention. Hans, if there is a conflict, go all out. The Holy Mountain will support you. The present Buddha stared at Hans Bodhisattva and said. Yes, thank you Buddha. Hans Bodhisattva said gratefully. It's about time, let's go. The future Buddha said. Everyone nodded. Out of the Grand Hall. The 3rd Buddha, Indra, and Hans Bodhisattva stepped on a cloud and the 5 of them shot toward the Thousand Island Sea in Dongfang. Farewell Buddha. Countless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas on the Holy Mountain said respectfully. Dian Dynasty, Shinong City, entrance of the Flame God Temple. Old man, why don't you let me go? The red-clothed female elite guard glared at Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan lowered his head and looked at his daughter. Solemnly, he shook his head and said, Jing Wei, I need you to protect my country. These are all excuses. The Jing Wei glared at him. No, no one knows what will happen at the revival assembly. I'm worried that I won't be able to leave immediately. But what if something happens in the imperial capital? Jiang Lianshan said worriedly. Resurrection ceremony? Fine, I won't go. Also, old man, if you go, don't hide anymore. Kill those who deserve to be killed. The elite guard said helplessly. That's my good daughter. Jiang Lianshan smiled with satisfaction. The elite guard snorted. White Emperor, Scarlet Emperor, Fire Emperor, let's go. Jiang Lianshan said. Yes. Boom. Instantly, the group flew into the sky. They turned into a ray of light and flew towards the Thousand Island Sea. His Holiness, you don't want the princess to go, is it because? White Emperor said worriedly. The revival assembly is extraordinary. I feel that it is extremely dangerous. Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Dangerous? Old man Guanqi is revived. Is he going to defy the heavens again? But even if he is defying the heavens, if we don't interfere, what danger will there be? The red-clothed Scarlet Emperor frowned and said. The Scarlet Emperor was an extremely handsome man. He looked weak, but his eyes were extremely sharp. If he could be called the Scarlet Emperor, he must be a powerful person. Perhaps I am thinking too much. Jiang Lianshan frowned as a trace of worry flashed through his eyes. Qing Emperor is one of the 9 sons of Guanqi. Gu Hai said with an unsightly expression. The flying ship quickly headed for the center of the Thousand Island Sea, heading straight for Tengen Island. Before the flying ship reached Tengen Island, it slowed down. This was because there were already hundreds of flying ships docked around Tengen Island. The flying ships did not head for Tengen Island but for the surrounding seaside. Countless experts from all over the world were on the flying ships. From afar, Gu Hai could feel a ferocious gaze staring at him. It's him. The Tongtian sect master suddenly sneered. Following the Tongtian sect master's gaze, he saw a group of men and women standing on a flying ship in the distance. The leader was the Tongtian sect master of the Wanshou Taoism. The 2 Tongtian sect masters looked at each other coldly. Gu Hai happened to be in the middle. From the Wanshou Tongtian's gaze, Gu Hai felt a murderous intent. Gu Hai's arrival also caused a commotion among the experts. Many of them suddenly turned their heads to look at him. Sanya's Buddha. Sakura. Kang Xian suddenly looked in another direction with a cold gaze. On the golden flying ship, Sanya's Buddha and Sakura also looked over with furrowed brows. They stared at the Tongtian beside Gu Hai and revealed a trace of doubt. After all, the spiritual mountain and sacred ground knew how many experts there were in this world. However, the sudden appearance of a Tongtian from the Jia sect was beyond their expectations. Ancient Emperor, how have you been? On the other side, a laughter came from another flying ship. This was the first to greet Gu Hai. Gu Hai turned his head and saw Jiang Lianshan leading the White Emperor, the Scarlet Emperor, and the Fire Emperor over with a smile. Greetings to Dian and His Holiness. Gu Hai smiled faintly. It was a return of greeting. On the flying ship in the distance, Long Shenying and Long Outyen were also there. At this moment, they looked at Gu Hai with a complicated gaze. On the other side, Takashi Ryushin and Ao Sheng were also looking at Gu Hai with furrowed brows. When they were in the West Sea, Takashi Ryushin didn't take Gu Hai seriously. Until Gu Hai slapped him twice in the Dragon Gate Forbidden Land. He was resentful. Originally, he wanted Ao Sheng to go to the limitless celestial capital to vent his anger on Gu Hai. However, this Gu Hai was so strange that he actually attracted Kang Xian and used a formation to create a Tongtian sect master. More importantly, that Tongtian sect master actually fought the real Tongtian sect master to a draw. This made Takashi Ryushin extremely vexed. There were many ambitious and ruthless people in the surroundings. Gu Hai looked around, silently memorizing their faces. However, he did not greet anyone. Everyone stared at Gu Hai for a while. After all, no one was easy to deal with. Only now did Gu Hai turn his gaze to Tengen Island. In the past, Tengen Island had been barren. It looked like heavenly lightning continuously struck it, devoid of life. However, Tengen Island had changed. It was lush and full of life. There were pavilions, terraces, and pavilions, and boundless scenery. This is the innate puzzle world. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. The innate puzzle world of the past opened completely and merged with Tengen Island? Mo Yike asked, feeling curious. Gu Hai nodded. This is what the innate puzzle world looks like. It looks like after the heaven-defying battle at Long Zhanghua, heaven no longer monitors Tengen Island, Gu Hai said seriously. However, Xiaoqian saw a large number of Xuanwu and Sky Chess Pavilion disciples wandering around Tengen Island. Gu Hai could not be more familiar with the scenes here. Back when he was an innate realm cultivator, he had caused a huge commotion here. There is something wrong with that hall. The Tongtian sect master suddenly pointed to a large hall in the distance. There was a cluster of buildings in the center of Tengen Island. There was a large hall in the center with a signboard with the words, Guanqi Hall. At this moment, a large number of black-clad people stood at the entrance to Guanqi Hall. They were the Sky Chess Pavilion elders and Prime Fengyu. The 9 white-clad people stood out. Gu Hai did not need to guess to know that they were Guanqi's 9 sons. At this moment, they respectfully stood at the entrance to Guanqi Hall. Of the 9 Guanqi sons, Gu Hai recognized 7 of them. Gu Qin, Qing Emperor, Guanzhou, Long Sanqian, Wu Yazi, Yan Qingshan, and the spiritual mountains Cold Mountain Bodhisattva. As for the other 2, Gu Hai was unfamiliar with them. When Gu Hai's flying ship arrived, the 9 Guanqi sons saw Gu Hai. Guanzhou immediately soared into the air, flying towards Gu Hai. Whoosh! Guanzhou instantly arrived before Xiaoqian. Ancient Emperor, you are finally here. Guanzhou smiled as he landed on Gu Hai's deck. Greetings, 9th young master. Gu Hai said with a smile. Chapter 784. Ancient Emperor, you're finally here. Guanzhou smiled as he landed on Gu Hai's deck. Greetings, 9th young master. Gu Hai smiled. I've been waiting for a long time. I thought you weren't coming. Guanzhou smiled. How could that be? Gu Hai will always remember the promise he made to the 9th young master. If I have the ability, Gu Hai will definitely do his best. Gu Hai said solemnly. Guanzhou heaved a sigh of relief. Many thanks, Ancient Emperor. Don't worry. If I can get Chen Xian's heavenly soul again, I'll definitely do my best for you. Many thanks. Gu Hai said solemnly. Besides the Ancient Emperor, I've also promised some others to help me. I hope the Ancient Emperor doesn't mind. I've agreed to their requests. It doesn't conflict with yours. The 9th young master said solemnly. Oh. Gu Hai's expression changed. The 2 sect leaders over there and the 3 great emperors have reached an agreement with me. This time, the pavilion master will be revived and bring back all the heavenly souls of the past 800 years. The 9th young master said solemnly. 9th young master, don't worry. It's good to have more people helping you. I naturally won't mind. Gu Hai smiled. The 9th young master nodded. Although he had found other helpers, he valued Gu Hai the most. Clearly, Gu Hai's achievements in the past spoke volumes. Besides me, the others have also found helpers. Clearly, this is a matter of life and death. Every Guanqi's 9 sons are prepared. The 9th young master said solemnly. What about Guqin? Gu Hai looked at Guqin in the distance. Guqin might not recognize him, but he was still his son. Him? I'm not sure. The ninth young master shook his head. In the distance, the other members of the Guanxi Nine Sons also saw some familiar experts coming and went to greet them, asking them to lend them a hand. When will old man Guanxi be revived? Mo Yike asked curiously. The ninth young master looked at the Guanxi palace not far away. There's still some time. Ancient Emperor, do you see Guanxi's hall? The ninth young master asked solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. In Guanxi's hall, there is a coffin. Above the coffin is a chessboard. In the past, the chessboard was filled with black chess pieces. Back then, the pavilion master broke the heavenly Go chess set and scattered the refined treasures around the world to gather the power of chess. As the power of chess increased, the black chess pieces slowly turned into white chess pieces. When all of them turned into white chess pieces, that was when the pavilion master was resurrected. The ninth young master explained. Oh. Gathering power? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Yes. Now, they are all gathered. However, there was an accident. When you just reached the innate realm, did the ancient emperor encounter anything when you entered the innate puzzle world? Back then, there was a time when the collection of power was too fast, and the ghost stone in the 9-5 position exploded. The ninth young master said with a frown. A ghost stone exploded? Gu Hai's expression changed. Back then, when he was comprehending the Go Dao, he encountered old man Guanxi's remnant thought puppet. Back then, that puppet tried to replicate his 100,000 Go puzzles. In the end, it exploded because of the Go puzzles. Was that the ancient emperor's remnant thought puppet? The 9-5 position's white ghost stone exploded. Perhaps it became an opening for the pavilion master. However, we do not know the specifics yet. Ancient emperor, be careful. The ninth young master said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. Boom. In the distance, another flying ship flew over and instantly stopped above the sea. Swish. At the entrance of the Guanxi Hall, a person flew into the sky. It was Wu Yazi, who seemed to be possessed by old man Guanxi during the Thousand Sage Assembly. Wu Yazi instantly boarded the flying ship and bowed slightly to the owner of the flying ship. He was trying to get close to the owner. Big Yellow His Holiness? Matriarch Ji. Shengguan Hen frowned. Matriarch Ji looked around and saw Jiang Lianshan. She bowed slightly and said, Greetings to Dian and His Holiness. Scarlet Emperor, White Emperor, Fire Emperor, long time no see. When Matriarch Ji bowed, the White Emperor, Scarlet Emperor, and Fire Emperor frowned slightly and did not return the greeting. Instead, they looked at Jiang Lianshan. Big Yellow His Holiness? Greetings. Jiang Lianshan smiled. Jiang Lianshan's tone was very polite. The White Emperor, Scarlet Emperor, and Fire Emperor returned the greeting. Matriarch Ji smiled and turned to look at Gu Hai's flying ship. Most importantly, she looked at the Jia sect's Tong Tian beside Gu Hai. Evidently, he had also received the news. When he saw the Tong Tian, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He then looked at Gu Hai and said, "The Han Imperial Dynasty." Gu Hai. I've heard of your name. Big Yellow His Holiness has seen a joke. Gu Hai bowed slightly and smiled. Matriarch Ji nodded and turned around to chat with Wu Yazi. Wu Yazi used to work in the Great Yellow Dynasty. At this moment, he naturally received Matriarch Ji's full support. Yellow Emperor. Yen Emperor. He, Yen Emperor and Huang Emperor. They really look alike. There's also Qiyu. Is he really dead? The Tong Tian narrowed his eyes. Oh. Qiyu isn't dead? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Gu Hai was naturally asking about Earth's Qiyu. He was suppressed at the bottom of the East Ocean. He's still alive. The Tongtian nodded. The Tongtian was naturally referring to Earth's Qi. However, Jiang Lianshan and Matriarch Ji, who were talking in the distance, suddenly narrowed their eyes and turned their heads. Although the two did not seem to care about Gu Hai, they were constantly paying attention to Gu Hai's direction. Although the heavenly Empyrean of the Jia sect spoke softly, the two listened with all their might and heard him clearly. Qiyu isn't dead. Their faces turned gloomy at the same time. At the same time, they were shocked. Gu Hai looked at the two of them and smiled bitterly. We're not talking about Qiyu. Why are you so nervous? It's time. 9 sons, return to your positions. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the square of Guanqi's palace. The Grand Elder of the Sky Chess Pavilion had gathered all the disciples of the Sky Chess Pavilion and stood respectfully outside Guanqi's palace. Ancient Emperor, I'll take my leave first. The 9th young master said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. Whoosh! The 9th young master flew into the distance and landed at the entrance of Guanqi's palace. The other 9 sons of Guanqi also returned. They landed at the front. The Grand Elder was still in his black robe. At this moment, he looked up at the sky. Then, he looked at the countless flying boats in the surroundings and took a deep breath. Dian His Holiness, De Huang His Holiness, Tongtian Sect Master, Sanyama Buddha, and everyone present, thank you for accepting the invitation to participate in the Pavilion Master's revival ceremony. The Grand Elder bowed respectfully to everyone. The surroundings were silent and no one spoke. The time was up. Was Old Man Guanqi going to be revived soon? Next, please don't make too much noise. When the Pavilion Master is revived, he will also bring back the heavenly souls of all those who died in the past 800 years. If you make too much noise, you may startle these weak souls. Please forgive us. The Grand Elder said solemnly. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Grand Elder turned his head and looked at Guanqi's palace behind him. Pavilion Master, today, your disciples will host the revival ceremony and set up the chess formation. The Grand Elder bowed respectfully to Guanqi's palace. The disciples of the Sky Chess Pavilion were all very excited at this moment. They bowed respectfully to Guanqi's palace. They had waited 800 years for this day. Today, the Pavilion Master was revived and would lead everyone back to their former glory. 33 heavens beyond the heavens, 10,000 demons gather on the Thousand Islands Sea. The scorching sun shines on the 4 seas, and 10,000 suns enter the heavenly Go platform. The Grand Elder shouted. These 4 sentences had no counterpart. However, these 4 sentences seemed to have a magical power. Following the Grand Elder's shout, whoosh! It was as if a black wind had appeared out of nowhere on the Thousand Islands Sea. The black wind covered a wide area, enveloping the entire Thousand Islands Sea. That is. Kong Xian suddenly narrowed his eyes. Black wind? That was not black wind. Was this a heavenly demon? The heavenly demon that the Buddha had sent into his body in the past. However, there were many more heavenly demons than before. There seemed to be billions of them, endless. Countless heavenly demons were flying wildly around the Thousand Islands Sea. It was as if they were hiding from something and running away in fear. However, when they arrived here, they were like headless flies. They did not know where to run and could only scurry around. Buzz! Wang! Wang! The instant the heavenly demons appeared, the sunlight in the surroundings seemed to gather into 1,000 beams of light that shot towards the 1,000 islands of the Thousand Islands Sea. Instantly, all the islands were illuminated with dazzling light. The 1,000 islands shone brightly, as if there were 1,000 suns floating on the sea. The thousands of suns only shone for a short while before they shot their dazzling light towards Tingyuan Island, or rather, towards Guanqi Palace. However, the angle of the reflection was rather strange. In the blink of an eye, the Guanqi Palace was incomparably bright. Rumble! The huge Guanqi hall seemed to be collapsing rapidly. No, it was not collapsing. Instead, it was changing shape. The bricks of the hall seemed to be pulled by a force as they fell to the ground, forming a huge altar. The Guanqi palace disappeared, turning into a huge heavenly go platform. Boundless sunlight shone on the heavenly go platform, making it incredibly dazzling. A coffin was placed on the heavenly go platform. A go board floated above the coffin. Aside from the 9-5 position, all the other positions on the go board were filled with white go stones. The first elder and the group of Sky Chess Pavilion disciples immediately knelt, appearing extremely respectful and excited. Is that the go board and coffin that the 9th young master mentioned? Could old man Guanqi's corpse be in the coffin? Mo Yike said with a frown. It shouldn't be. Wasn't old man Guanqi destroyed in body and soul by the immortal of the 6 paths? If it really is old man Guanqi's corpse, why would he need to possess the bodies of his 9 sons? Gu Hai said with a frown. Mo Yike nodded. He continued looking into the distance. Woo, 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 woo. Suddenly, the go board seemed to form a huge suction force, like a whale sucking in water, sucking in the billions of heavenly demons in the sky into the go board. Rumble. After absorbing the heavenly demons, the go board trembled slightly. The white go stones on the go board moved quickly, as if they were swapping positions. After a full 2 hours, it finally stopped. While everyone was waiting in silence, a light blue, transparent spirit body suddenly appeared on the go board. The spirit body slowly floated out of the go board, and a blank look appeared in its eyes. Murong Yen. Murong Yan's heavenly soul. Not far away, the Fire Emperor's eyes widened, and he revealed a look of ecstasy. The Fire Emperor shouted, causing the spirit body to tremble. It was like a candle in the wind, extremely fragile. Shut up. Fire Emperor, do you want her heavenly soul to disperse? Don't be so loud, you'll startle this spirit body, the White Emperor suddenly shouted. Oh, oh. The Fire Emperor covered his mouth. After being reprimanded by the White Emperor, he wasn't unhappy at all. Instead, he was filled with gratitude. He turned his head to look at the heavenly soul on the go board, and tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes. I understand now. Heavenly soul. Heavenly demon. After a person dies, his heavenly soul returns to the heavens and is taken away by the heavens. So, these heavenly souls were turned into heavenly demons by the heavens? Those billions of heavenly demons just now were countless heavenly souls returning? Mo Yike's expression changed. Returning? In that go board? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with excitement. Murong Yan's heavenly soul had returned. What about Qin Xian's heavenly soul? Was it in that go board as well? Chapter 785. Murong Yan. When Jiang Lianshan saw the lady, he immediately quietened down. He stared at her but couldn't see any fluctuations in his expression. However, Gu Hai could see some clues from afar. Jiang Lianshan had hidden his hands in his sleeves. This Murong Yan is so charming. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a look of surprise. In the distance, Murong Yan was indeed very beautiful. Every frown and smile of hers made one's heart ache for her. However, she was still very beautiful. It wasn't that there wasn't anyone in the world who couldn't compare to her. At least, the women that Gu Hai knew weren't inferior to her. However, such a lady still made many people worry about her after she married old man Guanqi. Shiyu the Great, Long Zhanggua, Fire Emperor, and Jiang Lianshan. Murong Yan looked around in a daze. Then, she lowered her head and looked at the coffin below her. The lid of the coffin under the chessboard suddenly slid open slowly, revealing the interior of the coffin. It's indeed not old man Guanqi's corpse. Shen Guanhen frowned and said. He saw a lady's corpse lying in the coffin. She was wearing a long robe made of clouds. Her corpse looked exactly like Murong Yan's heavenly soul. Wang! Murong Yan's heavenly soul slowly entered the corpse. Once it entered the corpse, it slowly fused with it. After a while, Murong Yan's corpse slowly opened its eyes. Phew! Murong Yan exhaled deeply as if she was sighing faintly. Then, she slowly sat up in the coffin. She slowly stepped out. Greetings, mistress. The disciples of the Sky Chess Pavilion said excitedly. In the outside world, the powerful cultivators were also extremely excited. Murong Yan has been revived. Didn't that mean that the people he cared about could also be revived? Murong Yan stood on the high platform and looked around. When she saw Jiang Lianshan's flying boat, she frowned. Murong Yan greets Dian and His Holiness. The woman suddenly bowed respectfully to Jiang Lianshan. The woman's voice was extremely pleasant to the ears, as clear and melodious as a lark. After bowing slightly, the Fire Emperor was extremely excited. It's really her. She's alive. She's really alive. The Fire Emperor trembled with excitement. Jiang Lianshan stared at Murong Yan without saying a word, as if he was worried that he would reveal his emotions. He merely nodded, but his eyes never left Murong Yan. Murong Yan stretched out her hand. Who? The chessboard immediately fell in front of Murong Yan. It looked like an ordinary chessboard, but it wasn't ordinary at all. Murong Yan's heavenly soul came out of the chessboard, along with countless other heavenly souls. Where are my 9 sons? Murong Yan suddenly asked. Wu Yazi greets mistress. Gu Qin, Long Sanqian, Qing Emperor, Yan Qingshan, Han Shan and Guan Jiu greet mistress. Tang Tian and Huang Kuan greet mistress. Guanqi's 9 sons all bowed respectfully to Murong Yan. Murong Yan nodded. She looked at the 9 people in front of her and said, Earlier, my husband sent me a message. The 9 of you will each choose a piece on this chessboard. The 9 of them were slightly startled, but they nodded. Each of them reached out and took a white piece from the chessboard. The moment each of them took out a white piece, a vortex suddenly appeared where they took it out. Vaguely, one could see countless heavenly souls struggling in the vortex. My husband said that when all of you put the white pieces back in their original positions, it will be the time when all of you enter the chessboard with your wills. There are boundless heaven souls in the chessboard. All 9 of you will enter the chessboard with your wills and fight for heaven souls, storing them in the pieces in your hands. We will decide the winner based on numbers. Murong Yan explained. The 9 of us will snatch heavenly souls. Quantity will decide the winner. But how will the result be decided? Guan Jiu asked with a solemn expression. My husband will find the one who snatches the least heavenly souls and has the least need to exist. Murong Yan said solemnly. Guanqi's 9 sons' expressions changed when they heard Murong Yan's words. He would seize the body of the loser. That's right. Old man Guanqi didn't care how strong you were. It was the same whether he returned or seized the body. Even if he gave up on the weakest, there were still 8 powerful disciples. Yes. The 9 of them immediately answered. Of course, those with weak wills can ask for help. My husband doesn't care about the process, only the result. Murong Yan said in a deep voice. Yes. The 9 of them said with a hint of nervousness. Ask for help. If they lost, they would be seized. Naturally, they had to give it their all. Each of you can ask for help. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, we will place our pieces and seize the heavenly souls to determine the winner. Murong Yan said solemnly. Okay. The 9 of them immediately responded with solemn expressions. Guanqi's 9 sons turned their heads and looked at the experts around them. It was time to fulfill the promise they made to the experts around them. They quickly bowed to their allies. Wu Yazi bowed to Matriarch Ji. Qing Emperor bowed to Jiang Lianshan. Han Shan bowed to the present Buddha. Long Sanqian bowed to Takashi Ryushin. Yan Qingshan bowed to the Tongtian sect master of the Wanshou Taoism. Guanzhou bowed to Gu Hai. Of course, after everyone bowed, they bowed to the others as well. Gu Hai nodded to Guanzhou, then looked at Gu Qin in the distance. Gu Qin also bowed to the three sect masters. However, it seemed that their foundation was too shallow and they didn't manage to invite too many allies. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Alright, it's about time. Put the pieces in your hands back to their original positions, close your eyes, and use your wills to seize the heavenly soul. Murong Yen said. Yes. The 9 of them each held a white piece and slowly placed it in their original positions. Smack! The moment they placed their pieces, the 9 of them suddenly closed their eyes. The moment they closed their eyes, it was as if millions of shouts came from the chessboard. Ah, don't grab me, don't grab me. Save me, ah. Millions of heavenly souls cried out. The 9 of them tried their best to absorb the heavenly souls. However, they saw that the white chess piece that they were holding was like the mouth of a vortex. Heavenly souls rushed in one after another. As the heavenly souls surged in, the white chess pieces gradually changed color. They slowly dimmed and turned gray. The 9 of them fought for a while, and the present Buddha in the distance was the first to make a move. Boom! He struck at Hans Han Bodhisattva with his palm. Hans Han Bodhisattva did not struggle and allowed the palm to suddenly stick to his back. A powerful will immediately surged into Hans Han Bodhisattva's body. Hum! Hans Han Bodhisattva pointed at the chess pieces, and in an instant, the speed of the heavenly soul increased exponentially. The color of the chess pieces under his fingers quickly darkened and turned black. Oh no! The expressions of the powerhouses around sank. Boom! 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 One by one, the powerhouses quickly slapped their palms on the backs of the 9 Guanxi sons. Their wills were connected, helping them to quickly seize the heavenly soul. The 9th young master already had 8 palms on his back, but it was clearly not enough. Gu Hai glanced at the 9th young master, then at Gu Qin, who only had 3 palms, and frowned slightly. Boom! He struck out with his left palm, and it suddenly appeared on the back of the 9th young master. Hum! There was no need for Gu Hai to do anything. Gu Hai felt as if his will was connected to the 9th young master, like a thin line connecting him and the 9th young master. With this connection, Gu Hai instantly felt the world of the chessboard. Gu Hai saw a pitch-black world. In this pitch-black world, there was a super-complex chess array shining brightly. Countless heavenly demons passed through this chess array, automatically dispelling the demonic qi on their bodies and turning into heavenly souls that danced within. However, there seemed to be a gap in this Go ritual array at the 9-5 position, the spot where Gu Hai burst. Some of the heavenly demons managed to slip through the net. However, the Go ritual array continued to shift, and the ritual array quickly purified those heavenly demons that slipped through the net. So this white chessboard is used to purify heavenly demons. Gu Hai frowned slightly. The 9th young master pressed down on the chess piece, but it was like a huge container. As his will moved, countless heavenly demons were driven into the container. In this chess world, the stronger the will, the larger the tentacles, and the more heavenly souls it could capture. The will resided between the eyebrows, the 7th of the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. Ordinary people had not cultivated much of it, but Gu Hai's chess soul was already extremely resilient. Although Gu Hai was only a middle sky palace, the power of his will was not weaker than any upper sky palace. The moment he touched Guanzhou, his will tentacles expanded more than 100 times. Wow, ancient emperor, you're still the best. Ha 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 ha. The 9th young master was excited as he collected countless heavenly souls. Of Guanqi's 9 sons, the weakest was now Guqin. After all, only 3 were helping him. Gu Hai saw that Guqin was the last to fall. He sighed softly and reached out with his right hand. Boom! With a palm, Gu Hai pressed his right hand on Guqin's back. Instantly, another will connection was formed. Gu Hai's will surged into Guqin's body. Boom! The number of heavenly souls that Guqin was fighting for also increased dramatically. Guqin was slightly taken aback and knew what was going on. Although he no longer had any emotions, for some reason, when Gu Hai's palm landed on his back, he felt a sudden warmth in his heart. Memories of his childhood flooded in. Father. Guqin frowned slightly. In the distance, Gu Hai smiled faintly. No matter what happened in the future, at least Guqin called Gu Hai father now. This made Gu Hai feel gratified. Snatching heavenly souls with one's will. This old man Guanqi is deliberately mystifying things. Tong Tian, who was beside Gu Hai, frowned. Sect leader, Kong Xian, Shengguan Hen, you guys don't have to make a move for now. Gu Hai said solemnly. Everyone nodded. Guqin's and Guanzhou's chess pieces were quickly turning black. They were not the last to fall. It was enough as long as it was not the last. Guanqi's chess pieces kept turning black. Gradually, they were completely black. There were billions of heavenly souls in these 9 chess pieces. Crack. The moment all the heavenly souls were divided up, the chessboard suddenly cracked open with a crisp sound. Guanqi's and his son's expressions changed. They reached out and grabbed the black chess pieces that were filled with heavenly souls. Crack, 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 crack. The chessboard cracked rapidly. In just a short while, it turned into powder and disappeared. 9 black chess pieces fell into the hands of Guanqi's 9 sons. All the experts in the surroundings also withdrew their hands and their wills. Who has more and who has less? Immediately, everyone stared at Guanqi's 9 sons. Of course, Gu Hai and some other experts narrowed their eyes. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Kong Xian was puzzled. I don't know. I have a mental connection with Guqin and Guanzhou. That mental connection did not break. Gu Hai said with a frown. Not only Gu Hai, but the experts in the surroundings also gradually realized that something was wrong. Why couldn't they break the mental connection with Guanqi's 9 sons? No, the Thousand Island Sea region is sealed by the array. Tong Tian looked up at the sky and said in a low voice. Chapter 786. That's not right. The Thousand Island Sea region has been sealed by the array. The Tong Tian from the Jie school looked up at the sky and said in a deep voice. Everyone looked up at the sky. However, the sky was the same as before. They could not see anything unusual. Gu Hai turned to look at the 4 islands. At this moment, the 4 islands seemed to be trembling slightly. It was mainly because the surrounding seawater was flowing faster. Oh, it's indeed sealed. Old man Guanqi, what a great array. 33 heavens and earth array. It's indeed perfect. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. We're trapped in the array. Kong Xian raised his eyebrows. Even with Kong Xian's strength, he could not see any clues. The outside world seems to be sunny, but it might not be. This is an illusion. Old man Guanqi, what is he trying to do? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. No matter what, it's time to determine who has been possessed. Mo Yike said in a deep voice. Gu Hai nodded. Everyone looked at the 9 sons of Guanqi. Outside the Thousand Island Sea. Meow. A black cat stood in the air and stared at the sky. In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky. Lightning flashed and a destructive power rushed down. Bolts of lightning struck the Thousand Island Sea region. However, the Thousand Island Sea seemed to be covered by a monstrous barrier that enveloped the entire Thousand Island Sea. Inside, Gu Hai and the other experts saw the beautiful weather. However, in reality, the outside world was on the verge of destruction. The sky was furious. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The black cat stood in the air and looked at the barrier of the Thousand Island Sea. Its eyes were filled with uncertainty. I'm just a little late. The revival assembly has begun. Meow, what is old man Guanxi trying to do? He's playing chess again. This is the second time he's going against the Immortal of the Six Paths. The black cat stared. There was a huge barrier in front of it. The black cat hesitated. From the dark clouds in the sky, it could tell that there would be a huge battle later. The sky might look down again. Go to the revival assembly? Or should I run away? Meow. The dominator of the Six Paths has locked me up for 800,000 years. Now that I'm out, I'm still hiding from him. It's no different from being locked up. Damn it. Even the old man Guanxi, who I've never heard of before, dares to go against the dominator of the Six Paths. How can I run away? Humph. The black cat snorted. Boom. The black cat clawed at the barrier with its claws and tore a hole in it. Whoosh. The black cat burrowed in immediately, and the torn hole was instantly restored to its original state. As soon as the black cat entered, it realized that what it saw from the outside was completely different from what it saw inside. Interesting. Ha ha ha, old man Guanxi, are you trying to fool everyone? Humph, the holy lands of the spiritual mountain. Wanshou Taoism. Back then, I trusted you so much, but in the end, I betrayed the heavens and betrayed us. Humph. The black cat revealed a ferocious expression and charged toward Tingyuan Island. The black cat was fearless. However, outside the Thousand Island Sea, there were still countless experts roaming about. Resurrection Assembly. Gu Hai wasn't the only one who could see old man Guanxi's determination. There were countless smart people in the world, and naturally, many of them could see that. Some of them had gone to participate, but there were still many who were watching from the outside. When they saw the dark clouds in the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, they knew that something big must have happened. Fortunately, they didn't step in. Everyone waited patiently, wanting to know what was going to happen. On the Heavenly Go platform, Guanxi's 9 sons each received a black stone. At this moment, everyone's eyes flashed with worry. After all, with the black stones, they didn't know who had more and who had fewer heavenly souls. Everyone looked at Murong Yen. Who was old man Guanxi going to possess? Although the various powerhouses felt that they had a mental connection with the 9 chess masters, they suppressed the doubts in their hearts at this moment. Even if some people, like Tong Tian from the Jia sect, found themselves in a large array, they didn't care. Old man Guanxi was about to be resurrected. Mistress, which one of us was chosen? Wu Yazi asked worriedly. Mistress, who is it? When did Master start? Cold Mountain Bodhisattva frowned. The group of Guanxi's 9 sons was extremely anxious. Murong Yen smiled bitterly. Then, she looked guiltily at Guanxi's 9 sons and bowed solemnly. Mistress, you can't. Mistress, what are you doing? The group of Guanxi's 9 sons suddenly had a bad feeling. Husband doesn't need to be possessed to be resurrected. I'm sorry. Murong Yen suddenly said. What? Guanxi's 9 sons, as well as everyone else, were shocked. Whoosh! At this moment, countless rainbow-colored streaks of light appeared in the sky. The appearance of the streaks of light immediately exposed the Thousand Island Sea's array. The surrounding seawater suddenly became like a mirror, extremely calm. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and only the rainbow-colored streaks of light could be seen in the sky. Yenner, you don't need to feel guilty towards them. A voice that seemed to come from the 9 heavens suddenly echoed throughout the array. All of the lights on the Heavenly Go platform suddenly converged on the coffin in the center. The coffin instantly became incomparably bright, and wisps of smoke faintly condensed from it. Pavilion Master. The Sky Chess Pavilion's disciples were overjoyed. Old Man Guanqi's voice. Kong Xian narrowed his eyes in the distance. No one knew what Old Man Guanqi was up to. They only felt that everything had deviated from their expectations. Guanqi, what are you trying to do? Jiang Lianshan didn't know why, but he suddenly felt irritated. He had a bad premonition. Jiang Lianshan, I haven't seen you in 800 years. How have you been? Old Man Guanqi's voice came from the white light once more. It's really you. In the distance, Wan Shou Tongtian suddenly said with a sullen expression. Buzz. Suddenly, the countless streaks of white light converged as if they were all sucked into a single body. A white-robed old man suddenly appeared at the coffin's entrance. This old man slowly walked out of the coffin. He looked very ordinary and did not give off much of an aura. He seemed like the old man next door. Husband. Murong Yen walked over with a trace of excitement in her eyes. As Murong Yen walked over, 2 streams of tears fell from her eyes. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Guanqi's 9 sons also bowed respectfully. The Sky Chess Pavilion's disciples were even more excited, loudly calling out greetings to the Pavilion Master. Old Man Guanqi gently wiped Murong Yan's tears with his thumb and smiled. Alright, don't cry. If you continue crying, you won't be pretty anymore. Husband, let's not fight anymore, okay? I'm scared. I'm scared of losing you again. Murong Yan said with tears in her eyes. Old Man Guanqi stared at Murong Yen for a while and then revealed a sad smile. You won't lose me. There are some things that I have to do. I've been waiting for this day for so many years. How can I give up? Murong Yen bit her lips, but she could only give up. She buried her head in Old Man Guanqi's arms. Old Man Guanqi stroked Murong Yan's hair. He hugged Murong Yen and looked at the experts around them. Jiang Lianshan. Ji Tihong. Tongtian Sect Master. 3 Lives of Buddha. It's a pity that Tai Yi is gone. Long Zhanggua is gone too. However, it's enough to have all of you. Old Man Guanqi smiled. Old Man Guanqi's appearance was a little old. However, his body was thin and he looked very scholarly. Even though he was a little older, he still had an extraordinary charm. Old Man Guanqi. If that's the case, you can revive yourself. Reconstruct your own physical body. Why are you still holding this revival ceremony? Buddha looked at Old Man Guanqi suspiciously. Because I'm waiting for all of you. Old Man Guanqi smiled. Waiting for us? Everyone looked at Old Man Guanqi in confusion. On the other side, Jiang Lianshan and the Fire Emperor looked at Old Man Guanqi hugging Murong Yen. Their faces darkened as if they were extremely uncomfortable. You're Gu Hai. Old Man Guanqi looked at Gu Hai. When he looked at Gu Hai, Old Man Guanqi also looked at the Tong Tian beside Gu Hai. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Gu Hai greets the owner of the Sky Chess Pavilion. Back then, I was indebted to you for giving me pointers on the Heaven and Earth chess game. I learned a lot from you. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said. Not bad. Your chess skills have surprised me. From Jiu Zi's memories, I understand that you can play 32 with ease. You must have studied 33 thoroughly, right? Old Man Guanqi suddenly smiled. I know a little about chess. If the owner of the Sky Chess Pavilion doesn't mind, Gu Hai is willing to exchange pointers with the owner of the Sky Chess Pavilion. Gu Hai said in a low voice. There will be time. Don't be anxious. Old man Guanqi smiled. Meow. Suddenly, a black cat jumped over from afar. Boom. The black cat landed not far away and stared at old man Guanqi. I'm late. You've revived. The black cat frowned. No, you're just in time. The revival ceremony has just begun. Old man Guanqi smiled. Just begun. Old man, what are you trying to do with all this trouble? The black cat was confused. You know everyone here, right? Old man Guanqi smiled. The black cat looked around. When it saw the Tongtian sect master and the Buddha of 3 worlds, it stared at them and said, how can I not know the traitorous dogs? If I had known about your ambitions back then, I would have swallowed all of you. Amateus Buddha. The Buddha of 3 worlds said with a gloomy face. Wansho Taoism's Tongtian sect master snorted coldly. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with the black cat. Don't worry. If you have any grudges later, settle them yourselves. For now, you are still comrades. Old man Guanqi smiled. Comrades? Who's their comrade? The black cat stared at him. Old man Guanqi was not angry. Mao Tianyun, 800,000 years ago, was one of the 5 divine beasts bestowed by the previous god to protect the world. Back then, you weren't so impatient. The black cat snorted coldly. It seemed to be unhappy with old man Guanqi's indifferent attitude. Comrade? May I ask, Sky Chess Pavilion Master, what do you mean by comrade? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Old man Guanqi looked at everyone, then at Guanqi's 9 sons. He smiled and said, kill their comrade. What? The faces of Guanqi's 9 sons changed. Countless experts in the surroundings also revealed looks of astonishment. Old man, are you crazy? They are Guanqi's 9 sons, your disciples. You want us to kill them? Mao Tianyun stared at him. Pavilion Master, we have received your inheritance. Why do you want to kill us? Wu Yazi's face changed as he exclaimed. Chapter 787. Wu Yazi's expression changed as he exclaimed, Pavilion Master, we've received your inheritance. Why do you want to kill us? Guanqi's 9 disciples panicked, but no one dared to attack old man Guanqi. The disciples of the Sky Chess Pavilion, Supreme Fengyu, and the rest of the Xuanwu disciples were also shocked. What's going on? Pavilion Master wants to kill the 9 disciples. Even the surrounding experts were shocked. They couldn't understand what was going on. The situation seemed to have deviated from everyone's expectations. Weren't these 9 disciples old man Guanqi's disciples? Old man Guanqi looked at the 9 disciples with a solemn expression. Boom! At that moment, a loud sound came from the sky, as if a huge bolt of lightning had struck the Thousand Island Sea's array. The rainbow light in the sky suddenly trembled and quickly split apart. Everyone raised their heads. Suddenly, they saw a huge eye appear outside the gap of the 7-colored light. The Eye of Heaven. As soon as the Eye of Heaven appeared, a powerful pressure rushed down. The countless experts in the surroundings had the urge to kneel down. Guanqi? You're not dead. A loud roar came from the sky. Gu Hai and the others' expressions changed. The Immortal of the 6 Paths had awakened again. Tong Tian narrowed his eyes as his battle intent soared. This is the Immortal of the 6 Paths. Just as the heavenly might appeared and a strong suppression was about to appear, old Mr. Guanqi smiled faintly. He waved his hand. 6 Paths, the game begins. Old man Guanqi waved his hand. Boom! The rainbow light from before suddenly filled the sky again, covering the barrier. In an instant, they couldn't see the Eye of Heaven anymore. At the same time, the heavenly might disappeared. Everyone felt as if the seven-colored light around them was spinning madly. The entire thousand-island sea seemed to be floating. It was floating rapidly. Everyone's hearts beat wildly. Something's wrong. What is this feeling? Even my heart is beating. The Tong Tian from the Jie school said with an ugly expression. What? Gu Hai's face darkened as he looked at Tong Tian. What was the strength of the Tong Tian from the Jie school? His heart had long been tempered like the earth, but his heart was beating faster. It wasn't just the Tong Tian from the Jie school. In the distance, the Wanshou Tong Tian, the Three Lives Buddha, Jiang Lianshan, and Matriarch Ji's expressions changed drastically. Old man Guanqi, what are you doing? Wanshou Tong Tian glared angrily. Revival Assembly? I'm not participating. I'm leaving. I'm not going crazy with you. Suddenly, a sect leader's expression changed, and he shot up into the sky. At this moment, everyone could see that there was a huge barrier around the Thousand Islands Sea. The sect master immediately soared into the sky, wanting to rush out of the barrier. But as soon as he touched the barrier, bang! The sect leader instantly turned into a pile of loose sand and exploded, turning into dust. Hiss! Countless experts' expressions changed. Don't move, don't rush. Old man Guanqi said with a smile. Outside the Thousand Islands Sea, countless experts didn't participate in the revival assembly. Instead, they watched from all directions. The sky was filled with dark clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. A great destructive force descended upon the Thousand Islands Sea. At this moment, the barrier of the Thousand Islands Sea suddenly flowed with countless rainbow-colored flowing lights. The rainbow-colored flowing lights were extremely fast, and they quickly revolved around the barrier. The surrounding seawater trembled incessantly. The experts outside the barrier felt their hearts beat wildly, not knowing what was happening. At this moment, boom! Countless thunderclouds suddenly split into two from the middle. Buzz! A huge eye suddenly appeared. As soon as the eye of heaven appeared, a great pressure suddenly appeared. The barrier above was instantly torn apart, and the eye of heaven looked in. At the same time, countless experts' expressions changed, and they knelt down. Eye of heaven, this is the eye of heaven. Has old man Guanqi been revived? With the appearance of the eye of heaven, old man Guanqi was doomed. Guanqi? You didn't die. A loud roar sounded from the sky. It was the voice of the wrath of the heavens. Under the wrath of the heavens, all the experts in the surroundings trembled. The might of the heavens was too terrifying. With a roar, their souls were about to be shattered. Just as everyone thought there was going to be an earth-shattering battle. Buzz! Above the barrier, the flowing lights once again surged, and the part that was torn apart by the eye of heaven closed up. The rainbow-colored flowing lights flowed faster and faster. Whoosh! In an instant, the barrier disappeared. No, the entire Thousand Islands Sea disappeared. All the islands and even all the seawater disappeared in an instant. The eye of heaven's pupils suddenly shrank. The Thousand Islands Sea disappeared as if it had been dug out, and there was a huge pit there. Walla-la-la-la. Countless amounts of seawater filled the huge pit in the Thousand Islands Sea. At this moment, the water of the four seas surged, and huge waves rose in the sea. It's gone. How come it's gone? The islands are gone too. The expressions of the experts outside changed. The eye of heaven stared intently at that spot, but it was indeed gone. A trace of coldness flashed in the eye of heaven's pupils. Humph! A cold snort. The eye of heaven slowly closed, and the surrounding dark clouds also slowly dispersed. The might of the heavens disappeared. All the experts could stand up. Looking at the empty Thousand Islands Sea, everyone suddenly swallowed their saliva. It took a full 10 days for the seawater to fill up the Thousand Islands Sea. At this moment, all the islands in the Thousand Islands Sea were gone. Countless experts who went to the Thousand Islands Sea also disappeared. Not a single one was left. At the same time, an earth-shattering event happened in the Divine Continent. The Infinite Celestial Capital. Boom! With a loud sound, the fate of the Infinite Celestial Capital collapsed, including that huge golden dragon. What happened? His providence disappeared again. Countless officials were shocked. The common people were also at a loss. Why did the fate disappear again? Something happened? Your Highness, the fate disappeared. Did His Majesty? Your Highness, it's not good. The fate disappeared. Your Highness. Fortunately, Dahan had experienced this before. Hence, Chen Tianshan did not panic. What are you shouting for? It's not like you haven't experienced it before. Why are you shouting? Chen Tianshan glared. But. No buts. His Majesty is in closed-door cultivation with the fate. Who dares to speak? Send word to all officials to calm the people. If anyone dares to cause trouble and slander the emperor during this period, kill them. Chen Tianshan shouted. Yes. Go back to what you are supposed to do. Chen Tianshan glared. Yes. Yes. The mosquito Daoran looked at the sky in confusion. Ancient Emperor, you are always like this. My heart can't take it. The Dahan quickly calmed down. However, the other factions in the world suddenly fell into chaos. The fate of the Dayan dynasty suddenly collapsed, vanishing completely. The entire country fell into chaos. Countless officials rushed to the Flame Divine Hall. At this moment, the elite guard also felt very anxious. However, since he had promised his father to protect the country, he naturally scolded the officials. Is the disappearance of the emperor's fate the death of the emperor? Previously, when the Dahan's fate disappeared, did Gu Hai die? The elite guard shouted while glaring. But. The officials felt very anxious. Humph. Just do what you have to do. If anyone dares to say that His Holiness is dead again, execute their 9 generations. The elite guard shouted while glaring. Yes. The officials answered. The Great Yellow Dynasty, the Great Wu Dynasty, the Greating Imperial Dynasty, and even the Spiritual Mountain Holy Land, at this moment, everyone suddenly felt very anxious. Many experts continuously went to the Thousand Islands Sea to gather information. They tried to contact the various emperors and sect masters. However, they could not reach them. There was no news at all. The experts who had been observing the situation at the Thousand Islands Sea were immediately captured by ferocious experts from all over. They interrogated them about everything that happened at the Thousand Islands Sea. The experts of the Thousand Islands Sea suddenly disappeared. Although the various factions suppressed the chaos, there were still many chaotic incidents happening in the Divine Continent. Tengen Essence Island, a sect master rushed towards the 7-colored flowing light boundary. However, his body instantly exploded. It was not a bloody mess. Instead, it was as if he had been beaten back to his original atomic and molecular structure. Such a scene caused everyone within the barrier to suddenly panic. Old man Guanqi, you tricked us. What revival assembly? Are you lying to us? Sky Chess Pavilion, you are courting death. The experts roared angrily one by one. A few people wanted to rely on their strength to leave. However, as soon as they rushed into the sky, they were instantly turned into fine powder. Some people also rushed towards Old Man Guanqi. However, Old Man Guanqi waved his hand. A ray of 7-colored flowing light surged in. That expert also turned into fine powder. The boundary was like a cage that trapped everyone. Old Man Guanqi was like a god. He stood in the cage and could kill anyone he wanted. Revival Assembly. Ha, Guanqi, why did you trick us into your Thousand Island Sea? Do you really want to shed all pretense of cordiality with us? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. The experts from all sides were no match for old man Guanqi. However, this did not mean that Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji, the Tongtian sect master, Sanya Buddha, and the others did not have the ability to resist. Everyone was waiting for old man Guanqi to give an explanation. Old Mr. Guanqi let go of Murong Yen and patted her shoulder. He slowly looked at everyone's faces and smiled faintly. Revival Assembly. Today, I have been preparing for it since 1,000 years ago. Everything is within my calculations. Of course, there are some flaws in the process. However, the overall direction has not changed. Old man Guanqi looked at Gu Hai with a smile that did not seem like a smile. It was as if these flaws were referring to Gu Hai. You've been preparing for it since 1,000 years ago. In other words, the chess game with the heavens was only a part of your plan? Matriarch Ji frowned. You can say that. Old man Guanqi smiled. Then, the situation in the Thousand Island Sea was deliberately left behind by you? For setting up the barrier today? Gu Hai asked with a frown. That's right. Old man Guanqi nodded. The experts from all sides had ugly expressions. This old man Guanqi was very shrewd and calculated from afar. You still haven't said why you gathered us here. Aren't you afraid that we will become enemies with you? Wanshou Tongtian said coldly. Actually, I have already told the 6 paths that I have invited everyone here to participate in a game. Old man Guanqi said with a smile. Game? Everyone's expression stiffened. I don't have time to play games with you. Wanshou Tongtian said coldly. It's not about whether you want to play or not. It's just that it has already started. None of you can back out now. If you die, you will die, no matter who you are. Old man Guanqi suddenly revealed a cold smile. Chapter 788. I don't have time to play games with you. Wanshou Tongtian said coldly. It's not about whether you want to play or not, but it's already started. None of you can back out now. Backing out means death. No matter who you are. Old man Guanqi sneered. Die? Ha, what arrogance. Just you. Ji Empress narrowed her eyes, killing intent flashing in them. The rainbow light formation had cut off everything. Even the eye of heaven couldn't see through it. Everyone was cut off from the outside world. Game? You prepared for 1,000 years just to get everyone to play a game? Kill Guanqi's 9 sons. Jiang Lianshan said solemnly. Everyone stared at old man Guanqi. They all looked at the 9 Guanqi's 9 sons. These 9 people did not seem to be very capable. In terms of strength, he had no strength. In terms of wisdom, he was extremely limited. Weren't they old man Guanqi's disciples? Why kill them? Pavilion Master, what did we do wrong? Wu Yazi and the others asked anxiously. Old man Guanqi smiled. You didn't do anything wrong. They just underestimated you. Underestimated us? The 9 frowned. At this moment, the 9 of them suddenly clutched their heads, each of them feeling a sudden pain. Ah, Pavilion Master, why are you targeting us? My head hurts so much. Buddha, save us. Ancient Emperor, save us. The 9 Guanqi's 9 sons suddenly screamed. Before the experts could make a move, old man Guanqi sighed and said solemnly, it's not that I'm targeting you. At this point, you're all having headaches. Ah, my head. The 9 sons pounded their heads in pain. Just as those familiar with the 9 sons were about to make a move, someone's eyes widened. Something's not right. The 9 sons' faces changed. Everyone paused and looked at the 9 Guanqi's 9 sons in astonishment. The faces of the 9 people were contorting, and the more they contorted, the more they changed. Slowly, the 9 people's appearances changed. Furthermore, they became one. At the same time, all 9 people's bodies shone with all kinds of light. Red, blue, green, purple, and so on. They were constantly changing. Sky Chess Pavilion's owner, what did you do to them? Gu Hai asked with a frown. One of them was Gu Qin. Old man Guanqi looked at Gu Hai and shook his head. It wasn't me. Who else could it be? How did they change their appearances? Who are they? The group of experts immediately opened their eyes wide and shouted, as if they were about to step forward. Meow. The black cat in the air suddenly stood on end and roared in shock. Everyone looked over in shock. What was wrong with this black cat? No one dealt with the black cat. The black cat saw the change in Juko's appearance and was shocked. That's impossible. Longevity Tongtian, the Buddha of the past, and the Buddha of the present all cried out in alarm. What was impossible? The surrounding people were puzzled. Longevity Tongtian, the Buddha of the past, and the Buddha of the present were all shocked. Shocked? Why would they be shocked? Samsara. Meow, they are samsara. The black cat exclaimed. Samsara immortal? How is that possible? The Buddha of the past widened his eyes in disbelief. Samsara immortal? What's samsara immortal? These are Guanqi's 9 sons. Everyone looked at the black cat and the Buddha of the past in shock. However, they saw old man Guanqi reach out and wave his hand. Suddenly, the 9 sons were each enveloped in a colorful ball of light. After a moment of pain, the 9 sons seemed to have calmed down after their faces were unified. Moreover, they all looked gloomy. Welcome to your resurrection, the 9 clones of Rokudo Shinkuan. Old man Guanqi suddenly laughed. Wang! The 9 sons raised their heads at almost the same time and looked around coldly. Their cultivation levels were still the same, but at this moment, there was a flash of great deterrence in their eyes. Once the great deterrence was released, just one look was enough to make all the experts' hearts skip a beat. A heavenly aura suppressed them. How is that possible? What happened to their eyes in such a short time? Why do I feel a little scared? Someone exclaimed. The Tongtian sect master and the Buddha of the 3 realms' expressions changed drastically. Meow. Mao Tianyun also widened his eyes and roared. Samsara immortal? 9 clones? The Tongtian from the Jie school was shocked. The 9 of them looked exactly the same. If it wasn't for the fierce look in their eyes, they looked extremely benevolent, giving people a feeling that they were born to believe them. The 9 of them looked around and suddenly turned to look at old man Guanqi. Their eyes were extremely cold. Don't look at me like that. I'm the one who allowed you to be resurrected, right? Now, remember these people, right? They are here to kill you and take the heavenly souls in your hands. Old man Guanqi said with a smile. The 9 sons looked at the black chess pieces in their hands. In the black chess pieces, there were all the heavenly souls in the past 800 years. Previously, the experts helped them because of the heavenly souls in their hands. It's getting closer and closer. It seems that your memories are getting clearer. In that case, everyone, go back to your positions. You have a mental connection. You know where they are, and they know where you are, right? Old man Guanqi said with a smile. As he laughed, he waved his hand. Who? 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 The 9 sons of Guanqi were immediately flooded by the 7-colored flowing light and shot into the enchantment in the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the 9 of them entered the flowing light and disappeared. This time, they were not crushed into powder. Guanqi, what's with the 9 people just now? 9 clones? What 9 clones? Wan Shou Tong Tian roared with a ferocious expression. 6 paths immortal from 800,000 years ago. Does anyone still remember him? Old man Guanqi said with a smile. Meow, 800,000 years ago. There were 10 Rokudo Shinkuan. 1 was the main body, 9 were clones. No, the 10 were not separated. Rokudo Shinkuan cultivated some unknown technique that separated his 3 souls and 7 spirits. Each had a body. There were 10 bodies in total. 1 was the main body, and 9 were divided. The 10 bodies fought against the heavens. 9 were destroyed, but the last one survived and killed the heavens to replace them. Cat Tian Yun said coldly. Yes, the 9 clones were all destroyed. That's why the 6 paths immortal wanted to make up for the 800,000 years. He wanted to make himself more perfect, so he went into hibernation. He was repairing his body. When he woke up, he would be perfect. 800 years ago, I played chess with him. I lost that game, but it wasn't over yet. Did I lose? But I did it on purpose. Old man Guanqi said with a smile. Stole the 6 paths soul seed. Jiang Lianshan's expression sank. More or less. In that game of Go, I found the souls of immortal 6 paths 9 clones from back then. I condensed them into 9 seeds and infused them into my inheritance. Of course, there are also true sovereign 6 paths memories, old Mr. Guanqi said with a smile. Seeds? The 9 seeds of the Guanqi's 9 clones? The Buddha of the past said with an ugly expression. Yes, the 9 seeds created the 9 clones. When the seeds entered the body, they slowly merged with the clones of the 6 paths immortal. Gradually, the 9 clones merged with the clones of the 6 paths immortal. They were the clones of the 6 paths, and the clones of the 6 paths were the 9 clones. Old man Guanqi explained. Hiss. Gasps could be heard from the airship. Resurrecting Rokudo Shinkuan. Old man Guanqi was crazy. Aren't you looking for the heavenly soul? He is in the hands of the 9 clones of the Rokudo Shinkuan. If you find them, you will find the person you are looking for. Old man Guanqi said with a smile. Boom. At this moment, the Thousand Island Sea suddenly shook. It seemed to have stopped. You want us to kill the clones of the Rokudo Shinkuan? Ha, what a joke. Why do you want to kill them? Wan Shou Tong Tian said coldly. Even if you don't kill them, they will kill you. Because the purpose of your trip is to kill them. The game we are playing is to kill the 6 paths immortal. Old man Guanqi said with a smile. What do you mean? Empress Ji narrowed her eyes. Old man Guanqi looked at Mao Tianyun and said, You are one of the 5 divine beasts. Do you feel anything? The black cat's body suddenly twitched. Meow. They are still alive. Aren't the other 4 divine beasts dead? The black cat said in surprise. Welcome, everyone, to 800,000 years ago. The year before the Rokudo Shinkuan defied the heavens. Old man Guanqi suddenly said with a serious expression. Wow! The surrounding people were in an uproar. Is old man Guanqi crazy? What nonsense is he talking about? 800,000 years ago. What 800,000 years ago? Why don't I understand? The surrounding experts were confused. However, Jiang Lianshan, Empress Ji, the Tongtian sect master, and the 3 worlds Buddha's expressions changed. They seemed to have guessed something. The law of time. You have mastered the law of time. Jiang Lianshan's expression changed. I can't say that I have mastered it. I have only scratched the surface and obtained some opportunities. Wherever you were born, you will appear in that place. Those who survive 800,000 years will return to their original bodies, just like the Rokudo Shinkuan just now. Previously, your wills were connected. Every 10 days, you will sense each other's location. He can sense your location, and you can sense his location. Old man Guanxi said with a smile. Sense? Gu Hai's expression darkened. The so-called helping Guanxi and his 9 sons to fight for the heavenly soul was just a trap. He wanted to establish a mental connection with the 9 sons of Guanxi. So, he could be hunted down by them. Old man Guanxi looked at the 3 worlds Buddha, the Tongtian sect master, and Mao Tianyun. The rules of the game are that you have 1 year to kill all the Rokudo Shinkuan, or be killed by the Rokudo Shinkuan. After 1 year, if the Rokudo Shinkuan is still alive, you will be killed by the power of time, including the few of you. What kill? Kill us? Everyone's expression changed. The game has begun. Everyone, remember, you only have 1 year. Welcome to 800,000 years ago. Ha 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 ha. Old man Guanxi laughed with a trace of pain. As he laughed, he waved his hand. Boom! Countless streams of light rushed toward everyone. In an instant, the streams of light brought everyone flying in all directions. Under the shroud of time, there was no resistance at all. Wang! The 1,000 Island Sea disappeared, leaving only old man Guanxi standing on the vast sea with a trace of a painful smile. The law of time. Ha, Yen, success or failure depends on this. Old man Guanxi shed a trace of painful tears. Whoosh! The next moment, old man Guanxi disappeared. Chapter 789. Wansho Taoism, outside a hall. Several Wansho Taoism disciples were walking around the hall. Third Celestial Venerable was scolded by the sect leader again. A disciple whispered. I also heard that Third Celestial Venerable wielded the Immortal slaying sword and killed from the 1st moon altar to the 18th moon altar. He even slaughtered everyone in the main altar. When he came back, he was covered in blood and was found by the sect leader. He was punished in the heart-nurturing hall to copy scriptures and cultivate his mind. Another disciple whispered. What did the Wansho Taoism sect do? Why was Third Celestial Venerable so angry? What else could they do? Those monks of the Wansho Taoism sect like to stir up trouble. They think they are so great. They slandered Third Celestial Venerable and Rokudo Shinkuan for saving lives. They are harboring evil intentions. Third Celestial Venerable worships Rokudo Shinkuan the most. Not only did the Wansho Taoism sect slander Third Celestial Venerable, they even slandered Rokudo Shinkuan. Third Celestial Venerable was so angry that he serves them right. Now the whole world is praising Rokudo Shinkuan. Even God is praising Rokudo Shinkuan. The Wansho Taoism sect actually acted recklessly. Unfortunately, Third Celestial Venerable bumped into the sect leader. The sect leader said that he was too evil and wanted him to reflect on his mistakes. If I had the ability, I would also seek justice from the Wansho Taoism sect. Third Celestial Venerable did nothing wrong. A group of disciples walked around the heart-nurturing hall, whispering to each other. The door of the hall was closed. It was dark inside, with only a golden candle burning slowly. A man in a black robe was sitting cross-legged in the center of the hall. This man was none other than the Tongtian sect master of the Wansho Taoism sect. The Tongtian sect master gritted his teeth and seemed to be copying scriptures. I did nothing wrong. How could I be wrong? Humph, eldest senior brother, why are you punishing me? The Tongtian sect master muttered uncomfortably. Those bald donkeys of the Miyu sect, they didn't save the people who were suffering, but Rokudo Shinkuan went to save them. They even said that Rokudo Shinkuan was harboring evil intentions. Humph, 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 a bunch of people who distort the truth. What's wrong with killing them? You even dared to say that Rokudo Shinkuan is the greatest scourge of the world. Go f*ck yourself. Pa! In his fury, the Tongtian sect master broke the brush in his hand. At that moment, the Tongtian sect master looked rather impulsive and indignant. Right at this moment, a gust of wind blew through the sealed hall. Who? A strange gale rushed towards the Tongtian sect master, causing the candlelight to flicker violently, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. What? The Tongtian sect master's expression suddenly changed. He had a bad feeling about this. It was as if something had entered his body. Huff! The Tongtian sect master trembled and froze in place. After a while, the Tongtian sect master woke up with a start. After waking up, the Tongtian sect master's indignant expression disappeared, leaving behind only a blank and solemn expression. At that moment, the Tongtian sect master's brows were deeply furrowed. His pupils constricted as he looked at his hands. His entire person seemed to have matured in an instant. He looked at the decorations around him and the candlelight above his head. Taisheng Spirit Concentration Candle. That was used up 800,000 years ago. How? The Tongtian sect master was slightly taken aback. Then, the Tongtian sect master looked at the scripture on the desk in front of him. He also looked at the crushed brush in his hand. Who? The Tongtian sect master immediately stood up. Wang! Suddenly, 7 long swords floated around the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master grabbed the 7 long swords in his hand. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. No fragments of the heaven-splitting axe. My cultivation has also regressed a little. Cultivation is secondary. I can recover it in the blink of an eye. Quang! The Tongtian sect master swung his sleeves, and the doors to the hall opened with a bang. Outside, a few Wansho Taoism disciples suddenly widened their eyes. Third Celestial Master, it's not time yet. You can't come out. Otherwise, the sect master will be angry. A disciple suddenly called out worriedly. The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes. He couldn't even remember the appearance of the person in front of him. After a while, he suddenly remembered. It's you. You're not dead yet. The Tongtian sect master was slightly taken aback. Dead? What dead? Third Celestial Master, what did you say? The disciple asked blankly. Third Celestial Master. Did you call me Third Celestial Master? The Tongtian sect master frowned and looked up at the sky. In the sky, the luck of the Wansho Taoism was still there. However, at this moment, it was only the luck of a medium sect. Wansho Taoism. Medium sect. Third Celestial Master. 800,000 years ago. The Tongtian sect master's pupils suddenly shrank. He immediately remembered. Wasn't everything around him the scene from 800,000 years ago? At that time, he was the third celestial master of the Wansho Taoism. At that time, he wasn't the sect master. Wasn't he the sect master? Third brother, did you just ignore eldest senior brother's words? I told you to go into seclusion and transcribe books. Why did you come out? Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. Not far away, a man in a gorgeous robe suddenly appeared. There was a red dot between his eyebrows. His eyes were cold and he looked quite noble. Greetings, Second Celestial Master. The disciples of the Wansho Taoism said respectfully. Yuan Shi Tianzuan. You're still the same. You haven't changed at all. Ha 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 ha. The Tongtian's eyes suddenly lit up. What nonsense are you talking about? Yuan Shi Tianzuan glared. It seems to be true. Old man Guanqi. You're really powerful. The law of time. You're back. You're really back. The Tongtian suddenly showed a look of horror. Third brother, are you going to cause trouble again? Suddenly, another dignified voice was heard. Being scolded, the Tongtian sect master was not angry. Instead, he suddenly froze and turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. He saw that not far away, an old man in a loose white robe was looking at the Tongtian sect master rather angrily. The Miyu sect just said a few words of their heart, and you destroyed their entire sect because of a disagreement? What did I teach you? The heart of heaven is as calm as water. How could you be so ruthless and destroy the entire sect? Leave no one alive. I'm so angry. I told you to reflect on your mistakes and transcribe scriptures. How many words did you just copy? Did you come out again? Who are you going to kill this time? Why don't you kill me as well? The white-robed old man glared at the Tongtian sect master. After a round of scolding, the Tongtian sect master did not reply. Instead, his eyes suddenly became moist. Why is Third Celestial Venerable crying? The surrounding Wansho Taoism disciples all lowered their heads, not daring to look. Oh. Third brother was scolded to tears. That's not like you. Aren't you thick-skinned? Yuanshi Tianzuan frowned and asked in confusion. The Tongtian sect master ignored him and stared at the white-robed old man. Suddenly, the Tongtian sect master knelt down. Eldest senior brother, Tongtian knows his wrongs. It's great to see you again. Hit me, scold me. Eldest senior brother, Tongtian misses you so much. The Tongtian sect master suddenly burst into tears and complained tearfully. Yuanshi Tianzuan was slightly stunned and revealed a look of surprise. The white-robed old man not far away was naturally the current leader of the Wansho Taoism, Taisheng the Celestial Venerable One. Taisheng also looked at Tongtian in surprise. What are you trying to do? What tricks are you up to now? When Master died, second senior brother and I were still young. Eldest senior brother was the one who brought us up. He taught us on behalf of Master and took care of us. Junior brother is insensible and keeps causing trouble for eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother, hit me, hit me. I'm sorry. Tongtian suddenly cried in agony. Yuanshi Tianzuan widened his eyes. He did not understand why third brother, who always caused trouble for eldest senior brother and always competed with him, would suddenly become like this. The Taisheng sect master was originally glaring at Tongtian, but when he saw Tongtian acting so abnormally, he forgot to scold him. What happened? Did someone bully you? Who is it? The Taisheng sect master's eyes turned cold. It was as if he wanted to stand up for Tongtian. When he saw the Taisheng sect master's expression, Tongtian felt a warmth in his heart and a lump in his throat. No, I just miss eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother, I've caused you so much trouble in the past. Tongtian sect master said with reddened eyes. You really didn't? Taisheng sect master asked doubtfully. No. Tongtian immediately shook his head. Since you didn't, then why are you crying? Alright, go tidy yourself up and follow me to pay respects to the heroes of the Miyu sect. Sigh. Taisheng sighed softly. Obviously, Taisheng was compassionate and felt extremely guilty towards the Miyu sect. He wanted to pay respects to them. As for punishing the Tongtian sect master earlier, he did not have any intention of punishing him now. Obviously, he had spoiled Tongtian too much. Tongtian instinctively wanted to nod. But in the next moment, Tongtian suddenly trembled. Oh no! I have to leave Wansho Taoism immediately. I have to leave right now. Eldest senior brother, Yuanshi, don't look for me. Don't look for me anymore. Even if I die outside, don't look for me and don't investigate. Tongtian suddenly thought of the old man Guanqi. The rules of the game were to kill Rokudo Shinkuan in the year before the sixth Tao of Heaven. His mission was to kill Rokudo Shinkuan. Similarly, Rokudo Shinkuan's 9 doppelgangers should have entered his body and remembered everything. The people from 800,000 years later came to stop them from going against the heavens. Wouldn't Rokudo Shinkun attack everyone? If Rokudo Shinkun knew everything, he would definitely eliminate this group of malignant tumors from 800,000 years later. If he knew everything, Rokudo Shinkun would definitely know as well. Presumably, Rokudo Shinkun would arrive at Wansho Taoism soon. Go, leave this place immediately. Otherwise, everyone in Wansho Taoism would be implicated. Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Taishang sect masters' expressions changed when they saw Tongtian's panicked expression. Third brother, apart from the Miyu sect, did you get into trouble again? Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression suddenly darkened. It was as if he was very concerned about Tong Tian. What's the matter? This is not your style. Why do you have such an expression? Who is it? Who wants to touch you? Tell me, and I'll talk to them for you, the Taishang sect master said coldly. It was obvious that the Taishang sect master had taken on all of Tongtian's fears in an instant. Tong Tian was touched, but then he shook his head. No, this won't do. This time, it's Rokudo Shinkun who wants to kill me. I won't rest until I'm dead. Rokudo Shinkun? How is that possible? Yuanshi Tianzuan was shocked. The Taishang sect master was also confused. Just as everyone was puzzled, a loud shout suddenly came from the outside world. Dominator of the Six Paths requests an audience with the three celestial lords of Wansho Taoism. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the outside world. Wansho Taoism had a large array protecting the sect. No one could enter. A voice came from the outside world. It sounded very polite, but to Tong Tian, it sounded like a death knell. Rokudo Shinkun is here. Chapter 790. Lingshan Sect. Past Hall. Wang. The Buddha of the past shuddered and woke up from a strange dream. Old man Guanqi. 800,000 years ago. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The past Buddha's eyes widened as he stepped out of the hall. Past Buddha. The surrounding monks bowed respectfully to the past Buddha. The past Buddha looked around blankly. Is this the sacred ground of Lingshan? It doesn't seem like it. Luck? Why are there so few? He doesn't recognize any of the monks. That's not right. He knows them, but these people are long dead. Is it true? We're really back. The past Buddha shuddered. Past Buddha, what happened to you? The surrounding monks asked blankly. Where's Buddha? Where's Buddha? The past Buddha shouted. Buddha? He's in the Mahavira hall. A monk said blankly. Phew. The past Buddha instantly arrived at the Mahavira hall. In the Mahavira hall, there were two people talking. One of them was the present Buddha. Buddha, we're back. That old man Guanqi really brought us back. What do we do now? The past Buddha asked anxiously. In the hall, the present Buddha raised his head and looked at the past Buddha in confusion. Past Buddha, what happened to you? The other person also raised his head slowly. When the past Buddha saw his face, he shuddered and took a step back. You're still alive? It was also a monk. The monk put his palms together and closed his eyes. He was quite fat. Past Buddha, what happened to you? Why am I still alive? The fat monk in front of him laughed. You. The past Buddha's face was full of shock. Past Buddha, what happened to the future Buddha? Why are you so emotional? The present Buddha asked curiously. 800,000 years ago. 800,000 years ago. The past Buddha mumbled to himself. He suppressed the shock in his heart and heaved a sigh of relief. The future Buddha. Yes, the future Buddha hadn't changed. He was the previous future Buddha. He was naturally still alive. But why didn't the Buddha know about it? Suddenly, the past Buddha shuddered and understood everything. Tathagata Sky Fiend? The present Buddha frowned. Buddha of the past, what's wrong? Could it be that evil body of mine has done something deranged again? Did he offend you? The present Buddha suddenly showed a trace of doubt. The Tathagata heavenly demon had dual personalities. 800,000 years later, it would be divided into the good Tathagata and the evil Tathagata. But now, they had merged into one. The two personalities ruled each other in the body. Was the good Tathagata ruling the body now? Ah. No, no. The Buddha of the past's expression stiffened. There were many things that he couldn't say. Buddha of the past, you're speaking in such a strange manner. Did something happen to you? You can tell us. The future Buddha also said solemnly. I'm fine, I'm fine. The past Buddha said bitterly. Since you are fine, you came at the right time. I also have something to say. The future Buddha said with a frown. Oh. Second Buddha looked at future Buddha. Recently, I've caught a trace of information about the future. It's uncertain, but it's incomparably terrifying. Although I have been wrong in my predictions in the past, this time, I have a feeling of dread. The future Buddha frowned. Oh. The merciful and compassionate Rokudo Shinkuen? In my dream, he wasn't as merciful as he seemed. Everything he did had a purpose. In my dream, he wanted to kill the heavens. The future Buddha frowned and said worriedly. What? The past Buddha's expression changed. The future Buddha had caught the information about the future right this time. Shut up. The present Buddha suddenly shouted coldly. Your prediction of the future has never been accurate. Don't talk nonsense. Especially at this time, no one is allowed to speak carelessly. If outsiders know about this, I don't know how many experts will want to kill you to repay the kindness of the Dominator of Six Paths. Do you know how many experts owe Rokudo Shinkuen a favor? You still can't watch your mouth. Are you tired of living? The present Buddha said solemnly. But, that dream was so real and so terrifying. The future Buddha said bitterly. Shut up. Everything in your dream will rot in your stomach. The present Buddha said coldly. All right. The future Buddha smiled bitterly. Past Buddha, don't speak nonsense. Now, the world is about to be created. There can't be any disobedience. The present Buddha sighed slightly. The past Buddha's expression stiffened slightly, then he smiled bitterly. Rokudo Shinkuen wants to kill the heavens? No, it's going to start soon. I know for sure. Besides, that Rokudo Shinkuen also knows that I came back from 800,000 years ago. Will he come to silence me? Buddha, I want to see your evil body. Please let me see your evil body. The past Buddha begged bitterly. Oh. See my evil body. Why? The present Buddha was surprised. The future Buddha was also at a loss. The past Buddha refused to say, but he suddenly knelt down. Buddha, I beg you, let me see your evil body. It's too late. My life is hanging by a thread. No, your life is hanging by a thread too. Let me see him. Otherwise, my soul mountain holy land, no, my soul mountain sect is finished. The past Buddha said anxiously. The present Buddha and the future Buddha looked at the past Buddha blankly. At this moment, there was a sudden shout from the outside world. Samsara requests to see the third Buddha of the Soul Mountain sect. The shout passed through the Soul Mountain sect's array and into the sect. Rokudo Shinkuen. The future Buddha was slightly startled. The past Buddha's expression changed drastically. Buddha, quick, come out. That Rokudo Shinkuen is here to destroy my sect. Quick, quick, quick! The past Buddha screamed. Above the vast sea, a black cat was playing in the sea. Fish, fish, do you want to be eaten by me? If you eat me, you will be released from purgatory. You will become a human in your next life. Those who want to be eaten by me, come with me. The black cat looked at the sea and shouted. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a large number of fish chased after the black cat excitedly. Meow, I'll eat whoever catches me. Come, come, meow. The black cat laughed and shuttled back and forth in the sea. Eating fish? That was also a form of fun. As the black cat ran, the rolling fishes scrambled to pounce on it, all so that the black cat could eat them. Meow, meow, meow. The black cat walked happily. It was a happy cat with no scheming thoughts. But just as the black cat was running away. Meow. The black cat's hair stood on end as a huge threat shrouded its body. In an instant, the surrounding seawater surged, but it could not stop the energy that rushed towards its body. Buzz! The black cat shivered and stood on the sea, motionless. Its originally bright face suddenly became distorted. After a while, the black cat suddenly woke up. But at this moment, the black cat's smile was gone, replaced by endless hatred. Puff, puff, puff. The surrounding fish swam quickly, obviously wanting the black cat to fulfill its promise of being eaten. Scram, the sky is falling. Who has the time to eat you? Meow. The black cat suddenly showed a violent expression. For old fellas, come and find me, quick, come and find me, the sky is falling, someone wants to kill the sky. The black cat suddenly showed a ferocious expression and roared. Yo, little black cat, you're not naive anymore. Suddenly, a voice came from the void. Ha ha ha, Mao Tianyun, you can give up, I won't believe you. Pooey, you little black cat, you're always fooling around, be careful, the heavens will take away your tricks. Ha 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 ha, this is the biggest joke I've heard this year. 4 different voices came from all directions. When the voices came, the black cat's face froze. The other 4 mythical beasts did not believe it at all. Heavens above, Tianyun has a report. Meow. Mao Tianyun suddenly roared to the sky. But there was no response from the sky. Little black cat, stop shouting, the heavens are helping Rokudo Shinkuen investigate the outer space, how can they hear your voice? The world is about to be created, how can they have time to care about you? You'd better eat your little fish, ha 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 ha. A voice came. Create the world. Create my ass, the 6th Tao is a liar, he has deceived everyone. Mao Tianyun roared. But at this moment, the voices in the surroundings seemed to have disappeared, the voices of the other 4 mythical beasts could not be heard. Mao Tianyun's black hair stood on end and he looked at the sea not far away with a ferocious expression. A man in a Taoist robe stood on the surface of the sea. His hair was combed into a high bun. He looked at Mao Tianyun with a compassionate expression. Cat God, it was easy to find you. The man in the Taoist robe smiled. Rokudo Shinkuen. Meow. The black cat suddenly roared with a ferocious expression. Yes, it was comfortable to be imprisoned for 800,000 years, right? Ha 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 ha. Rokudo Shinkuen laughed. As he laughed, the surrounding sea suddenly emitted a thick fog, as though it was isolated from the outside world. North of the Divine Continent, on a huge island in the East Sea. On a mountain. Swoosh. Suddenly, a ray of rainbow light fell from the sky. Bam! With a loud sound, the ray of rainbow light seemed to wrap around a figure and crashed to the ground. What happened? Someone fell from the sky. Which sect is this lad from? How could he fall from the sky after learning to fly? Ha 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 ha. Many people surrounded the huge crater in the middle of the laughter. The person in the crater was none other than Gu Hai. Gu Hai rubbed his slightly dizzy head and slowly flew out of the huge pit that was shrouded in smoke. Old Man Guanqi. Game. Only 1 year. 800,000 years ago. Gu Hai rubbed his temples and frowned as he tried to recall what had happened. When Gu Hai flew out, he was surrounded by people. Ha ha ha, look, he is stunned from the fall. What an idiot. Did he fall from the sky? I want to tell Senior that this is the first time I saw someone fall from the sky after learning to fly. Everyone laughed, but Gu Hai was gradually waking up. He patted the dust off his body and looked at the people around him. No one was familiar with him. Teng Tian, Keng Xian, Ao Shun, Shengguan Hen, Mo Yike, were all gone. Was he the only one left? Fortunately, his cultivation was still there, and he was not missing an arm or a leg. Where is this? Gu Hai frowned and looked at the people in front of him. Chapter 791. Where am I? Gu Hai frowned and looked at the crowd in front of him. Where? Ha 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 ha, this kid is confused. Who knows him? The crowd laughed. Whoosh. At this moment, Gu Hai's mind was completely clear. He took a step forward and slowly flew into the sky. He flew high up in the sky and looked around. The vast land with mountains and rivers was extremely vast. It was very strange to suddenly be in this place. What year is it now? Gu Hai looked at the group of people below who were waiting to see a joke. What year is it? Are you confused? Look, your scar hasn't healed yet, and you're flying again. Someone laughed. Gu Hai ignored the crowd. Do you know Rokudo Shinkuan or Long Zhanggua? Who have you heard of? The crowd was slightly stunned. Long Zhanggua. What's that? Are you stupid? Don't you remember Rokudo Shinkuan? Kid, why are you asking about Rokudo Shinkuan? Did you receive a great favor from him? The merciful and compassionate Rokudo Shinkuan. Haven't you heard of him? The crowd scolded. However, Gu Hai's heart suddenly sank. Is it true? Did Old Man Guanqi really bring me back to 600,000 years ago? What a powerful law of time. What a terrifying power. You want us to kill Rokudo Shinkuan? Stop him from defying the heavens? Destroy Rokudo Shinkuan's ambitions at the source? But looking at the crowd, they seemed to worship Rokudo Shinkuan like crazy. It was as if they had been brainwashed. Does Rokudo Shinkuan have such great charm? No, Rokudo Shinkuan also has our memories, especially the 9th young master and Guqin. When they fused with the Samsara's body, they could sense my location once every 10 days. Even if we are here to destroy his heaven-defying plan, he will definitely search the entire world for us. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Which sect is the biggest here? Gu Hai shouted. Sect? Which sect is the biggest? Everyone was stunned. Boom! Gu Hai suddenly emitted a strong aura. The might of the 8th layer of the Middle Celestial Palace was not something that ordinary cultivators could compare to. Immediately, the group of cultivators turned ashen from the pressure. Just a moment ago, he was still mocking this person for not being able to fly, but this person actually had such strength? Everyone's hearts trembled. Under Gu Hai's aura, they felt a sense of despair. It was as if Gu Hai could turn them into meat paste with just a pinch of his hand. Which sect is the biggest here? Where is it? Gu Hai asked coldly. 500,000 li to the east. The Purple Jade Sect. The Purple Jade Sect is the biggest. There. A cultivator said with an ashen face. Purple Jade Sect. Gu Hai did not hesitate. His figure flickered, and he shot into the distance. Boom! He instantly disappeared from his original spot. The cultivators who were previously suppressed by Gu Hai's aura fell to the ground, paralyzed. Their faces were filled with horror. In the sky above the purple jade sect, a large amount of golden providence floated. At the entrance of the purple jade palace, a man in purple robes looked at the great array in the sky with great satisfaction. Congratulations, Sect Master, for obtaining this great array. With this great array, our purple jade sect can rise to the next level. A disciple in robes said with a smile. That's right. Our purple jade sect has been a sect for a long time. Among the 36 sects in this area, our purple jade sect is the strongest. We already have as many as 5 middle celestial palaces in our sect. Our providence has also accumulated to the point of condensing divine objects. We only lack a great array. Now that Sect Master has obtained this great array, our purple jade sect can finally be promoted to a middle sect. Another disciple in robes said with a smile. The purple jade sect master nodded. A trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes as he said, we still have to avoid Rokudo Shinkuen. During the last Boa conference, Rokudo Shinkuen led us to save countless refugees and behead a group of demons. Actually, I did not contribute much. However, Rokudo Shinkuen still gave us sect masters a great array each. Rokudo Shinkuen is truly benevolent. Even a heavenly palace would not be able to break this purple smoke net great array, right? A disciple said with a smile. Of course. The purple smoke net great array is one of the strongest Go Dao formations. Even a heavenly palace's third floor can forget about breaking it. The purple jade sect master said proudly. Buzz. Just at this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew above the great array. A black-robed figure suddenly appeared in the air. It was Gu Hai, who had arrived shortly. Who is it? Who dares to be so impudent in the purple jade sect? A purple jade sect disciple shouted coldly. High in the air, Gu Hai coldly looked down at the purple smoke net great array. A Go Dao formation. Not bad. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Then, he stepped forward and charged towards the great array. Stop right there. If you still don't stop, the great array will tear you to pieces. A purple jade sect disciple shouted coldly. However, Gu Hai ignored him, continuing to step into the great array. Humph. You're courting death. Activate the formation. Someone shouted. Buzz. Suddenly, strands of purple smoke appeared outside the great array. It looked like a large fog, surging towards Gu Hai. The purple jade sect master said coldly, Brat, you are reckless. I'll let you have a taste of the might of the purple smoke net great array. Buzz. Buzz. As the purple fog surged over, it looked very beautiful. However, everyone knew that this beautiful fog contained a horrifying corrosive power. Even those who entered Heavenly Palace for the first time would instantly turn into a puddle of blood if they were enveloped by it. Sect Master, that reckless thing should have turned into a puddle of blood by now, right? A disciple said with a cold smile. The purple jade sect master nodded and was about to say something. Buzz. However, the purple jade sect master saw a figure walking out of the fog in the distance. It was Gu Hai. The purple fog strangely surrounded Gu Hai, but it did not touch Gu Hai at all. Gu Hai stepped forward and arrived inside the ritual array. What? Impossible. A group of purple jade sect disciples said in shock. Is there a problem with the great array? A cultivator said in surprise. He extended his hand and threw a huge rock into the purple fog. Buzz. 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 The huge rock was immediately corroded, letting out a sound of destruction. It's not a problem with the great array. The crowd said in shock. Who is the sect master? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. Time was of the essence. Gu Hai did not want to waste any more time here. Therefore, he stepped into the Great Array as a reminder to the Purple Jade sect to not engage in unnecessary conflict. Perhaps the Purple Jade sect master himself did not realize how terrifying the purple smoke net was. He was still angry at Gu Hai for entering the Great Array so easily. He looked at Gu Hai with a gloomy expression. Who are you? How dare you barge into my Purple Jade sect? Oh. You are the sect master. Very well, I have something to look for you for. Gu Hai stepped forward and flew over. Impudent. The Purple Jade sect master glared. Humph. Brat, do you know that trespassing into my Purple Jade sect is a crime punishable by death? Men, take him down. The Purple Jade sect master said with a cold glint in his eyes. Yes. Immediately, a group of Purple Jade sect disciples soared into the sky as if they were going to capture Gu Hai. Gu Hai frowned and looked at the Purple Jade sect master strangely. Isn't this sect master feeling too good about himself? I already broke your Go formation. Do you still think that I am a pushover? Gu Hai extended his hand and gently pinched it. It felt like he was pinching a thin purple thread. Gu Hai used his Go skills to connect to the purple smoke net formation. The laws of the Go Dao did not disappear 800,000 years ago. Gu Hai's Go skills allowed him to control the power of the laws easily. Controlling the purple smoke net formation was even easier. Then, Shaoqin gently pulled on the thin purple thread. Boom! Purple mist suddenly surged out of the purple smoke net formation and swept in all directions with a loud boom. Shing! 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 The surrounding buildings visibly melted the moment they came into contact with the purple fog. Some experts took out their sabers and swords to attack. Manifested palm strikes landed. Shing! 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 The sabers and swords instantly melted. The manifested palm strikes shattered. One of the central heavenly palaces even landed a palm strike. Ah! The corrosive purple fog did not seem to be able to resist at all. The purple fog enveloped the entire Purple Jade sect in an instant. However, Gu Hai's control was extremely precise. When the purple fog was 1 foot away from everyone, it suddenly stopped. Ugh! All the Purple Jade sect disciples showed horrified expressions, not daring to move. The purple smoke net formation instantly captured everyone in the sect. No one dared to breathe loudly, showing horrified expressions. Their lives were in Gu Hai's hands now. Even the Purple Jade Palace instantly melted. The group of Purple Jade sect experts was trapped in the plaza, showing horrified expressions. The Purple Jade sect master did not dare to move, showing a horrified expression. At this moment, the Purple Jade sect master finally understood how powerful the purple smoke net formation was. However, the person before him was even more powerful. So, you're a Go master. Senior, what are you trying to do? Who sent you here? You should at least give me an explanation before I die. The Purple Jade sect master said with a horrified expression. Senior, please spare us. The others knelt in horror. I already said that I have something to ask of you. I want something from you. Gu Hai shook his head. You want my Purple Jade sect guarding treasure, the Purple Jade book? Fine, I'll give it to you. However, don't harm my Purple Jade sect disciples. The Purple Jade sect master said with an unsightly expression. Sect master, you can't. Sect master, the Purple Jade book is the foundation of our sect. At most, we'll just fight it out with him. A few Purple Jade sect disciples immediately said anxiously. However, the Purple Jade sect master ignored them. A look of despair appeared on his face. He only hoped that this person would not kill them to silence them after obtaining the Purple Jade book. Who said I want the Purple Jade book? Gu Hai was slightly startled. The surrounding people's expressions stiffened. The Purple Jade Sect Master was also at a loss. What do you want? My sect has no other treasures. I want a map of this world, a detailed map. That's all. Gu Hai said solemnly. The Purple Jade Sect Master. The Purple Jade Sect Disciples. Did we hear wrong? Gu Hai waved his hand, and the surrounding purple mist immediately disappeared. No one was injured, but many buildings were corroded. I only controlled this purple smoke net formation to calm you down. Sorry for the offense. Sect Master Purple Jade, you're the largest sect in this area, so you must have the deepest understanding of the world. The map of your sect should be the most detailed, right? Do you have it? Gu Hai said solemnly. The Purple Jade Sect Master was dumbfounded. You caused such a big commotion just to ask for a map. Do you have it? Gu Hai asked again. Yes, senior, inside, this way, please, I'll go get it right away. The Purple Jade Sect Master looked at the corroded Purple Jade Palace in front of him and said strangely. Chapter 792. At the Purple Jade Sect, Gu Hai frowned deeply as he looked at the map that the Purple Jade Sect Master sent over. The map from 800,000 years ago had changed tremendously compared to 800,000 years later. Of course, Xiaoqin could still make out the general outline. The Divine Continent remained the same. Only the mountains and rivers had changed, and some sects were in different locations. Gu Hai should still be in the Thousand Island Sea region of the past. However, this place was not the Thousand Island Sea region but a massive continent. Gu Hai's expression changed as he recalled what old man Guanqi said earlier. Everyone, return to the place of birth. The place of birth? Xiaoqin was not born in this world. However, his current location should be the place where he first transmigrated to the Divine Continent. Then, what about the others? After silently memorizing the map, Gu Hai looked at the Purple Jade Sect disciples at the side. At first, everyone had their doubts. However, when they realized that Gu Hai was really studying the map, they immediately felt like they were in a disaster. Could it be that this senior was in closed-door cultivation for several hundred years? Was the Purple Jade Sect unlucky? Gu Hai looked at the Purple Jade Sect Master and said after taking a deep breath, I am very sorry for the damage I caused to your sect earlier. No. Senior, it's just some grass and trees. It's nothing much. The Purple Jade Sect Master immediately smiled apologetically. The Purple Jade Sect Master did not have the guts to ask this senior to compensate. How about this? I'll help you perfect this Go Dao ritual array as an apology. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ah. Everyone felt slightly stunned. However, they saw Gu Hai extend his hand. Ling Su nodded. Rumble. The purple smoke net formation immediately began to tremble, and one could faintly see a few purple threads appear. Buzz. All of a sudden, the formation faded and disappeared. Previously, one could still see traces of purple smoke. Now, it seemed like they did not exist. Gu Hai extended his hand and sprinkled some ink on a piece of paper. Immediately, a large number of diagrams and words appeared on the paper. I helped you increase the might of your Go Dao ritual array 5-fold. This is the array diagram. Study it yourself. Gu Hai handed over the array diagram. Oh, okay. Sect Master Z, you took it in a daze. Farewell. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Swish. In an instant, Gu Hai soared into the sky and disappeared into thin air. Everyone watched as Gu Hai left. Then, they anxiously looked at the array diagram in Sect Master Purple Jade's hand. For a moment, strange expressions appeared on their faces. Sect Master Purple Jade studied it a little and found that the current formation map was indeed powerful. 5 times. As long as he grasped it, not to mention the 3rd level of the Celestial Palace, even the 5th level would not be able to return. Some plants and buildings. How much are these things worth? This array diagram was a priceless treasure. In fact, even the Purple Jade book couldn't compare to this formation diagram. He had originally thought that it was a calamity, but now, it was a blessing from the heavens. Sect Master, should we request Rokudo Shinkuen to kill that person? A disciple asked softly. Idiot. My Purple Jade sect didn't lose anything. Also, inform everyone that what happened today is not to mention it to anyone. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Sect Master Ziyu shouted coldly. Yes. The group of disciples responded. Gu Hai flew quickly in the sky. However, his mind was working quickly. Now, I have to find the others as soon as possible. Where is Tong Tian from the Jie school in the limitless celestial capital? There was no need to find him. If he wanted to hide, no one would be able to find him. Even if he went, he would definitely have left. Shengguanhen. He didn't know where he was born. Moreover, he had the 72 transformations, so he should be safe. With Mo Yike's wisdom, he should be able to keep himself safe. Now, only Ao Shun and Kong Xian were left. Ao Shun was definitely in the North Sea Dragon Palace. The current dragon supremacy should be Ao Tianhuang's previous life. Father and son should be able to cover for each other. As for Kong Xian, he must be in the Peacock tribe's encampment, near the Solar Divine Palace. It would be the easiest to find him. Then, let's find Kong Xian first. Gu Hai's eyes flashed. Whoosh! Gu Hai quickly flew towards the Peacock tribe's encampment. On the Divine Continent, beside a sea near the Solar Divine Palace. Boom! Kong Xian was like a meteor, smashing into the ground with a loud bang. Screech! Screech! Immediately, a large group of peacocks surrounded the meteor. Each of them had a ferocious expression as they stared at the object that fell from the sky. Kong Xian rubbed his head and climbed out of the ruins. Who are you? Who are you? A huge peacock suddenly shouted angrily. Kong Xian's mind was a little clearer now. He looked up at the ferocious peacocks outside. Although they were ferocious towards him, the peacock did not blame him at all. This was a peacock. After 800,000 years, he was the peacock supremacy. He protected the peacock tribe. Why would he be angry for the peacocks now? The Southwest Peacock King just died, and we can't find the murderer yet. Now, this person is of unknown origin. There must be something wrong. That's right, take him down. No one dares to humiliate our peacock tribe like this. The group of peacocks was furious. Suddenly, the leading peacock flapped its wings. Whoosh! A ray of green light suddenly appeared, like a long whip lashing towards Kong Xian. Oh! You've already cultivated the green light? Not bad. Kong Xian said with a smile. When the green light was about to hit him, Kong Xian suddenly flicked his finger. Bang! The cyan light whip suddenly exploded. Wow, Big Brother's green divine light, what's wrong? The group of peacocks suddenly looked like they were facing a great enemy. Screech! Kong Xian let out a long cry of a peacock and swung his hand. Boom! Suddenly, the 5-colored divine light was thrown out, directly towards the group of peacocks. Ah! The group of peacocks suddenly screamed, the threat of death looming over them. However, the 5-colored divine light did not touch any peacock, and the group of peacocks was unharmed. Wang! The 5-colored divine light disappeared. The group of peacocks were not afraid, instead, they were overjoyed. Was that the 5-colored divine light? Only an elder can use it. Elder. Greetings to the elder, we have been impolite. The group of peacocks immediately bowed respectfully. Find me a set of clothes. Kong Xian said lightly. Yes. Immediately, the group of peacocks flew away, quickly found clothes for Kong Xian, and helped Kong Xian to bathe and change his clothes. The elder of the peacock tribe, the peacocks naturally followed his orders. After bathing and changing his clothes, Kong Xian stepped on a mountain peak and looked around. The group of peacocks behind him reported to Kong Xian. 800,000 years ago. They are indeed back. Kong Xian squinted his eyes and looked around. Elder, what did you say? A peacock beside him asked blankly. This is a small tribe of the peacock tribe. Hee, the sea has turned into mulberry fields, everything has changed. I wonder how the peacock tribe is doing now. Kong Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. After all, after 800,000 years, the peacock tribe had withered greatly. Elder, you have been in seclusion for a long time, right? Our peacock tribe is now a large tribe of birds. In this world, only the phoenix tribe is comparable to us. How can our peacock tribe compare to the other tribes? Moreover, our peacock tribe can produce a super divine peacock every 10,000 years, ensuring the prosperity of our peacock tribe. The peacock behind him laughed. Super divine peacock. Kong Xian frowned. Why haven't I heard of this before? What's super divine peacock? Elder, you don't know. Cut the crap, tell me. Kong Xian frowned. Oh, super divine peacock can cultivate the six-colored divine light. The sixth color. The sixth color. Yes, Elder's five-colored divine light can destroy all things, but when the sixth color is cultivated, it can tear apart the reincarnation cycle. It can destroy anything, even the phoenix tribe doesn't dare to compete with our peacock tribe. Now, Jizun has the six-colored divine light. He is the super divine peacock. The peacock explained. Six-colored divine light? Kong Xian frowned slightly, this was the first time he had heard of it. Unfortunately, Jizun's time is up, he is about to reincarnate. I don't know why, but recently, the peacock tribe has been attacked continuously, one peacock king after another was killed. The peacock said with an ugly expression. Oh. Kong Xian frowned slightly. Jizun has sent people to investigate, but the peacock tribe is in danger. Jizun. You said his time is up, what do you mean? Kong Xian was puzzled. I heard that it might be in the next 2 months, but I don't know the details. The peacock sighed softly. So soon? Kong Xian was surprised. Yes, but my peacock tribe has a strong foundation, each of the elders is strong. Presumably, after 10,000 years, the next super divine peacock will be born. The peacock laughed. Is there a solar god temple nearby? Kong Xian was puzzled. Yes, the solar god temple has expanded greatly in recent years. They have 2 temple masters, one is called Tai Yi, and the other is called Tai Chu. I heard that they are very strong, especially Tai Yi, who has subdued many beast kings with his strength. The peacock said. Screech. Help. In the distant sky, a giant peacock without any hair flew towards the depths of the peacock tribe's territory. Behind it was a golden-winged rock. The golden-winged rock's claw grabbed the peacock's back. Ah! The peacock couldn't escape, as if it was about to be caught. Ah, that's the peacock king in charge of Mouse City. Not good, quickly save the Mouse City peacock king. The crowd of peacocks cried out in alarm. But how could the surrounding peacocks be faster than the golden-winged rock? As the golden-winged rock soared into the sky, it flapped its wings and was already 90,000 miles away. Stop right there. Quickly, inform the elders. Not good. Stop him. Countless peacocks cried out in alarm, but the golden-winged rock was too fast. No one could catch up. Humph! Kang Xian snorted coldly. Kang Xian took a step forward and moved. Boom! With terrifying speed, Kang Xian arrived before the golden-winged rock in almost an instant. Roar! The golden-winged rock's figure suddenly stopped, a look of shock on its face. Who are you? How dare you block my way? The golden-winged rock looked coldly at Kang Xian. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you made me angry. Kang Xian said with a ferocious expression. Who made you angry? You are courting death. The golden-winged rock grabbed the Mouse City Peacock King with one claw and swiped at Kang Xian with the other. Kang Xian showed a ferocious expression and swung his hand. Swoosh! A ray of 5-colored divine light brushed past. Instantly, the 2 giant claws of the golden-winged rock were wiped clean and disappeared without a trace. Bang! Blood spurted out from the golden-winged rock's legs. The golden-winged rock's face contorted. My claws! Ah! You are dead meat. The golden-winged rock roared in pain, as if it had something to rely on. Still not enough. Kang Xian said coldly. Swoosh! The 5-colored divine light flashed again. Instantly, one of the golden-winged rock's wings disappeared. Ah! The golden-winged rock retreated in pain. Again. Kang Xian sneered. Swoosh! Another ray of 5-colored divine light flashed. Chapter 793. Stop! 2 angry roars came from afar. It was a lion monster and a leopard monster, pouncing towards them from afar, bringing with them a strong gust of wind. Lion Woody. Bao Yongqing. The peacock's expressions changed. Clearly, these 2 monster kings were not small. Quick, come and save me, ah! The golden-winged rock screamed. Peacock tribe's elder. Who are you? Why don't I know you? Lion Woody glared at Kang Xian. Cut the crap, quick, kill him. Otherwise, if that old peacock finds out, we'll be in trouble. Bao Yongqing said with a ferocious expression. Humph, that old thing still has such a trump card, but today is the day you die. Lion Woody roared. While speaking, Lion Woody and Bao Yongqing pounced on Kang Xian. Elder, be careful, they can block the 5-colored divine light, be careful. The rescued Peacock King said anxiously. Kang Xian looked coldly at the 2 experts. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward. As soon as he took a step forward, black smoke emerged from Kang Xian's body, turning into a black wind that swept towards the 2 experts. What? Lion Woody and Bao Yongqing felt something was wrong. Roar! Kang Xian's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth wide. The black wind rolled and sucked the 2 experts into his mouth. Ah, not good, run! Lion Woody's expression changed. However, the suction force from Kang Xian's mouth was too strong, so strong that the 2 experts were unable to resist. In the blink of an eye, they were swallowed into Kang Xian's stomach. The surrounding peacock's expressions changed. Isn't this elder too strong? Lion Woody and Bao Yongqing were famous monster kings who had killed countless peacocks. Now, they were swallowed by the elder. How strong is this elder? After the initial shock, they were overjoyed because this was the peacock tribe's elder. The elder is mighty. The group of peacocks shouted excitedly. No, no, impossible, how? The golden-winged rock, whose legs and wings were broken, was shocked. Kang Xian turned his head and looked coldly at the golden-winged rock. I won't say anything. Even if you kill me, I won't say anything. The golden-winged rock's face suddenly shook. Kong Xian frowned slightly. Speak. I didn't ask you to tell me. Even if you tell me who ordered it, I don't know. However, the golden-winged great rock suddenly revealed a look of horror, as if it had even forgotten about its heavy injuries. Many thanks, Elder. The Peacock King from before said gratefully. More and more peacocks flew over. Kong Xian frowned. Remember, you didn't see anything. Do you remember? The surrounding peacocks were slightly taken aback. They did not know what the elder meant, but they still nodded their heads vigorously. Elder, don't worry. We'll keep what happened just now to ourselves. Elder, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Yes, Elder. All the peacocks replied in unison. Which city's Peacock King are you? Kong Xian looked at the rescued peacock and asked with a frown. Maocheng. I'm the Peacock King of Maocheng. In front of the elder, I'm not a king. Just call me Old Mao. The Maocheng Peacock King lowered his head in shame. Bring me to see the Peacock King. Kong Xian said solemnly. Ah. Old Mao was slightly taken aback. He then nodded and said, Yes, elder, please. Old Mao turned into a 500 feet tall peacock and grabbed the golden-winged rock. As he flew, Kong Xian stood on his head. Old Mao did not reject Kong Xian stepping on his head. The peacock race respected the strong, so Old Mao was even more grateful to Kong Xian. As they flew towards the sea, they encountered more and more peacocks. The Maocheng Peacock King, covered in blood, grabbed the golden-winged rock, which attracted the attention of the other peacocks. At this moment, Kong Xian was surrounded by black energy. The peacocks could not see clearly, but it also attracted the curiosity of countless peacocks. Old Mao, what's going on? A few familiar peacocks flew over and asked with a smile. This golden-winged rock tried to kill me on the road. I suspect that it has something to do with the recent deaths of many peacock kings. I've captured it. The Maocheng Peacock King said solemnly. Oh. All the peacocks looked at the golden-winged rock with cold expressions. Maocheng Lord, hand him over to the disciplinary hall. We'll interrogate him. A peacock flew over with a cold expression. Thank you. The Maocheng Peacock King nodded and threw the golden-winged rock to him. It's nothing, this is what we should do. So many city lords have died mysteriously. We were worried about where to start, but you've done us a great service. The disciplinary hall peacock said gratefully. Old Mao continued to fly towards the central island. Stop. Immediately, a group of peacocks blocked him. Everyone, I want to see Jizun. Old Mao said respectfully. Jizun is in seclusion and will not see any guests. Wait here, you can come back in 2 days when Jizun comes out of seclusion. The blocking peacock said solemnly. But, it's really a big matter, please make an exception, this concerns the safety of the peacock race. Old Mao said anxiously. The blocking peacock said impatiently, didn't you hear what I said? Not seeing any guests. Also, who is this person wrapped in black energy? You want to bring this unknown person to see Jizun. Don't you know the rules? Just as Old Mao did not know how to explain, an old voice suddenly came from the island in the distance. Esteemed guest, please excuse me for not going out to meet you. Jizun. All the peacocks looked into the distance respectfully. Don't stop, let the esteemed guest come. The old voice said solemnly. Yes. All the peacocks respectfully stepped aside. Old Mao looked around blankly, then brought Kong Xian to a huge plaza on the island. Around the plaza, a large number of peacock guards looked at Kong Xian, who was wrapped in black energy, with suspicion. Kong Xian stepped on Old Mao's head and walked on the plaza with a strange look in his eyes. Peacock Shrine. Kong Xian's eyes flashed with surprise. Esteemed guest, please forgive me, this old man can't move, please enter the palace yourself. Other peacocks, stand guard outside, no one is allowed to disturb me. The old voice came from the palace. Yes. The group of peacock race experts outside the palace said respectfully. Kong Xian stepped into the peacock palace. Quang. The door of the palace closed with a loud bang. Kong Xian saw a green-robed old man sitting on a chair in the center of the palace, emitting a foul stench. Cough, 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 this old man is a bit sloppy, please forgive me. The green-robed old man smiled bitterly. 5 Decay of the heavens? You are really at the end of your lifespan. Kong Xian frowned. As he spoke, the black aura around Kong Xian suddenly dissipated, revealing his original appearance. The green-robed old man stared at Kong Xian, a trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes. I have seen all the heavenly palace experts of the peacock race, but I have never seen you before. The monstrous demonic aura around you is rare in this world. More importantly, why is there the peacock god in your body? Screech. A peacock cry came from Kong Xian's forehead. Weng. Kong Xian's forehead emitted endless green light, and a transparent peacock flew out from between his eyebrows. After flying for a while, it returned to Kong Xian's forehead. I am also the sovereign of the peacock race. Kong Xian said solemnly. The green-robed old man's eyes lit up, and tears of excitement gushed out of his eyes. Ha 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 ha, cough, cough, ha 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 ha, the heavens didn't destroy my peacock race, the heavens didn't destroy my peacock race. The green-robed old man's eyes were filled with joy. Senior, what do you mean by this? Kong Xian asked solemnly. This old man had a dream not long ago. In the dream, my peacock race was on the verge of destruction. This old man sacrificed a month's worth of life to seek an audience with Senior Fushi using the peacock god. The result was the same as in my dream. These days, I was ready to dismiss the peacock race, but unexpectedly, a variable like you appeared. I don't know where you came from, but it's no longer important to me. You're here, the peacock race is saved. The green-robed old man said excitedly. Kong Xian frowned slightly, shaking his head. I may disappoint you. Even if I'm here, I may not be able to help you. I won't be here for long. Ah. The green-robed old man's face stiffened. Kong Xian looked at the green-robed old man in silence. Can I trust you? This old man's heart is for the peacock race. As long as it benefits the peacock race, I will do everything I can. Solemnly, the green-robed old man said. No, I want to test your peacock god. Kong Xian said solemnly. Weng. The old man did not hesitate, and a large amount of green light emerged from his glabella. A peacock god bigger and brighter than the one that appeared from Kong Xian's glabella appeared. Cast the curse. Solemnly, the old man said to Huang Xiaolong. Letting Kong Xian cast the curse was the peacock race's secret technique. It was to entrust one's life to the other in order to gain the other's trust. Kong Xian pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it, I trust you. Weng. The peacock god flew back into the old man's glabella. I'm not calling you senior as a compliment, but a fact. Maybe, you're one of my ancestors. Solemnly, Kong Xian said. Oh. This old man only has 8 days left. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm about to die, you don't need to hold back. Solemnly, the old man said. Senior, I came from 800,000 years in the future. At that time, the peacock race had already withered to a small demonic beast race. My talent was good, and my cultivation speed was fast enough to support the peacock race. Otherwise, the peacock race would have been wiped out long ago. My name is Kong Xian. Supreme Peacock from 800,000 years in the future. Solemnly, Kong Xian said solemnly. 800,000 years in the future. The old man was slightly stunned, as if he did not believe it. Kang Xian was not in a hurry, and waited for the old man to straighten out his thoughts. After a while, the old man's eyes slowly returned to normal, but the way he looked at Kang Xian was different. There was a trace of sorrow and relief in his eyes. "Can you tell me what happened in the future?" Solemnly, the old man asked. Kang Xian nodded and described everything that he knew to Zhang Xian. Ha ha, the peacock race has actually withered to this point. Rokudo Shinkun. The merciful Rokudo Shinkun. He. Cough, cough, cough. The old man coughed out blood. This old man can't do it anymore, I can't stop the Dominator. How many days of life do I have left? Ha, what a sin. The old man said with an ugly expression. Senior, you don't have to be like this, just reincarnate, maybe. Kang Xian comforted him. Reincarnate? Ha, reincarnate, as you said, is it useful for me to reincarnate? The Dominator controls reincarnation, even if I reincarnate, I will be devoured by him, sigh. The old man sighed slightly. Everything depends on effort. Nothing is certain yet. Kang Xian said solemnly. The old man suddenly looked at Kang Xian. I'm on the verge of death, but this generation of the peacock race lacks a strong peacock king. You came at the right time, help me lead the peacock race, and I will pass on my position to you, my peacock god will also merge with your god. Chapter 794. On the fourth day of Gu Hai's flight, he passed by a city and asked around to confirm his location. Before he even entered the city, he was recognized by a group of people. That's him, the one Rokudo Shinkun is looking for, that's him. Suddenly, a person shouted in surprise. Gu Hai's face darkened. Ha, that's him, Rokudo Shinkun's enemy. Quick! Inform everyone to catch him and return Rokudo Shinkun's kindness. Suddenly, a person rushed over excitedly. Behind him, countless experts immediately rushed over from all directions. Gu Hai's face darkened, and the central celestial palace's aura suddenly erupted. Boom! The powerful aura of the human soul and earth soul caused most of the people rushing over to vomit blood. Only 3 people managed to get close to him. Not good, quick, inform the sect. Release the signal. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of light shot into the sky, and more experts rushed over from afar. Gu Hai looked at the 3 people with a gloomy face. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Humph, if you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being impolite. Gu Hai stepped forward, ignoring the crowd and shooting into the distance. Don't let him get away, quick, catch him. The 3 people did not give up and chased after him, thinking that Gu Hai was afraid. In a short while, another 4 streaks of light shot over. The 7 central celestial palaces experts chased after Gu Hai, heading deep into the mountains. In a deserted forest, Gu Hai paused, turned around, and rushed toward the 7 people. Boom! Boom, boom. In almost an instant, the 7 people were like cannonballs, kicked into the ground by Gu Hai, creating huge craters. You lied to us. The 7 people vomited blood and looked at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai's face was gloomy. How did you get my portrait? It's only the 4th day. Hatred appeared on the faces of the 7 people, but they still refused to speak. However, Gu Hai's methods were not something that the 7 of them could withstand. After 2 hours, the 7 of them explained the situation. Rokudo Shinkun said that we are from the evil cult's future sect. You have a life and death grudge with him, so you should report to him as soon as you discover us heretics. Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. Yes, and your portraits. Very soon, all the cities in the divine continent will know about you. None of you will be able to escape. Going against Rokudo Shinkuen is going against the whole world. You won't be able to escape. One of them said with a ferocious expression. What a wicked person complaining first. Ha, the whole world is hunting us down. Gu Hai's face was ferocious. Amateus Buddha, so there really is one here. A Buddhist chant rang out above Gu Hai's head. Gu Hai jerked his head up and saw a monk glowing with golden light looking coldly at Gu Hai. The Vajra Buddha of the Vajra Temple. Good Samaritan for 10 lifetimes, Vajra Buddha. Save me. That's great. Vajra Buddha has been good for 10 lifetimes and cultivated the Buddha golden body. He will definitely be able to take down this demon. The 7 of them were pleasantly surprised. Gu Hai felt a trace of threat from this Vajra Buddha. Good Samaritan for 10 lifetimes. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Evil creature, surrender and follow me to see Rokudo Shinkuen. This Buddha will ensure your safety. The Vajra Buddha said coldly. Oh. You are also Rokudo Shinkuen's lackey. Gu Hai's expression darkened. This poor monk owes the dominator of the 6 paths of favor, and if I don't return the favor, my heart is filled with demons. Only by capturing you and returning the favor can I become a true Buddha. Come with me. What if I don't? Gu Hai said coldly. Then don't blame me for being heartless. Rokudo Shinkuen once said that it doesn't matter whether you live or die. The Vajra Buddha said coldly. It doesn't matter whether I live or die. Samsara, it seems like I can't stay here for long. Gu Hai said coldly as he shot up into the sky. Where do you think you are going? Mighty Vajra palm. The Vajra Buddha struck at Gu Hai with his palm. 5 cycles. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold as he turned around and slashed with his life extinguisher saber. Boom! A dazzling purple light burst out from the saber and slashed at the Vajra Buddha. Dang! There was a loud noise and a dazzling golden light. Gu Hai was pushed back. There was only a faint mark on the Vajra Buddha's palm. How dare you, demon! The Vajra Buddha glared. Gu Hai did not have time to waste on him. He shot up into the sky and shot into the distance. Amateus Buddha, where do you think you are going? The Vajra Buddha chased after him. Gu Hai's face darkened. This Vajra Buddha had a strong body. The life extinguisher saber could not cut through his skin. Was he a saint of 10 lifetimes? Was he a golden body of merit? He chased after him ferociously. Treasure, please turn around. Gu Hai shouted. Immortal slaying flying saber. The Vajra Buddha's expression changed. Immovable Vajra. Dang! The immortal slaying flying saber hit the Vajra Buddha's neck and bounced back. However, it did not cut through the Vajra Buddha's head. Demon, I have the indestructible Vajra body. Do you think you can kill me? The Vajra Buddha glared. Boom! The vine world gourd appeared and countless vines wrapped around the Vajra Buddha. Boom! The Vajra Buddha tore at the vines and instantly shattered them. Monk, are you not going to let me off the hook? Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. Rokudo Shinkuen said that demons like you are the best at deceiving people with lies and deceiving them. I choose not to listen. The Vajra Buddha said coldly. Not listening? What if you are wrong? Gu Hai said in a low voice. I believe in Rokudo Shinkuen. The whole world believes in him. The Vajra Buddha said coldly. Stubborn. He is a demon. Monk, don't force me. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Today, I will subdue the demon. I must force you. The Vajra Buddha said coldly. Gu Hai stopped in a mountainous area where there were few people. Old monk, 10 lifetimes of doing good is still a foolish thing. You asked for it. Don't blame me for being heartless. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Humph. Demon, although you are strange, your cultivation is only at the middle celestial palace level. Your flying speed is not as fast as mine. You can't escape. The Vajra Buddha said coldly. Then let's see who is stronger. Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression. He swung the life-extinguishing saber again. Sixth cycle. The saber swung, and purple light filled the world. The 1,000-meter-long energy saber seemed to cut the world in half as it ferociously descended. At this moment, the Vajra Buddha's expression finally changed. This saber strike was too powerful. He took out a Vajra pestle. It crashed into the sky. Boom! There was a loud sound, and the Vajra pestle created a large amount of sparks. A huge crack appeared on the Vajra pestle amid the sparks. The Vajra Buddha's body froze. What powerful strength! Even the third heaven celestial palace level is not as strong as you. You are indeed powerful. The Vajra Buddha immediately charged at Gu Hai. Sixth cycle. Vajra pestle. Boom! The Vajra pestle and the life-extinguishing saber clashed again. The Vajra Buddha attacked Gu Hai with his palm at the same time. You have a strong physical body, but I'm not weak either. Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression and countered with a karate chop. Gu Hai struck with his karate chop, and a saber domain appeared around him. He executed the fifth cycle with his karate chop and brazenly clashed with the large monk's palm again. Boom! The two separated. Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. The large monk also retreated, and there was a mark on his palm. The Vajra Buddha's expression was gloomy. What a strong physical body, demon. So what if it's strong? My Vajra Temple's secret treasure, the 1,000-hand Vajra platform, appear. The Vajra Buddha shouted. Buzz! A layer of golden light suddenly appeared under the Vajra Buddha's feet. The ground around him instantly turned golden as if it was a golden world. The Vajra Buddha stood there with 1,000 palms behind him. Suddenly, he struck at Gu Hai. With one strike, 1,000 golden palms with the same power as the previous one struck toward him. The overwhelming number of palms seemed to have sealed off all of Gu Hai's escape routes. At that moment, Gu Hai suddenly realized that a little medicine boy not far away was staring at him in horror. Monk, stop! Gu Hai stared. The life-extinguishing saber in his hand executed the sixth cycle again. Boom! More than 900 of the 1,000 palms exploded, but there were still dozens of golden palms that brazenly arrived in front of Gu Hai. One palm was enough to make Gu Hai suffer, but now there were dozens of them. If Gu Hai received them with all his might, the little medicine boy would be killed. At that moment, Gu Hai reached out and waved his hand. A gust of wind immediately blew the little medicine boy into the distance. However, it was also because of this pause that Gu Hai did not have time to counterattack. He could only form some bone spikes all over his body to defend himself. He faced the group of golden palms. Boom! 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 The dozens of golden palms landed heavily on Gu Hai's body. Countless bone spikes shattered, and most of Gu Hai's clothes were torn. However, his strong physical body still managed to block them. Blarg! Gu Hai vomited a mouthful of blood. Clearly, he was injured. Gu Hai's physical body was indeed strong. The dozens of palms could not do anything to him. The Vajra Buddha did not press the attack. Instead, he suddenly looked in shock at the unconscious little medicine boy in the distance. If not for Gu Hai saving him earlier, that little medicine boy would have been smashed into meat paste by the Vajra Buddha. Amateus. The Vajra Buddha felt a lingering fear. Great monk, again. Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Earlier, Shaochen had to protect the little medicine boy. Now, he no longer had to. Although the Vajra Buddha was strong, it was not to the extent that he feared him. If not for the old monk's 10 lifetimes of kindness, Shaoqin would have killed him earlier. However, the old monk was relentless. If this continued, the Vajra Buddha would definitely suffer. 10 lifetimes of kindness, 1 day of evil. That was still evil. Amateus, thanks to you earlier, this humble monk nearly made a grave mistake. The Vajra Buddha said. Humph. You still remember? Great monk, are you willing to listen to me now? Gu Hai asked. The Vajra Buddha nodded and said, since you saved that child, I am willing to listen. Gu Hai nodded and did not say anything unnecessary. He described what happened 800,000 years ago. The Vajra Buddha listened without saying a word. Great monk, do you believe it? Gu Hai asked. No. The Vajra Buddha shook his head. Ha. Ha ha ha. Rokudo Shinkuen, you really brainwashed all of you thoroughly. Great monk, you are really stupid. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Your story is very scary. However, this penniless monk's heart is as firm as a rock. I will not be swayed by your words. Since you saved that apprentice earlier, this penniless monk will give you 1 day. After 1 day, I will hunt you down. Amateus, the Vajra Buddha said. Gu Hai stared at the Vajra Buddha. This was the first powerful person he met 800,000 years ago. He still had some powerful moves that he had not used. However, Gu Hai felt that this Vajra Buddha had not used his full strength. The Vajra Buddha did not believe him, but to atone for his sins, he would let Shaoqin escape for 1 day. Escape? Gu Hai did not need to do that, but time was tight. He did not want to waste any more time. What a despicable game. Humph. Gu Hai turned around and left. 1 day was enough for him to leave the old monk's sight. The Vajra Buddha watched Gu Hai leave and frowned. Is what he said true? Rokudo Shinkuen wants to kill the heavens? No, how can I believe a demon's lies? Gu Hai's words were like an inner demon, constantly disturbing the Vajra Buddha's heart. The Vajra Buddha kept chanting sutras to suppress this inner demon. Unfortunately, this inner demon did not die for some reason. 1 day later, the Vajra Buddha looked at the sky. The inner demon is not extinguished. This demon is really good. Only by capturing him can I extinguish my inner demon. 1 day. This humble monk has a way to chase you down. You can't escape. Whoosh. The Vajra Buddha flew up and chased after Gu Hai. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.